Hello. Oh, there we go. Pressing the button on the microphone, pretty key to get anything to work, isn't it? Good morning, everyone. How are you? Yeah, can I get a louder woo? Nice. So we tried this yesterday and it worked really well. I'd like everyone to stand up, please. Yeah, wakey, wakey. And look around you and say hi to who's around you and good morning. Nice work, well done. So, okay, hands up. Who has had a coffee today? Nice, okay. So just a short story. I used to have my father, he'd say to me, wake up and smell the coffee, boy. And you're like, what are you talking about, Dad? Yeah, with his coffee, he's kind of taking the piss. But think about that smell. You smell the coffee in the morning and it kind of sets your day up. And at the time I was a teenager and I was kind of lazing around, being a bit useless. He's like, come on, you useless. Smell the coffee, get on with it. And his story, his lesson at least, was to be productive. And it was just one of those things that, I mean, he's been passed away now almost 15 years, but I still think about that story. You think, oh, what was he trying to teach me? And he'd smirk. He'd be like, why are you talking about a dumb story that I told you all those years ago? I was just making a joke, essentially. But I took it very seriously. And I think about it a lot, even now. It's like, what am I going to do? And how can I be productive? And where I want to take this is it's this idea of the story and our imagination, what we take from what we say to each other lasts for a long time. So second time to ask a question, hands up, who's read Harari's book, Sapiens? A few people, okay. Whether or not you like his kind of World Economic Forum view, etc., now, the book itself was really impactful in terms of this idea of stories and how we have an imagination. It's a very different thing to other animals that we share this world with. And through that, it's kind of like wake up and smell the coffee, right? We tell these stories, we learn from them, we behave in a different way as a result. And so what is an idea? And that gets me thinking to the next thing, which is then, okay, well, what is sound money? Well, sound money is an idea. And if we discuss it like we are at the moment, then that idea, it percolates through society. People learn about it, people think about it, and it then influences their later behavior. So Bitcoin is sound money. Okay, wow, how does this work? And ideas, through my long years of education, I never got taught about Austrian economics. I just completely failed to mention it. I was trained how to make money, but not to ask the question, what is money? And then you start asking these things, and it peels back more and more layers of the onion, and you realize that ideas, even if a government or any party tries to squash it and it moves to the side of society, it can come back. And that's what sound money is doing here. I came across Carl Menger, and you look at the origins of money, and it's 18-something, this is written, I can't remember the exact date. But of course, people have been studying money for a long, long time. And there's all these things you can then go and learn. And that's really impactful to me. So, next time you're drinking your coffee, smell it, think about ideas and how they travel, and who you might be able to teach and reach today. Who's looked at a tree this morning? A bit more of a random question. Okay, think about this. All the leaves on a tree are problems, right? And all these problems in society that you see today, they could be growing wealth inequality. They could be the inability to send payments somewhere. They could be the inability to store wealth over time. At the base of that tree is a money printer. The opposite of sound money. So as we go through today, think about how ideas travel and how conversations that we have impact future decisions and future behavior. So to Dad, shout out. I'm smelling the coffee. And that's what we're going to talk through today. So thank you for joining. I have a couple of things to run through. The agenda today, you can download the Fedi app. It's hopefully behind me. Yeah, here we go. So shortly we'll be on stage to talk about managing Bitcoin funds for your family or business. If you want to check out the Satoshi stage, it starts at 11 just next door. Lunch, we break for 12 o'clock today. And for those that want to head for prayer, there is a mosque just around the corner. I walked past it this morning, so a very short walk. The closing session today, we will announce the winner of the Lightning Hackathon. So stay in touch and keep an eye out for that. Social hour kicks off, again, hopefully on another slide, these things will come up. Can we switch the slide, please? The Flamingo Bar, it's about 20 minutes in a taxi from here. There is a VIP bus at 5:30. Otherwise, everyone get yourselves there for 6:30 onwards. And then tomorrow, there's going to be a beach party, 4 p.m. down in Nusa Dua, which I also encourage you to come and join, and I'll certainly be there. There will be some well-earned drinks after all of the organizers putting on this event. Petras was telling me this morning, 30 people volunteered their time to make this all happen, with a core team of 5 who've absolutely smashed it, haven't they? Let's have a round of applause to that. Slide still hasn't changed. Okay, cool. Well, with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage Chris, who's going to host the panel with us, and we'll start the day. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Which end do you want to go? Okay. Want me to come next to you? Yeah, come.
Testing. All right, perfect.
Press the button.
Press the button. That's a hold. It's a hold. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Hopefully refreshed. Maybe some groggy heads in the audience. That typically happens on a day 2 of a Bitcoin conference after we all enjoyed the social events after day 1. Thrilled to be here. My name's Chris Pavlesic. We'll just do a couple of quick introductions before we get stuck into today's panel, which is managing Bitcoin funds for your family and businesses. My name's Chris Pavlesic. I'm here from Australia. I'm absolutely blessed to be here. It's my first time to Indonesia, my first time to Bali. I'm absolutely loving it. The people of God, they're just so beautiful. But I'm the founder of Bitcoin Alive, Australia's first Bitcoin-only conference, which happened this year for the first time and is happening again next year in March. But I'll pass down the panel just to give a little quick 30-second introduction on what sort of their background is and what brings them to this panel.
Thanks, Chris. Obviously, you guys have heard from me already, but my name is Jake Woodhouse. I'm a Bitcoin content creator, and my website's mrjakewoodhouse.com, and I'm focused on helping high net wealth individuals understand what Bitcoin is and how to get into self-custody in as safe a way as possible. Thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stefan Livera, host of the Stefan Livera podcast. I've been shouting from the rooftops about Bitcoin since early 2013. Started my podcast in July 2018. Also work as head of education at swan.com. So, yeah, I'm an Australian, but I now live in Dubai. Yeah, looking forward to this panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Louis Liu. I founded a family fund called Mimesis Capital, which is a single-family office fund dedicated to the strategy of Bitcoin as a wealth preservation. And I also a Bitcoin startup investor. I invest in a couple well-known startups like Stefan's company Swan, On-Chain Capital, Umbrel, Satoshi Energy, and so on and so forth. Yeah, happy to be here.
Thanks, gents. Obviously, we've got some fantastic minds on stage, so I'm really looking forward to this discussion. To kick us off, again, the topic is managing Bitcoin for your family and for your business. And so, many of us who have been down the Bitcoin rabbit hole for years have probably had plenty of those dinner conversations over Christmas or at other times of the year where, you're the crazy Bitcoiner in the family, and everyone wants to know, depending on where we are in the cycle, of course, if the price is up, then typically those conversations are free-flowing. If the price is down, then usually you're the enemy in the room. But the first question I want to ask the panel is essentially, what is the main challenges of managing Bitcoin in a family? And so the things that I kind of think of is, like I mentioned, price dependency. If the price is up, then suddenly everyone wants a piece of the pie. If the price is down, then suddenly everyone's asking, why have you gotten us into this mess? But things like wealth preservation, asset protection, having agreement amongst the family. Not everyone's appetite is ready for Bitcoin. So I'll just walk down the panel and let you guys touch on some of those topics.
Well, I'll have a crack, okay. Well, like all these conversations, I like to speak through what I've been through, and it's not necessarily a recommendation for what you should go through, but it might be something you can learn from. So, specific story to my family. My father passed away when I was 20 years old, I'm now 35, so I've got a younger sister and a younger brother. And we manage a investment trust, and that's with my mum. So there's 4 decision makers. And as of January this year, I managed to get 10% allocation into Bitcoin of that trust fund. And it's not easy to orange pill your own siblings, who have obviously been extremely competitive with you forever. And it's like, okay, how does this actually work? And there's an excellent article by Croesus called "Why the Yuppie Elite Dismiss Bitcoin," and that is my brother and sister. So the truth is, it's an allocation decision, and coming at it from a purely investment perspective, it's like it's the easiest way to do it, essentially. So even if you talk to them about, sound money, or you talk to them about the importance of self-custody, or you talk to them about the problems of money printing, it kind of goes like straight out there, over their heads. So very excited to say we've made that reallocation, and there were some other challenges along the way, but I'll pass it on down. So it was a funny process, kind of bickering with your sister and brother, essentially.
Jake is right that a lot of it is about getting the psychological aspects across with your family, and I mean not just your family, but whoever you're talking to. Actually, an interesting website which you might find valuable is nakamotoportfolio.com. It's by one of my colleagues at Swan. And if you have a look on that website, speaking of the question of allocation, it can show you what your portfolio would have done if you had, let's say, 1 to 5% in Bitcoin. And that can be a very useful tool for people because it can sort of abstract away from this concept of Bitcoin and darknet market money and libertarians and cypherpunks and VC and all this other stuff, and just abstract it away to what was the actual return and how did it correlate or not correlate with other assets. And so if you just objectively look at it without looking at even the ideological aspects of Bitcoin, which of course I know and love and many of us know and love, they can just look at it from the objective investment perspective, and that can help them make their allocation decision. I think the other key point when you are dealing with families is risk tolerance, as everybody's mentioned. It's one thing to sort of even say, I'm gung-ho, I can handle an 80% drawdown. It's another to live through multiple of those. And so that's where you have to find the right balance of what people are comfortable with. And so typically, what are you comfortable holding for at least 5 years? I think that's probably a decent bar in terms of how much you're willing to allocate to. Despite an 80% drop, are you willing to hold this for 5 years? And typically, at least historically in Bitcoin, if you held for longer than 5 years, you've been pretty solidly in the green.
Yeah, so my journey of orange pilling my family has come with my investment experience. I have been doing investment since I was like 12 years old. And my family knows I'm really into investing. And I come across Bitcoin and I pitched them as a Taiwanese, right? Because Taiwanese always have this geopolitical tension, and Bitcoin kind of like hit the sweet spot. And my family always, collect arts. Art is scarce, right? So fundamentally, that has some characteristic linked back to Bitcoin. So for me to orange pill them on Bitcoin as an investment asset, it's relatively easy for me. And each family have different situation. And my family happen to have like a really good risk tolerance, and they understand the fundamental of the scarcity. I think that's really important. And also communication. And you want to just set up the expectation that Bitcoin has this kind of like high volatility, and it's not going away anytime soon. So to set up that expectation is a very important key. You wanted them to have the sense that Bitcoin can crash 50% in a bear market and up 2x, 3x in a bull market. And also stick with this long-term strategy is very important. So I did a video called Bitcoin's Generational Wealth. Is talking about currency devaluation, war, how war confiscate wealth, how government confiscate wealth, and how inflation eventually take away your purchasing power. And Bitcoin kind of like created for that kind of purpose. And this is important for family to understand. There's no other asset out there can protect your purchasing power and wealth. So it's a tool for wealth preservation. And it's important to communicate that important points. Otherwise, you'll get emotional when there's a bear market or even when there's a bull market.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point to touch on there, is just managing expectations and aligning people's expectations throughout that journey, because it is very volatile and it is very, very new to a lot of people, especially family members perhaps that don't have that investment experience or industry experience with Bitcoin, because it's such a new piece of technology. It's still figuring out its place in the asset class world. Look, I want to keep on the same sort of tune, but diverging a little bit away from family specifically and more towards business. And so there's likely many people in the crowd here that run businesses, that have startups, perhaps in the Bitcoin space, perhaps in the traditional world as well. And I'll open this up to anyone on the panel, so feel free to jump in. But are there any extra considerations when trying to move some of your businesses' assets into Bitcoin, as opposed to more traditional places like savings accounts or bonds or stocks or shares? A lot of businesses are looking to get an edge over their competitors, and having an investment vehicle to do that through a business is unique compared to, say, an individual or a family. So feel free to jump in, whoever's got something to touch on that point. But I wonder if there are any sort of differences or any additional things that need to be considered. Like, is there any prerequisites for business owners who perhaps have 2, 3, 4, 5 different business partners, and not everyone's Bitcoin native? What do they do? What do they need to do in order to get the other business partners comfortable with allocating some of the business's assets into Bitcoin?
Happy to have a crack first. Yeah, sorry. The definition or the difference, to my mind, between like your investment mindset, your business, and your family, just from my specific case, they're kind of all the same, to be honest. And in my case, the reason that we even inherited this money was my father was a wealthy guy from a family that had been running a business for over 200 years. So we have a beer and pub company in the UK. We make a beer called Badger Beer. So any Brits in the room, they may have actually drunk this beer before in the south of the UK. And that is it's really a real estate business that runs pubs very well, creates a yield on that, which we pay as a dividend every year to the now 100 shareholders that you have to be a blood relative to be part of the business. And so in this one small section of my family, which was me, my brother, my sister, and my mum, we've made a Bitcoin allocation. But in some ways, my next challenge is my uncle. And he's the chairman of the business. It's like we potentially could be stacking sats with our pub and beer business. And it's really just a huge education issue. Because I recently was like, well, Bitcoin does this. Why do I own what I own? And I still own shares in the business. And it's like, well, what's the opportunity cost of owning an equity that's not going to outpace Bitcoin? Why are you owning it? Well, you own it because of the fact it's your blood. You were given it, and you got to keep it and look after it and cherish it and nurture it. And how does Bitcoin fit into that longer term plan? Well, as Bitcoiners in this room, we're kind of like gatekeepers into the historical world of business and investing. And in my mind, we've got to try and seep into the senior management of those existing organizations. And there's a very clear reason to own Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And that should be, looked at very seriously at board level by my family company. And that's on me to do that. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think it's certainly, aspects of it are similar in terms of reaching the individuals behind that business and explaining to them, or at least having them on board with the idea. I'm thinking back to the famous, obviously, Michael Saylor's case, where he was having to convince, or having to at least take away certain board members and C-level executives of his company, saying, okay, giving them the bullish case for Bitcoin by Vijay Boyapati, or various things, Safedean's book, of course, and things like this, to get them on board. And then, I recall the way he would explain it is, look, you've got your working capital. That's what you obviously have to keep in fiat, regrettably. But that has to be kept in fiat for the sake of the business operations. But savings of the business beyond that could potentially be put into Bitcoin. And so that's an approach that you could take. You could decide, okay, how much cash runway or fiat runway do I need to retain for my business, obviously to pay staff, pay expenses, pay rent, etc. And then the question is, how much can I allocate to Bitcoin? So I think that's a natural way to think about it for a lot of businesses. But then, of course, you moderate that by how much are your business partners willing to hold in Bitcoin. So I think those are maybe a few angles to consider there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, something that business should worry about is this inflation problem, which is lurking upon all the growth of the business. Sometimes, the business can grow at 1% or 5%, 10% each year. That was just like, pretty good, considered pretty good if you can grow annually 10%. But if you're facing an inflation problem when you have like 10% of inflation or 20% of inflation, all of a sudden your business growth at 10% is no longer a good growth. So that is the real problem that all the real business face in this era of government money printing and a huge amount of deficit that the government need to pay or need to print it out to monetize the debt. So if you are running a small business that has only 5% of growth, you really need to start thinking about how you can outgrow the inflation problem. And you have like a high-tech company, like some of the Bitcoin startup, they probably don't hold any Bitcoin on the balance sheet. They keep spending money on hiring and stuff. They have the growth rate maybe around like 30%, 50% annually. So for them, it's okay to allocate more capital to growth than to Bitcoin. So you really have to understand what your business is and have a mindful about the inflation problem that is out there. And I think, Bitcoin solved the problem for a lot of like small business, private business, or even big business that doesn't have enough growth to beat the inflation. And Bitcoin offers this growth potential on the balance sheet side. And that really can solve the, prevent the business collapse or prevent, the purchasing power of the business go down over time. So I think that's a very, you should be strategic and you should be mindful where your business is.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. I really want to drill into that in just a second. But before we go down the kind of return on investment and outpacing inflation and sort of the monetary side of an investment in Bitcoin, I just want to touch a little bit more on some of the, I guess, challenges or things that need to be overcome for businesses and also for families when they do allocate, whether that's 1% initially, and then as confidence grows, getting to 5%, getting to 10%, that's a bit of a journey, and that you have to take your family members and your business partners along that journey, and so they build their confidence, and so you can then increase that allocation. But I want to touch on things like key management and security and kind of for businesses, auditing and bookkeeping. These are all real things, and Bitcoin is new, and in different parts of the world, these things are treated slightly differently, and regulation and kind of accounting laws are still kind of taking shape depending on where you are. So any commentary around key management, how to handle that in businesses, whether that's the person who's steering the ship, the Bitcoin native, the Bitcoin pro person taking kind of complete ownership. Are there any risks involved in having one person kind of managing all that comparatively to say something like, owning some real estate or owning, banking interest accounts where you can have multi-signatories and all that sort of stuff. So any commentary around that from the panel?
Yeah, so there's a range of approaches. Of course, I think a common one for people is collaborative custody. If you're at a business context, right? Obviously, Unchained Capital offers that. Swan is launching Swan Vault, which is a similar sort of idea. You hold 2 keys, the company holds 1, and that is a common. That's a common way that businesses are using to hodl their Bitcoin in a way where they can distribute the keys as well themselves. So let's say you've got a provider, whether that's Bitcoin company XYZ is helping you with that. They're holding 1 key, and you as the business is holding 2 keys, and you could potentially have 1 key held by the CEO, another key held by the CFO. That's potentially one way to do this kind of thing. There are other approaches where maybe it's a little bit more, now, not recommending this, but this is an approach that's taken, is use of custodians, right? And so there are custodians who are using that, and maybe at a policy level they have, obviously it's not as strong as using Bitcoin multisig, right? If the ideal case would be your business is able to deal with Bitcoin multisig itself natively, but of course, understanding that people are on a journey, they're not always ready to go to that. That's where they're using custodians with certain policy rules about who's allowed to spend or how many people are required to spend, and that's not necessarily happening at an on-chain level. That's more like business logic in that particular custodian. That's an example. Small businesses, especially if you're more Bitcoin savvy, Bitcoin native, that's where doing DIY, Sparrow, Spectre, etc., you can do that more easily. So those are a few examples there, but it requires work, practice, a little bit of upkeep as well, that you need to go and do some regular key checking as well, just to make sure the keys are still working, that your backups are still working. All of these things are just good practices to engage in with your key management.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think on the different level, I just feel like, Bitcoin offers a variety of options for custody. And for my family fund, we deal with on-chain. So we love the idea collaborate custody with on-chain being one key holder, and other key holders can be spread across family member. I think that's the ultimate solution when you have a very simple investment base. If you are managing like multi-family with a trust fund, I think you probably wanted to hand that key to a qualified custodian. Maybe the qualified custodian has some custom structure for you to apply to your structure, but that was pretty detailed and it can be DIY'd. Or that if you are a business, small business, you can do corroborate custody, and you can also pick qualified custodian to go with. I think like if you are the size of MicroStrategy, when you hold like 150,000 Bitcoin, you probably wanted to go with a qualified custodian. Even though for a lot of Bitcoiners that's not like an ultimate way, but they have a lot of investors, so regulatory hurdle is a big problem for them, and that's why they choose a qualified custodian hold their keys. If you are a small business that doesn't need to get through all that regulatory hurdle, I think collaborate custody or DIY custody, like Stefan has said, using Spiral or Spectre, that should be a good way to go.
Yeah, they're awesome insights. And I followed a fairly similar path, to be honest, but to talk specifically for our family investment fund, I was obviously the lead person pushing for a reallocation to Bitcoin, and I'd been on my own journey and I'd reallocated my own funds, and through that I'd figured out how to use multi-sig. And so as a result, my brother and sister aren't necessarily involved. It's like I'll deal with all of that, and I'll manage the multi-sig. And so Unchained's been mentioned a couple of times. That's currently the tech provider I'm using. And I have 2 keys, and I manage them in separate geographic locations. And I figured out an inheritance protocol on the back end of that, which is really the magic sauce at the end. I wouldn't have inherited any money had my father not had a will in place, and then a trust structure to follow after that with then clearly defined beneficiaries, with then rules of how it works. And that whole system I'm very familiar with, having lived through it. Bitcoin changes property rights. It completely changes the game when it comes to family wealth management on a multi-generational level. And it's unbelievably exciting, to be honest, because previously managing this wealth was a huge full-time job with way more risk than anyone ever explains to you. And now there's this savings technology that exists that only you can own, providing you look after the keys properly. So if you got hit by a bus tomorrow, are you certain someone would figure out how to get your Bitcoin? And if you're happy with your tech stack in that sense, then obviously that's the position you need to get to. If you're not, figure it out fast. All those stories of people who lost laptops that had been mining Bitcoin years ago, and they're digging through the rubbish dump. That is a complete catastrophic cock-up of your investment and inheritance plan that cannot happen. So yeah, just getting on top of it from a personal level, then it's introducing it to the family, then it's taking responsibility of that for the family, and that's the situation I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point there, Jake. And you know, no one wants to see 100% downside risk.
Nightmare.
You go to all those lengths like we talked about orange pilling your family members and taking them along that journey, and they finally get to the point where like, all right, Chris, Jake, Stefan, Lewis, I'm ready to allocate some Bitcoin. You know, it's party day, and then all of a sudden, a few years later, after all that hard work, one unfortunate or tragic event where a passing or an illness or an accident or something like that causes all of that Bitcoin to go, you know, perhaps everyone in the crowd here would be like, well,
Literally a worst nightmare.
thank you for the donation to the network. You know, the circulating supply has just shrunk, but ultimately, you know, we would rather see that Bitcoin go to where you want it to go and to your beneficiary. So I actually had this same learning over the last sort of 6 to 9 months. My background is working with hardware wallets. I started Australia's first reseller of hardware wallets back in 2016. So I've been, you know, paying close attention to not your keys, not your coins, and security, and helping tens of thousands of Australians understand this and go through the journey. But you know, me too, being a 10-year veteran in the Bitcoin space, had that moment. I was like, crap. You know, what if I walk out the door and I get hit by a bus? Now, obviously, that's not something that we want to be thinking about on a daily basis because, you know, there's more fun things to enjoy in life, but the reality is, irrespective of your age, and I'm fairly young, and you know, we can all be naive when we're young, but this can happen to anybody, and you know, all that hard work over the last 10 years of acquiring Bitcoin and understanding Bitcoin and allocating to Bitcoin could be completely lost, you know, from that one split-second moment walking out on the street and you know, not looking left and right correctly. So, you know, I do echo the same thing that Jake's just said, is, you know, have that conversation with your family, with yourself, and with your business partners. You want to get this stuff right from the beginning, because you know, it can quickly get undone with just a matter of a split second. So I want to touch back on the point Lewis mentioned about, you know, sort of outpacing inflation and the return on investment. I mean, and this is ultimately what a lot of people get into Bitcoin for, which is number go up and you know, the return on investment. So, you know, I guess what are the advantages of making some allocation to Bitcoin besides the obvious? What are some of the advantages of allocating, you know, your family funds or your business funds to Bitcoin, say, versus more traditional asset classes like real estate, stocks, bonds, and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I will go ahead and start. So I'm from, you know, Taiwan, right? So there's a geopolitical risk that Bitcoin can solve. Basically, you can move your wealth into the cyberspace, and when the oppressor come to conquer you, you can leave your wealth pretty easily, right? With a hardware keys or with a password in your mind. I think that's a significant advantage over all other assets. Right? If you have a real estate in such a situation, your real estate value is going to drop to zero. Your stock, your company that based in that territory, it will be potentially dropped to zero. You can carry gold, you can carry art, but those are like very hard to carry, right? In Bitcoin, is that you can store billions of dollars in the network, and you can carry that very easily. So I think that's one advantage that, you know, to really navigate the geopolitical crisis. And I think, you know, not many people in Taiwan actually understand the advantage that Bitcoin brings. So I, you know, started talking a lot about this to spread across the awareness that, you know, what if, right, you know, a war break out or there's a political oppression over Taiwanese citizens, and if that happens, maybe too late, right? So you have to prepare ahead of time, understand the situation can escalate pretty fast. Another thing I think is this moving wealth across time and space. So we talk about space is kind of like a physical territory moving to a cyber territory. And there's also time, right? Bitcoin cannot be inflated. There's only 21 million Bitcoin out there. So with time, the fiat dollar, the fiat currency is going to depreciate. It's going to devalue over time. But Bitcoin is going to stay the same amount over time. And that is, you know, extraordinary in terms of technical achievement. And there's no other asset like this with the absolute scarcity. And also, digital in the sense that you can move around. So it's really an asset that can enable you to hold on for hundreds of years or maybe thousands of years. But there can be a technical risk on the protocol level. But I think that technical risk kind of like de-risks itself as more and more people participate, as the market cap grows over time, as more volume stored in the network. We are less riskier than we are in 10 years ago or 14 years ago when Satoshi launched the white paper. So through time, Bitcoin become more valuable, right? And that's where you want to put your wealth into.
So, yeah, obviously agree with Lewis, and I think at a fundamental level, it just comes down to risk-adjusted return. Like if you are just thinking about, okay, what is the return on property? What's the return on stocks? What's the return on holding bonds? What's the return on holding gold, obviously, and versus how did you go if you were just hodling Bitcoin? And what you'll find in many cases is that Bitcoin just massively outpaces just about, well, everything else. And so it's just an obvious question of how much are you willing to allocate to that? How much stomach do you have, risk appetite? How much stomach do you have for that? I think these are the kinds of questions that you have to consider, and you have to think about. Here's a quick statistic for people. The least bad fiat currency, right, the US dollar, the base money expansion rate since 1969 till the end of 2022. Now this stat is from Matthew Mashinskas over at Porkopolis. The base money rate of expansion, the average rate of expansion is 9%. So if you are not beating 9% in terms of your investments, you're losing money. You're losing purchasing power. It's difficult to convey that to people because most people are just thinking in terms of nominal dollars or nominal fiat terms. But once you convert that into real returns, it's night and day. And that's with the least bad. That's with the US dollar. So if you're in a worse fiat currency, you're doing even worse than that.
Yeah, that's a great point there, Stefan.
Can I just chime off that, Chris?
Yeah,
one
sure,
second?
please.
Sorry, so the great points these guys are all making, right? The investment case for Bitcoin is so strong when you start to understand what it is on a fundamental level versus other asset classes you can own. But just a funny story is I obviously got 10% in Bitcoin. Fucking bring it on. Let's do it. But the other 90%, ironically, my brother and sister like impact investing. And so we have an allocation to essentially an ESG-focused portfolio. And it's traditionally managed in that they're traditional assets, but they're only purchased if they reach a certain positive screening methodology process. So, is it good for the planet? Is it good for people? Or whatever different things they're using. Now, in their portfolio today is UK bonds. It's like, what the fuck is that? That's UK government debt that is involved in everything the UK government does. How is that an impact investment? Anyway, that's my gripe on that. But the point is purchasing power. As I mentioned, we've been running a family business for over 200 years, and I have essentially inherited wealth that is stored as a result of my forefathers and their hustle. And you want to keep that. You do not want to lose it. And the nefarious angle of this fiat system is we all think we're getting rich, right? The number's going up. And you get this diversified portfolio of all this crap. You have no idea what it actually is and how it's owned and how many fees are being paid on the back end to other fund managers. And the money manager's being paid, don't forget, regardless of performance. And they're like, yeah, here's 4% return. Well, this impact investor, the last report I saw, year to date was minus 8%. That's not inflation adjusted. So your purchasing power is getting absolutely hammered. So they're not doing their job. And so I go into these meetings and I'm like, what was the purchasing power today versus last year? You get this kind of rustling of papers and umming and ahhing, and they cannot answer the question. And the fact is they're failing in their job. And it's incredibly frustrating and fires me up because it's like, that's my money. That's our family's money. Don't lose it. You've got to keep this stuff. And that's why Bitcoin is just so important. And obviously to throw on the top of that is the property rights. As soon as you're in self-custody, you don't need to have a basket of diversified stuff that you don't really understand. You have a savings technology, which is an unbelievable moment for families and storing what is theirs over time.
Yeah, all fantastic points. Thank you guys. I guess I want to put a bit of a thorn into the conversation, just a touch to play devil's advocate. I hear from a lot of people, perhaps not from Bitcoiners, but for those who are perhaps curious or on the fence or still becoming comfortable with the idea of Bitcoin, is they feel like it's too late. They feel like they've missed the boat with Bitcoin. It would have been great to buy at $10 in 2009 and see that meteoric rise of Bitcoin, thousands of % ROI. But here we are now, almost 15 years later, and Bitcoin's just too expensive. I can't possibly get one of them. That's also a common misconception, is that you need to purchase a whole Bitcoin. We know that Bitcoin is divisible, so you can buy any sort of amount of Bitcoin. But I think that perhaps leads people then down to the rest, the altcoins and the rest of the market. And I don't want to give them any credit, but how do we persuade people? And we've only got a few minutes left before we have to wrap this up. But how do we persuade people to actually that meteoric rise, as good as it has been? Personally, I actually think the best of it is ahead of us. And whilst it's gone from zero to tens of thousands of dollars, from tens of thousands of dollars to tens of millions of dollars is an even bigger significant rise. So what do you say to people that perhaps feel like they've missed the boat, or it's too late?
So 2 quick points. As you said, there's still probably it depends what your thesis is. If your thesis is that this could someday be the money of the world, in today's dollars terms, it could be tens of millions or even higher. So like 1,000x is not even out of the question from here. So that's first up. Secondly, in terms of Bitcoin versus altcoins, I think it's about looking at, does it tick all the boxes, right? Is it decentralized? Is it robust? Is it scalable? Is it accessible? Is it open source? Only Bitcoin ticks all of once you really start looking at all of these aspects, it's only Bitcoin that ticks all those boxes. And unfortunately, for the altcoins, at best, you could maybe get 1 or 2 of those boxes checked, but not all of them. And that's where Bitcoin is different.
Yeah, it's funny, the investment case, essentially. It's like, where are we today versus where might we be in the future? And I have a few different models that I like using. 1 or 2 are from the startup space. So you think about a golf club. You walk up to the first tee, and before he's even hit the ball, your mate's talking to you about this great startup they just bought, or bought some shares in. And it's like, if you're trying to invest in an early stage equity that's not something people brag about, it's not going to attract funding in the future, and it's probably not worth your time, as simple as it sounds. And so how many people talk to you about Bitcoin all day long? Like, it just ticks the box with the golf buggy test so well. And then the other idea is this concept of like, okay, what's the total market cap of value globally? And you see numbers like 900 trillion, you see other numbers like 500 trillion. It's like, okay, do I think that Bitcoin could get a realistic 5% share of that, or 10%? So let's say it's 500 trillion, it's going to hit 50 trillion. Okay, well, how many Bitcoins are there divided up? And as Stefan says, you very quickly get to an average Bitcoin price that is just miles beyond where we are now, like $1 million, $2 million a coin. So there is still a huge amount of distance to go. And then you dig under the hood and it's like, okay, well, who's actually using this thing? Growth rates of users, growth rates of hash, it's all heading in one direction. So I think there's lots to be excited about.
Fantastic. Do you want to jump in? We've got 1 minute left, Lewis.
Yeah, so my kind of framework is that, there are lots of wealth stored in stocks, bond, real estate, art, and all sorts of like investment assets. And I think Bitcoin is not just like small drop in the ocean right now. It's still very tiny in terms of the overall total asset market cap in the world. And if you compare side to side to each asset, you realize one thing is that Bitcoin is superior than stocks, than bond, than gold, than all the asset. So it's going to be a battle of the store value. And Bitcoin right now, I think, is trading around less than 1 trillion. And if you're looking at the total market cap of all the assets, probably like 400 trillion, something like that. So it has a lot of room to grow. And if you compare that to all the assets, you start to see Bitcoin is just small during this time. And there's a lot of momentum and potential in the future. And you also have to understand that where's our humanity's future lead to? Are we going to still buying assets like stock, bonds, which are maybe overvalued right now, or you want an asset that is a little bit different, and also like empowering the human freedom, right? Also, it's capped at the 21 million. So I think the future generation is going to decide which asset they will choose to own, and you bet, and you want to own it right now.
Yeah, fantastic points. We've hit the end of the panel. We could probably talk for many more hours, but there's great sessions following this. Just everyone like to give a round of applause to our panelists, Jake,
Thank you, guys.
Fan, and Lewis. Thank you very much.
Check.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. My name is Gita Waryo, and I'm the host of a podcast in Indonesia, Endgame, and I'm honored to be hosting a conversation with the famous Jack Dorsey. Good evening. Jack, can you hear me okay? Hi, Jack. Okay, we can see you, but we can't hear you yet.
I think that's on you. There's some
Okay.
music playing. No.
I'm not good at lip reading. Can you hear me okay, Jack?
I can hear you.
All right. Big hand. Jack, I want to thank you for appearing on the Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. It's unfortunate that you couldn't be here physically in Bali, which is the island of the gods. Presumably, you've been to Bali. I want to ask you a few questions this morning or this evening in the U.S. I want to start off with your background. You were born in St. Louis, Missouri, and you started out, helping your mom with making cappuccino at her cafe. Curiosity has been the big driver in your life. Talk a little bit about how that has driven you into becoming what you are today.
Well, I unfortunately have not been to Bali, and I'm looking forward to going at some point in the future. I'm really sorry I couldn't make it in person. I just had a misscheduling and could not get from New York to Bali in time for the end of the conference. But in terms of I'm from St. Louis. My first job was my mother's coffee house. She chose to. St. Louis is a very segregated, divided city. She chose to put her coffee house right in the center of the city. It was definitely a place where the people from all over the city came by, and I learned a lot about my mom, my city, and entrepreneurship from that. I had no desire to ever be an entrepreneur, but I learned everything I needed to from those moments, and got my second job, which happened to be a contracting job with my co-founder at Square, who I had no idea I'd found a company with, and no desire to found a company. But after Twitter, I came back to St. Louis and found him again after over a decade, and we created Square. And around the same time, the Bitcoin white paper came out, and there was just something in the water that inspired me even more. into another phase.
Great. I want to just do a pulse check quickly. Can the audience hear Jack okay? We don't need to turn up the volume? Okay, we're good. All right. Sorry about that, Jack. I want to follow up with the following question. You have made or created Twitter, which has allowed for communication to be a lot easier for the global community. You've made Square, which is now Block, for purposes of making commerce a lot easier for the global community. You've quoted William Gibson, who said that the future has arrived, but it hasn't been evenly distributed yet. I want to take that to the context of where we're living here. Indonesia, which is a developing country. I know you spend a lot of time in Africa and other developing economies. Do you see hope for a far better, far more even distribution of the future that has arrived?
Yeah, 100%. He said that the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. That was his quote, and I think it's a beautiful way to capture what we're all trying to build. Everyone in this room has certainly felt the future. We felt it with a transaction that we received the first time we created a public-private key pair for Bitcoin, the first time we read the white paper. I certainly felt that magic the first time. Maybe some of you have gone on Nostr and experienced Zaps, and the biggest at-scale experiment of micropayments for content on the internet that I'm aware of. And you can feel it immediately, and it's just a matter of how we distribute it, how we spread it, how we get it to more people. And I imagine that's the work of a lot of people in this room. We have many developers, we have engineers, we have designers, we have advocates, we have educators. Every person plays a role, and the magic all kind of comes back to this very selfless act from Satoshi, who created something and then gave it to the world to develop further. And there was a beautiful and again selfless gift, and it's our job to spread it. But with every technology I found, when I first experienced the internet when I was 12 or 13 years old in St. Louis, you had that feeling like this is the future. Why is it not everywhere right now? But it's just going to happen, and that's what I felt with Bitcoin and what I feel right now with Nostr yeah, I hope you've all felt it too, because if you feel it, it's much easier to spread, and it's much easier to spread that future. It has to be tangible.
Before we get into Bitcoin, I want to talk a little bit about technology. A lot of people have been saying that there's been a pretty significant degree of suppression of innovation in the past few decades. I know it's kind of weird because we've heard a lot about innovations being made here and there in many parts of the world, but there's this argument that the central bank hasn't really been too innovative. The only thing that they've been innovative in would have been by way of doing a massive scale of quantitative easing. And it hasn't really reached, most parts of the world. And it's gotten a little more elitized since a few decades ago, from a global economy standpoint. Would you agree to the statement that, there's been a pretty significant degree of suppression of innovation in the last few decades? And if you did, what do you think would be the antidote? And would Bitcoin fit into that?
Well, in the last few decades we had Bitcoin, so certainly there wasn't a suppression of innovation. we had something major that I think, well, it certainly replaces the need for the bank that you just talked about. And I can't think of a greater innovation than that to replace an entire institution, replace an entire system, give something that you know people can use directly, see directly, trust because they can verify it directly. That's pretty powerful and pretty innovative. So I don't think there's been if there has been any suppression of innovation, it worked because it created more innovation. And, the right way will always find a way. And no matter how many people or systems are created to suppress something, there's always a way out. And I've certainly experienced that in my own lifetime and my own creations and my own work. And I think we're at yet another precipice with Bitcoin, with Nostr. I think Bitcoin showed a path, an alternative path, that reminded us of the early internet, that was against the path of a more centralized corporate internet that my company was going down as well. And I think that reminder was important, and it only helps bloom and a thousand more flowers of people thinking about similar things and building towards that mindset. And I do think that is innovative. I think that the world kind of sees things that move fast as the most innovative, and they may, in the quote unquote crypto space, they may see things like Ethereum as innovative because it has so many developers and it moves so quickly. But quickly towards what is the question I think we need to ask. Bitcoin has been very deliberate, and that means it's a little bit slower. But I think if the use case is currency, if it's replacing the central bank you speak of, if it's replacing the medium of exchange that we believe is possible and required for the internet going forward, don't we want it to be deliberate? Don't we want it to be a little bit slower? Don't we want it to have the properties that Bitcoin has exhibited from day one? So while that may not be seen as innovative because it doesn't iterate as fast, it will last longer, and it will probably outlive all of us in this room. And I can't think of a deeper innovation than that, something that lasts, something that spans generations. So I don't know. If there was this impression, it certainly produced the right thing.
Well, I wasn't referring to Bitcoin as something that would have been suppressing innovation, but I was referring to most other things. You've alluded to the beauty of Satoshi Nakamoto being a pseudonym, and in the context of the creation of Bitcoin. Why do you think that was a good thing, that it was created with a pseudonym?
I don't know why Satoshi created it with a pseudonym, but the reason why I believe it was the right thing to do is because it removed the ego from the equation. It enabled people to come in and participate and add, their own voice and ego to it. And it didn't. It wasn't about, like, we had so many years, and I was part of this, right? We had so many years of this lionizing founders and cults of personality, and just like this founder ethos, and how we put these people on an altar, and I was in a, very similar position, and Satoshi chose a different path, which was pretty spiritual in a sense, in that whoever this was didn't want to be, didn't feel it necessary for the work to be attached to their personality and their ego, and it could speak for itself. And a pseudonym was the way to do that, and the work spoke for itself. I mean, if Satoshi came back today, I hope people would thank whoever this is and be grateful, but I don't think they would change the course of Bitcoin much, given how much it's it was built with that intent of living past a particular identity and past a particular person, and it's worked. We can all participate to carry the torch of it, and that's pretty magical. When was the last time you experienced anything like that? I don't know of one occurrence. I can't point to one other occurrence where someone created something of such importance and consequence without attaching their own name and personality and ego. Name one.
Zero. I know you've been asked before, but I'm going to ask again. Could you be Satoshi?
No,
by any chance?
No, hell no. Hell no. But I'm very grateful, and if I knew who this person was or would ever have the honor of meeting this person, I would just say thank you, because they reminded me of why I fell in love with the internet in the first place, why I fell in love with programming, why I fell in love with building and creating and cryptography and alt cypherpunks. Like all the Bitcoin and Satoshi in 2009 was a culmination of like my childhood and my curiosity and everything that I aspired to be and everything I loved, and my life went a different track, but it was a good reminder of what was important, and I hope to get back to that, even through a corporate lens, which I'm a part of right now with Block and Square, and formerly Twitter.
We seem to be living in a world where values have diverged, and at the same time wealth has diverged, and we're seeing this great tendency of people wanting to immortalize themselves as opposed to the institutions. It just kind of feels that we need a lot more people or anybody like Satoshi who's never interested in immortalizing himself. I mean, he was really great at immortalizing institutional building, which I think the global community has learned to enjoy a great deal. Would that be the right path of thinking?
To follow in this person's path?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he's
I think
never given speeches, right? Ever since
I think we've seen it. I think we've seen a bit of it. I mean, I know one recent example is Noster, like Fiat Jaff. Pseudonym, I have no idea who this person is. I think he's a person from Brazil. I've heard his accent. Sounds Brazilian. He's got the Brazilian sarcasm, and he's, a little bit abrasive. So he fits the pattern, but I have no clue who this person is. He created something brilliantly simple, and people recognize that and wanted to support, including myself. And you have developers now all over the world who are taking not only what he built, but mixing it with what Satoshi built in the form of what William did with of Damas with Zaps, who I think is at that conference. I hope he's at that conference. Sorry to miss you, William and Vanessa, and Mr. E. But you have people like Will who took these two pseudonyms and believed in what they created and are creating something new. And I think it's a use case that the world hasn't really realized the true value of. But again, it's like it's the biggest singular experiment of micropayments on the internet. We've been talking about micropayments on the internet since people were talking about the internet, since I was a kid, on my parents' computer in St. Louis. People were talking about micropayments and what if. And then we had folks like Theodore Nelson who created Xanadu, which was a system prior to the web, and Tim Berners-Lee work, hypertext, and all these systems were talking about what now exists within Zaps and within Nostr. And Fiat Jaf, whoever this person is, chose to follow in Satoshi's footsteps. Hopefully he'll stay around a little bit longer than Satoshi, but I understand why Satoshi left, and I would understand, a similar path for Fiat Jaf, and I hope there's more people like this. So Spiral, one of the, we created this very small team of developers within Block who are just there to make Bitcoin better, have made grants to pseudonyms from people around the world. We have no idea where they live, who they are, but we know what they do. And they've proved their work and their worth, and we trust that. And I hope that continues to be a model in the future where we see more pseudonyms and more people that want the work to speak for itself, independent of their ego. That they choose that path and we can support them.
How do you think the creation of something like Bitcoin through a pseudonym would be able to resist this massive resistance from the pre-existing establishment called fiat? And in a famous words of somebody that I mean, money is really a database that allows for the exchange of goods and services, right? And money has to have certain qualities. It's got to be durable, it's got to be recognizable, it's got to be divisible, it's got to be portable, it's got to be scarce. Bitcoin just seems like the perfect antidote or answer to any pre-existing monetary instrument. It allows for that optimal intersection between what travels over time and what travels over space. But the fiat establishment just seems so doggedly sticky without any ability to show open-mindedness about this cool innovation. How do you think we're going to be able to overcome that resistance?
Ignore it.
Could you be more elaborate? Okay, well, there's a big hand here.
No, I mean, but we're building. I mean, like what Zaps is showing is like I think it's the first way to like you can. And I've had this experience. I have a friend from Israel and I have a friend from Bordeaux, France, and both of them had no idea what Bitcoin was, and they had no idea what Nostr was, but they were curious. And I signed both of them up. They're named Dor and Lulu. They're on Nostr, you can search for them. They started making some posts and creating some notes, and I reposted them and renoted them, and they were exposed to the circle of people that follow me. They hooked up, they both downloaded Wallet of Satoshi, which is an incredible onboarding tool. I don't know how this company does it, but they built something truly simple. and instant. And it was the first step, and they hooked that up to Damas, and they got non-KYC Bitcoin within an hour. And then they used that Bitcoin to zap other people, the posts that they liked, and suddenly you have this circular economy, and where did fiat enter the equation? It's far in the past. So as they continue creating things, and people, one of them is a DJ, and another is a surfer real estate dude who hangs out in Bordeaux and lives in Bordeaux. But they create really great content, and they get paid for it through Zaps and Bitcoin, and they only know it to be this thing that on the side allows them to create and potentially make a little bit of money, but they use it to give that to other people on the network. But there's no reason why they couldn't use Wallet Satoshi if they happen to be in Bali this week with you all, or in Australia next week in Tokyo at a merchant that accepts Bitcoin. They've both earned over $100. It's a meaningful amount, and they can buy a drink, a coffee, a beer, piece of clothing, and all that done without accepting any fiat whatsoever. So do we have to pay attention to it? I don't think so. Like, we need to create new use cases where we can ignore it more and more. And I think those are all in sight right now, and they're so tangible that you can actually use them and feel them today. But again, it goes back to how you open this. Like, the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. We have a significant accessibility problem. We have a significant design problem. We don't have enough designers who think cohesively end-to-end around an experience and how the experience feels, from hearing about it, to going to a website or downloading an app, to receiving a payment, however that is, to using it we need people who are thinking cohesively end-to-end about that experience and how to make it feel great end-to-end without any, jumping icons or bugs, or it just feels super, super solid, with that whole flow and that whole journey feeling as tangible and as real as going to a bank, getting $50, and going to, a store or a farmer's market and putting that down and getting a real app. Like, it needs to feel that tangible and that cohesive and that, like, rock solid. And unfortunately today, it doesn't, because, we have a lot of hackers like I was, that are putting things up and putting things together, and they work, but they don't really feel great together. And that's what is missing in Bitcoin. There's a lot of developers and designers focused on this problem now, but it's going to take a little bit of time before we really get there, and then then we get more of the Doors and the Lulus without someone like me who's loved this since 2009 to encourage them and kind of sit with them to get on it. But to me, it's just a matter of design and accessibility, and we're like right on the precipice. But we're not unfortunately there yet.
I want to get back to accessibility in a bit, but I want to push a little bit on fiat. What is your prediction in terms of what's going to happen to fiat in the near foreseeable future?
Well, I made a prediction some time ago around hyperinflation. I'm going to stick with that one. But I will say that anyone who makes predictions like this has no idea what they're talking about, because no one knows what's going to happen, and all we can do is prepare for the future we want to live in, and the future I want to live in doesn't really consider fiat, so I don't know if it really matters.
It seems to have, we're living in this era of unnecessarily high time preference, right? And I have kids, and I'm vested in wanting to make the world a little bit better for my kids. so that we can live with a much better way of deferring gratification. But in a world where the printing of money is just so pervasive, it inflates economies around the world unnecessarily, and I think it screws up morality, and it screws up capital allocation. When do you think all these are going to end up? And when do you think we're going to see a true inflection point where there's really scale, for Bitcoin? For people in Africa, people in Indonesia. I mean, I live in Indonesia. It's the third largest democracy in the world, but it's still a developing economy with a GDP of per capita of $4,500. Not exactly a high income country. So we've got a long way to go, and we're structurally impeded by insufficient money supply. What do you think?
When do I think it turns? I don't, like the last question, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. And anyone taking a guess is probably going to be wrong. And we can make a bunch of predictions following the tea leaves, but I think it's just better to build for the reality rather than wait for it. And like we have a bunch of people in the room and a bunch of people in Noster who are building that. And again, like I think I think I do think the global South, Africa, Indonesia, Central South America will lead in terms of the use case, because the use case in Western countries, in the US where I'm from, in Europe, maybe in India, is very much focused on the store of value use case, which is a viable use case. And, one that focuses a lot of our attention on the number, and the number go up. And, certainly there's value to that, because the more it's valued, the more attention it has, and the more people that care about it, the more people developing for it, the more designers wanting to fix the accessibility issues I was speaking to. But there are other use cases out there that are utilized every single day and really important to people. And remittance, I think, is the biggest one for the global South. And I think it's extremely powerful. And you go to Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, Kenya, Costa Rica. There's an area in Costa Rica called the Vita Dominical, which has a circular Bitcoin economy called Bitcoin Jungle. That's more of payments, I realize, but like there's a big remittance use case throughout the country and across borders: Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Mexico, U.S., Venezuela, Argentina, and certainly Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, and more. So like, look at Nigeria. During the End SARS protest, the government went around and found all the protesters, asked the banks to shut down their bank accounts, shut down Western Union during those protests, and people turned on Bitcoin addresses, and the world responded by sending Bitcoin to them, and they were able to send that Bitcoin amongst themselves as well. So again, it goes back to the quote, like the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. And then we have to look at these use cases and look at where they can be utilized more, and spread them and make them more accessible. And it's all a function of like building and more people wanting to build for the system, because it's because it's the right thing to do, and it helps the majority of people, instead of building for things that only help a certain class of people, such as all of Web3 and a lot of Ethereum. I'm sure there's some really good projects within Ethereum as well, but not for the currency use case, not for the remittance use case, not for the store a value use case. You could argue with that, of course, but like I want my currency to be what Bitcoin is and has its attributes, and that it lasts. So like I think more and more people will come around to that notion as they see the importance of it. And there's more conflict in the world emerging every single day that points towards the reasons why it requires more attention and it requires more development.
I'm in a camp that believes that sub-Saharan countries, most developing countries in the world have great ideas. And what stops them from becoming a Jack Dorsey or all the great personalities in Silicon Valley is really access to capital or lack thereof, right? And to the extent that Bitcoin can serve as a true alternative to pre-existing convention, then I think there's this structural technological impediment where there needs to be an improvement in a context of how the number of transactions over Bitcoin or involving Bitcoin can increase on a per second basis, on a per minute basis, you know, to the level that fiat has been able to be achieving so far, if not better. How do you see that technological impediment being overcome?
Oh, well, that's just work. I think to your point of access to capital, it's right. Like, you know, there is a, you know, there's a significant concentration in places like Silicon Valley. I had to move from St. Louis to New York to San Francisco. I tried to start a company in New York. You know, we tried to start Square in New York after Twitter. And we couldn't afford to pay any engineers because the hedge funds were paying them $800,000 a year. And they didn't have, you know, the concept of equity and what made, you know, San Francisco companies thrive in that model. And again, there's arguments for and against those models, but it is what it is. We were able to move very, very quickly because of it. And because there were so many people thinking in the same way, you could have really interesting conversations, meet great engineers, meet great designers, and build something super quick. Those communities are building in other places. Ghana is one such place. Nigeria and Lagos is another such place. I've experienced it myself, especially within the Bitcoin realm. And there are places in Costa Rica, in South America, in Central America, that, you know, see similar attention, but the capital is not necessarily there yet. But I do think it will follow, and I do think it'll follow from, you know, demonstrating more of the use cases. But I do think it also needs a jump start. This is one of the reasons why myself and Jay-Z created a fund called B-Trust, where we gave 500 Bitcoin, which was a lot of money when we gave it at the time, and it'll be a lot of money in the near future again. We gave this 500 Bitcoin to a board. This is a board of you know, 4 people, and they're hiring a CEO. They all are on the continent of Africa. One of them is a Bitcoin core developer. Sorry, 2 of them actually. And one of them created Fedimint, which I hope that some of you are aware of. If not, you should explore it. But, you know, really, really great people who are now tasked with granting that 500 Bitcoin into the global south to really support these use cases that are actually critical needs, instead of like Bitcoin in the US and in a lot of Western countries is, you could argue, and I would argue, that is a lot out of desire. But the Bitcoin use case in the global south is out of need and necessity. And necessity, creates amazing invention. And it does lack capital and support right now. But, this is one way to jumpstart that. And then, as you make these grants to people, they will, earn more and be able to grant themselves and help a broader ecosystem. And the most beautiful thing about the Bitcoin and I think also the Nostr ecosystem, which I keep mentioning because I think they're so symbiotic and they help each other immensely, or will help each other immensely, is that if you create a company or you create a project for Bitcoin, everyone in the Bitcoin ecosystem benefits. And anything they do to benefit it, you get benefit from. Like it's just the most amazing virtuous cycle I've experienced. And of course there are bad actors and there are people looking to scam, and we've certainly had them in the Bitcoin space and of course the broader crypto space. But the ecosystem is resilient and it's going to look out for itself and it will self-correct and it will have the antibodies to, destroy the things that try to harm it. It has a good immune system, I should say, and we've seen that many times, and we'll see it again and again and again. But the fact that I can focus my company right now on doing everything I can imagine to help Bitcoin, and everyone who also works on Bitcoin or starts a Bitcoin company benefits from that, and anything they do, we benefit as well. It's just amazing.
Just to give you a sense, Indonesia, which is not a small potato, it's the largest population in Southeast Asia, the fourth most populous country in the world, the third largest democracy in the world. We sit on money supply to GDP ratio of around 45%. The banking asset to GDP ratio 45%, capital markets to GDP ratio 45%, and it's typical of the other Southeast Asian countries with the absolute exception of Singapore, and it's slightly better than most African countries, right, within the context of those ratios. I just kind of think that, I'm a big believer of Bitcoin. It's just going to take time for those ratios to improve so that we have true access to capital for people with great ideas in the villages, in the remote areas of countries like Indonesia. So I think it's going to require patience in addition to technological innovation, right? I want to take you to the next topic of energy. There's always been this conversations about how we're going to be able to energize Bitcoin, right? And there's this narrative of sustainability that wants carbon neutrality by 2050, which is only 27 years away. But what's so paradoxical is that that narrative only resonates to about 15 to 20% of the population of the world, whereas the rest are just more worried about putting food on the table. They don't care whether it's coal or whatever, it's got to be affordable. So I'm throwing a bunch of things there, but how do you think Bitcoin is going to fit into that picture where we're going to have to try to reconcile the narrative of sustainability with the narrative of development so that we can find the right technological solution from an energy creation standpoint in the most optimal way for developing countries, but the economics also needs to work?
Well, first I would start with the only way we progress is by producing more energy.
Correct.
So we need to create as much energy as possible, and there are a multitude of ways to do so. And I'm a huge fan of nuclear energy.
Same here.
I think it was, overlooked in, more of the 60s days, and it's a nearly perfect form of energy, and it's becoming safer and safer. If you feared a lot of its faults in the past, a lot of those have been mitigated. It isn't, as cost effective as other forms of energy to initially create, but once it's running, it's far more cost efficient and efficient in general. But I think starting with the realization and the principle of only by producing as much energy as possible will we progress to solve the majority of the needs for the world and really advance humanity. And there's going to be transitions where we go from something that might be, truly polluting. You can actually see the clouds of pollution and the people that have to live by that, to one that is not, and that we have a progression as quickly as possible. Bitcoin's role in that is to always drive towards efficiency. Just the mining model will drive towards the most cost-effective solution. I spend a lot of time in Costa Rica. We have the benefit of having, the majority of the country powered by hydroelectric, which is very cheap, free, quote unquote energy. And there are, places like that within Kenya, all over Africa, all over Central America, South America, even in North America, that you can replicate this all over Texas, recapturing unwanted energy or unused energy. So, like water, Bitcoin finds a way to recapture the energy and to make it valuable. Even, if you were to package which people do, package a Bitcoin miner into, in the form factor of a space heater or a water heater or a hot tub water heater. All these things have been done. It's just looking at more creative ways to use the energy and to use something like Bitcoin to incentivize more creativity. So my company Block is building a open source Bitcoin mining system. And one of our hopes is that it will be used by industry and also consumers to find new ways to utilize energy and utilize energy in a efficient means where it's, potentially creating multiple use cases, such as a space heater that pays for itself because of the energy it's using and the heat it naturally outputs. But there's going to be many, many more examples, but I think we all have to align and admit that we're only going to advance by creating more opportunities for energy, and that the best way to make sure that everyone maintains health is to find cleaner, more renewable sources of energy. But there will be a transition phase, and we can't just forego the current models today because it would cut off energy for people that need it right now, and it would therefore cut off advancement generally.
The transition, I think, could be very long, right? Just to give you, a sense. Indonesia and India, which are classic developing economies, right? We're electrified to the extent of about 1,300 kilowatt hour per capita, and I think it takes modernity to reach the level of understanding with respect to sustainability. And modernity can be defined in many ways, but one way of defining modernity is really a country's being electrified to the extent of about 5,000 to 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita. If we were to use that rule of thumb, at the rate India generates about 19,000 megawatts of power per year, Indonesia 3,000 megawatts of power generation capabilities per year, it's going to take India and Indonesia about 100 years to reach 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita. And that's completely irreconcilable with the 27-year period until 2050, right? So we're just going to have to wait longer. So there needs to be a way to accelerate the development of energy that's environmentally clean, that's scalable, but that's economically viable. And for India and Indonesia to reach viability, it needs to be at most 5 cents per kilowatt. And you can't charge nuclear, hydro, solar at any point less than 20 cents per kilowatt. So it's just mind-boggling for people like me in the developing economies. So it's going to take a while, I think, for that reconciliation between the narrative of sustainability and the narrative of development. In the meantime, we can try to do our best to improve the use case scenario for Bitcoin mining and Bitcoin, at the downstream level. But the big variable on the energy creation, I think it's going to take a long time to resolve.
Yeah, no doubt. But it will be resolved, and there will be shortcuts and advancements that can move that faster.
Jack, we've got 7 more minutes. I wanna touch on your personal lifestyle. You walk to work every day, and you walk home every day, about an hour to an hour and a half. You take the same route almost every day. Sometimes you deviate a little bit to the extent that you're listening to a different podcast that's going to take longer. Why do you do that?
Well, that was when I was full-time in San Francisco. But the consistent thing is I want to, I try to find a routine that allows me to think, and walking is the best version of that. If I was there with you all, I'd be walking on the beach every morning, whatever the longest stretch of beach I could find, and I can go I usually do about 2 hours a day, but if the beach allows it or the road allows it, I'll do 4 or 5, whatever it takes, early in the morning, or surf early in the morning at sunrise to just clear my head and think. And I'm a big fan of looking for serendipity and what comes my way, and believe that the most important things always come back to the surface again and again and again, and you can't ignore them. And walking is a good way to get those, and surfing is a good way to get that serendipity in those moments. So yeah, I just take advantage of the nature around me. I like being outside, and then just being walking or surfing.
Presumably you've been to Bali, right? And you've been surfing here?
No, I haven't been to Bali. I said I can't wait to go, and I want to. There's so many waves I want to experience, and I really been looking forward to it. I'm super super sad that I didn't get to join y'all, but I will get out there.
Are you still eating once a day?
Yeah.
So if I eat once a day, could I become Jack Dorsey?
I don't know if you want to, I don't know if you want to be, but I like experimenting a lot. I experimented with my diet a lot, and I was vegan for 2 years, and it was the worst thing for me that I ever did. I'm sure it works for some people. It just did not work for me. And I experienced with fasting, intermittent fasting. I fasted 7 days, and experimented with meditation. All these things, I just like testing on myself and experimenting and see what sticks, and see what practice I continue with. And I need to experience it myself. And eating once a day, the first thing I experienced in the first month is wow, I have a superpower, because all these people have to eat 3 times a day. I only have to eat once a day, and it feels like I get all this time back. And it just felt really, I know it sounds kind of stupid, but it felt amazing. and then I would like skip a day, and that felt even more amazing. And I learned a bunch, about autophagy and longevity and all these things. So, it's just like practicing these extremes to figure out like what it teaches you. Ultimately, like everything is a teacher, and it's just how do you learn from it? Are you open to learning from it? And then how do you learn from it? So.
What about meditation? What has it done to you?
Uh, Everything. I mean, like I took my friend introduced me to Vipassana, and again, like this. Well, all you in Bali probably doesn't sound that woo-woo because you're in Bali, but when you explain this to normal people, it sounds a little bit like hippie and uh, out there, especially for someone in corporate America, such as I was. I think there was like a episode of Black Mirror made about me meditating. And it's funny, haha, but like it's it's actually a meaningful practice. So a guy introduced me, and I've been like trying to meditate for like over a decade, and I was doing like 5 minutes or 30 minutes, and like wasn't really serious about it. And then I asked him, he'd been meditating for a while. I asked him like, what should I do? He's like, well, if you really want to go extreme, do this practice called Vipassana. It's 10 days. They take your phone. You can't read, you can't write, you can't exercise, you can't look anyone in the eye, you can't speak with anyone. There's no music. There's no stimulation at all. You wake up at 4, you start meditating at 4:30. You have breakfast, lunch, no dinner, and you stop at 9 and you go to bed at 9:30. And you do that for 10 days, and you sit on the floor cross-legged, ideally just on the floor with like a tiny little mat for 2 hours at a time. Every single thing about your body hurts. And all you're doing is just scanning your body for sensations of pain or pleasure. And you are training yourself to observe those and then not react to it. You could get up and the pain would go away. You'd have no pain in your knees, no pain in your back. It'd disappear. And the whole teaching is this feeling of pain is impermanent. You're reacting to something that's impermanent in this moment. You could get up right now, it'd go away. So why do we suffer so much for something that's impermanent? And that's the metaphor for life. Life is impermanent. Why suffer? Because it goes away. Why not take joy in it? And it's a very, very, very difficult practice. And, on day 7, you're looking around and everyone looks like a Buddha to you in the room, and you're like struggling. And then you like get it, then you feel it, and then the next morning it all falls apart and you're crying again. Like it's just, again, it's a teacher. Everything is a teacher. So put yourself in some uncomfortable situations like meditation or not eating, not for too long, drink water, or doing something you've never done before. Like, those of you in the room haven't surfed yet, first time in Bali, go surf. There's a very nice longboard wave right outside where the conference center is, I believe. And just go do it, see what it feels like.
I'm with you, man. I've done that too. So the last question, you've alluded to revolution being better than disruption. Talk about that.
Well, the context for that is like, my cohort of technology companies, Google, Facebook, mainly Facebook, was all around like moving fast and breaking things and disruption, and you have to be a disruptor. And you look at that word and like you realize what it is, and like disruption is like destructive chaos. And the thing that always got me about using that word is like it had no purpose whatsoever. It was just like random chaos to be disruptive. And I know I'm being overly literal here, but you look at that versus like revolution, which has deep purpose and a reason why, and a feeling of movement. And that's what the internet was. After it was developed by the military, thank you very much, and the people took it and made it their own, it had this movement quality to it, this revolution quality, where it had purpose. The purpose was to free information, to free cryptography, to free mathematics, to free knowledge, to make it universally accessible to everyone, no matter who they were or where they lived or where they came from, how they grew up. And that wasn't disruption, that was revolution. And Bitcoin to me is not disruption, that paper is a revolution. That paper is a manifesto. And it has purpose. And that purpose was, inscribed in 2009 with the first block, the Genesis block, and the headline of, the chancellor and bailing out the banks the second time. So, I was just very much against this term that my industry and my world was using, which was like disruption, and there was a TechCrunch disrupt, there was a conference, and the whole thing was just like insane. Versus like, shouldn't we be striving for like movements and revolutions, and like, can that actually come from a corporate thing? And I don't think it can, ultimately, which is why you find this work in open protocols such as Bitcoin, such as Nostr, Tor, and like, and you have these incredible advocates who we're so fortunate to have, such as Edward Snowden, who, if you haven't seen his speech at Bitcoin Amsterdam, please take 30 minutes of your life, view it. He's an incredible follow on Nostr, a huge believer. We're going to be interviewing him at the conference, Nostrasia in November 1st through the 3rd. It'll be broadcast, so you got great people here, and they want to build and they want to be part of a movement and want to create a revolution, and that's what we need right now. Not just random chaos. We need purpose.
Jack, you've done great things. You've done things on the basis of intuition, timelessness, and value. For that, we admire you. And thank you for attending and gracing this event.
Thank you. Sorry, couldn't do that.
I only wish you were here, man, physically. We
No,
only wish you were here
please.
physically. We got a surfboard here ready for you.
No, but please, I know you're in the conference room, and I know you're listening to all these talks, and I heard the last one, and it's amazing. But the best part of these conferences is actually getting out to the community, and meeting the real people, and like, leaving a mark in some way. And the mark you all can leave is, get someone signed up for Bitcoin and teach them why it's important, and teach them, why it can help them, and why it keeps their government in check, and any authority in check. So, please, just pull someone aside that lives there and is native, and whether it be a surfer that you see in the lineup or on the street, and just show them why you're at this conference. Again, it's like back to the original quote. Future's already here. It's just not evenly distributed. It's up to us to distribute it.
William
Thank
Gibson.
you.
Thank you so much, Jack. Take care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Jack Dorsey.
Hello. Great to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to come to Indonesia. My name is Alex Gladstein. It's my first time in this amazing country, so thank you for the invitation and for your hospitality. I have done a lot of research and work and writing on this particular topic over the last few years, and really it gets to the heart of a dilemma where over the last 75 years, the world's most powerful countries have designed institutions that they claim are meant. Two of the most famous ones are the IMF and the World Bank. And I think that Bitcoiners always have had questions about these institutions. I think that the general public in countries like Indonesia knows that these institutions are not there to do good for them. I think that's quite clear. But in the West, in America, in Europe, in Japan, in let's say the dominant countries, I think that the public of these nations, has been a little bit fooled. Like we've been fooled into thinking that these creditor institutions, these lending institutions exist to help what they call developing countries. And the research that I've done and the writing that I've done has shown me that that's just not the case. These institutions exist to benefit the Western countries. This is really the brutal reality. They don't exist to end poverty. In fact, sometimes they exist to exacerbate poverty, which of course is a sad realization, but it's an important one for us to make. What I'm going to do today is try to break down like why that happens, how that happens, and how we can fight back, basically. But first I wanted to go back to World War II. So you had the creation of the World Bank and IMF at the end of World War II. The winning countries got together towards the end of the war in New Hampshire at a hotel in America, and they drew up what would be the framework for the international financial system. And something that they did was design a handful of basically organizations to help, in their words, rebuild Europe and provide lending capital to countries that faced import-export crises so that the world could keep going, so that the trade could keep flowing, so that the spice could keep flowing was the idea. People didn't want to go back to the 1930s where trade started to break down between countries. The whole point of these institutions was to keep everything glowing. But from the very beginning, there were alarming behaviors from these institutions. And one of them happens to relate to Indonesia. So right after World War II, of course, the Japanese military was defeated, the Empire of Japan was defeated, and they had to retreat from Indonesia. But the Dutch and the Europeans had been here colonizing Indonesia for, obviously, as you know, 300 years. So Indonesia decided to become independent and declare independence after World War II. And the European powers said, no, actually, you're not going to do that. We want to keep controlling you. So the Dutch fought a horrific war here that, of course, Indonesians know a lot about, but people who are maybe visiting Indonesia don't know very much at all about. A relatively small country in Europe brought its entire military over here to try and subdue an entire massive nation, and they killed 100,000 people. And this is the Indonesian War of Independence. One of the most shameful things that I learned about the World Bank and IMF is that one of the first loans that the World Bank gave was to the Dutch while they were fighting this war. So the Dutch wanted to borrow money so that they could come hang on to this colonial possession here, and the World Bank was happy to do that. So, immediately you start to realize there's something wrong here. There's a little bit something broken here. And as you actually trace the World Bank and IMF activity over the decades in Indonesia, you see that are further away. This is something that the Dutch colonial administration tried to do, and it's definitely something that the Suharto dictatorship tried to do. The crazy part is that the World Bank gave more than $600 million to the Suharto regime for transmigration. And to be quite blunt, this is taking people from one place and ethnically cleansing a new place and putting them there. And the World Bank was paying for this. And they weren't just paying for it a little bit. I mean, they were paying enormous amounts of money. I mean, the $600 million that they gave over those decades in real terms today would be more than $1 billion. And they did it again and again and again. There were 5, 6, 7 rounds of transmigration loans. So again, you're asking yourself, well, wait a second, like, is this really to help people? Is this institution really built to help the most vulnerable in this area? And the answer is, of course not. There was a lot of work done looking at what the IMF was doing with the Suharto regime throughout the 60s, when it gave many, many loans to the Suharto regime. The IMF has come and provided structural adjustment loans here in Indonesia 12 times throughout its history. Quite a few of those loans were back in the 60s. Now, what's important to note is that the Suharto regime at that time, as it was, quote unquote, developing, had more than 100,000 political prisoners, and it was a regime that, was basically based on fear, control, massacres. Unfortunately, the West, supported Suharto for many years, for way, way too long. I think that what's really unfortunate is this kind of gets whitewashed out of history. But time and time again, the IMF would come in and bail out, not just Suharto, but many leaders, many leaders like him. The most recent IMF loan was in the past 2 decades, and it's interesting because they claim it's to develop roads and infrastructure in Indonesia, but in reality, a lot of these loans, not just here, but all across the tropics zones of the world, are not to help build local independence and local economic activity and sovereignty. They're basically to build railway links, mines, and ports so that the Western powers can get the stuff out of the ground as quickly as possible with as little benefit accruing to the local population as possible, and to get that stuff out of the ground and into world markets as soon as possible. So there's been a lot of that here in Indonesia with regard to minerals in the earth, timber, natural resources. So many of the loans given to the military leaders here over the decades, obviously today Indonesia has gone through a very admirable democratic process, but we're talking historically, a lot of those loans were basically given to a local leader, and those local leaders were mortgaging their futures. I mean, they were basically saying, we're going to borrow from the future of Indonesian citizens, and we're going to take the money, and we're going to use it to buy weapons and basically pay back dollar debt. I mean, this is like the story time and time again across the world. But I mean, it'd be hard to say that the IMF had a bigger impact in any other country, more so than it did here in Indonesia. So, that's a kind of a quick history of the IMF and the World Bank's, behavior here. And it's something that you just don't learn about in school in the West. They don't really teach you this. So it was kind of unfortunate that I had to kind of uncover it. But I hope you all can take a look at it as well. So now that that's been done, I want to try to build a little mental model of how this thing works. So really what the IMF and World Bank do, and they really represent more than just those 2 institutions. We're talking about a lot of different basically foreign creditors to what we would call the global south or the developing world. What they really do is they have a process called structural adjustment. And this is basically austerity, right? So what happens is there's a local government that takes a loan, and the creditor, first of all, gets paid interest, so they make money off of it. None of this is altruistic. They make good money on it. These are very high interest rate loans. Like the IMF and World Bank have made billions and billions of dollars off just the interest of these loans. So it's a way to earn money by lending capital that you can get for cheap and lending it for more expensive. That's number one. But number 2, there's all kinds of conditions attached to these loans. So when Suharto took the loan, he had to agree to a bunch of these conditions. And these conditions are austerity, and they don't really impact him and his family, of course. Marcos in the Philippines would be another good regional example of someone who took tons of money from the IMF and had a palatial lifestyle, right? Like an extravagant, jaw-dropping lifestyle. Because these dictators get to kind of live in the dollar world, but the people below them have to live in a much worse fiat world. This is what the system allows. So the IMF comes in with the dollar bailout. with the condition that the local leader basically weakens the local economy and makes it more dependent on the outside world. So the kind of things that you would have to do to take these loans would include currency devaluation, higher taxes, a restriction of the banking sector. They would include special privileges for foreign companies versus local companies. So for example, a lot of companies doing business here in Indonesia over the decades, historically, would basically get all these loopholes so that they wouldn't really have to pay taxes. Meanwhile, local entrepreneurs and local businesses had to pay higher and higher and higher taxes. So there's this whole kind of double standard that exists in the system, which has pushed people down and down and down and down. And again, the entire kind of point of the system is to increase dependency on the West for things like agriculture and machinery and industry. This has been basically described as debt colonialism. I mean, in a way, you know, Indonesia's been a victim of colonialism, obviously, for hundreds of years. It used to be the straightforward kind. Like, they would come on boats with guns and cannons, and they would kill a lot of people. That age is over, but what ended up happening is they replaced the sword and the musket and the cannon with debt. They replaced it with credit. So what the West was doing back then was it was trying to get cheap inputs for its economy. So if the West has cheap goods and labor, it can subsidize the quality of life, you know, for its own people, right? So when the Dutch or the British or the French or the Japanese were doing imperialism around the world, or the Americans in the Philippines, one thing they were doing, one primary goal of what they were doing, or the Spanish in Latin America, you know, one primary thing they were trying to do was get really cheap resources and cheap labor to subsidize the quality of life in their countries. And that's kind of what was happening this entire time. So, you know, the great irony of this is that we call, we call a country like Indonesia a developing country. And maybe that's true today because the current government has taken some steps to say, you know, we're going to make the rules about nickel, right? So if we're going to have nickel, maybe we should decide how much it's going to cost on the world market. That's something that I think nation states should have the right to do. But, you know, over history, they haven't had that right. It's been decided by somebody else. So as a whole, we call these countries developing countries, but that's actually not true. They're not developing. They're actually de-developing. So if you look at a lot of what are called developing countries today, their economies over the last 40 years have gone away from manufacturing as a percentage of the economy, as a percentage of what the country makes in revenue, have gone away from industry and manufacturing and towards raw resource exports. Brazil's a really good example of this. Like today, Brazil has a much higher percentage of its economy, which is built on basically selling raw stuff to the West or to the global North or whatever, than it did 30 or 40 years ago. So the whole game has been to like take the raw resources and cheap labor, and then over in the West, like we make the stuff and then we sell it back at a huge profit. So, you know, I think what's really interesting is you're finally seeing some countries start to challenge this. Indonesia is actually a really good example. I mean, Indonesia is trying to create domestic industry here. They're trying to make stuff. And that is going to challenge the system in some ways, which I think are quite important. And, you know, one thing that's been really obvious when I'm looking at this system, I'm looking at the history of these lending institutions in countries like Indonesia, is that it's only possible because of fiat currency. The world has 180 fiat currencies, right? If it was a fair world, there'd be dollars for everybody. Everybody would get to use, as was mentioned earlier to now, the least bad fiat. Everybody would get to use the least bad fiat. That's obviously not the case. And the point has been to uphold the system of 180 fiat currencies. I call it the currency caste system. You know, it's sort of like the Hunger Games, where, you know, I get to benefit from living in the capital with the good money, and then there's like districts, all the way out, or people sees. And again, the game is such that it's not just to suck up cheap resources, but it's about the labor, it's about the wages. And a good example of this is you know, of what has happened in countries like Indonesia, is what's currently happening right now in Egypt, the world's largest Arab country. So they have a military dictator, much like Suharto, who's committed massacres much like Suharto did. And what's happening is that he's taking dollar bailouts from the IMF. Now, what's interesting is some American congressmen and women have criticized the Egyptian government, which is admirable. I thank them for that. And they've managed to freeze some of the aid going to Egypt. There's ever, the IMF has funded 90% of them historically. So you have this effort that is completely blind to human rights, and it allows the IMF to come in and do basically business with Sisi. And if you look at what's happening in Egypt, the main impact there in return for the bailout in dollars, which of course the regime gets dollars, is that the people have their wages and currency devalued, right? So the people in Egypt can afford 1/3 as much bread as they could 2 or 3 years ago because the currency, the technology that they earn their wages in has been devalued. Again, not that bad for the government, actually pretty good, as it was here with Suharto or with Marcos, because they could access the dollars. It's just that the people who make the stuff that the country exports have their wages and quality of life go down and down and down and down. And of course, as we know, when we think about labor, wages are sticky. So if you have a currency devaluation of 30%, imposed by the IMF and your government, you're not going to get a wage raise of 30%. Sorry to break it to you. You're not going to, there's a devaluation yesterday. Everybody gets a 30% raise. That's not how it happens. So this is how they actually kind of, again, devalue the wages and get the stuff you make for cheaper without you really fighting back. I mean, if your employer told you, I gotta cut your wage by 30%, like the nominal wage, you would protest, you would leave work, you would fight back. But if it's done quietly through a devaluation that impacts everybody, you don't fight back. So this is what is happening time and time again, is the fact that we have all of these little different buckets of fiat currencies so that they can be squeezed basically over and over and over and over again, is how the machine works. So when we think about an escape, it really is this idea of one neutral currency for everybody. I mean, that's the solution to the problem. I mean, the problem, again, whether it be designed or not, whether you think that the IMF and World Bank and the US government have designed this system, or whether you think free markets designed it. I mean, I'm sympathetic to both views. I don't necessarily think there was a conspiracy theory. Look, markets are like languages. People want one currency for the world, and the market has expressed really strong demand for dollars. So much so that in the 50s and 60s, America's enemies, the communists, figured out ways to create dollar bank accounts so that they could use them. In Europe, this is the beginning of what's known as the Eurodollar system. And today, there's more Eurodollars than there are actual dollars in America. So the world wants to do business in a seamless way. Like, the world wants to have a common language for money. That's very clear. At the same time, the US government and its proxies have done so much to try and enforce and make sure that that's the way it has unfolded. So look, you might have one view or the other. Your view might be that this is just sort of some path-dependent thing, and free markets sort of encourage us to use one currency, or you might have the opinion that this has all been sort of politically centrally planned. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter for the people who've been impacted. I mean, they suffer either way. So, we can debate all day about, whose fault it is, whether it be a market-based thing or a politics-based thing. I think my view is that it's both. But at the end of the day, it needs to end. And there's no incentive to end it. So there's something called the debt trap, which was written about 50 years ago. People could see this happening in Indonesia 50 years ago. And it's, again, the idea of mortgaging the future of your country with your natural resources. So what happens is, if you look at the external debt of countries like Indonesia around the world since 1970, you have an exponential rise in debt. So a country in the region, like let's say Bangladesh, which is, in South Asia, may have had $100 million of external debt in 1970. That's roughly what it had. Today, the country has $100 billion of external debt. So this, again, is the debt trap. The system is not designed to allow these countries to escape from the debt trap. It's designed to make them go further and further and further into it. And the crazy part is that they can't pay the debt back with their own fiat currency. That's what the system is designed to sort of perpetuate. Bangladesh needs to get dollars to pay its debt back to dig its way out of the debt hole. If Bangladesh wants to buy fertilizer, tractors, any sort of industrial equipment, commodities, or if it wants to pay debt for the life in the region, so they could grow shrimp to sell to us. And at the end of the day, they would only get like a micro fraction of the profits. So this has been something that the World Bank and IMF have funded all across the tropic zones as well. I mean, it's just another example of how the system is designed to help some countries, really at the expense of others. So that's why when you see these like posters on the IMF World Bank headquarters in DC that say, end poverty, I mean, it's just incredibly sanctimonious, basically. One thing that's really interesting, if we're all correct, if we're not crazy and this Bitcoin thing becomes a bigger and bigger piece of the global economy, then maybe you have a day when Bitcoin is a currency that's accepted for things like energy and for things like commodities and for things like airplanes and for things like paying debt back. It's a possibility. Now, if that happens, countries like Indonesia have a really interesting potential that they never had before. Before, basically, the ability to develop or pay back debt was permissioned, meaning they could only do that if they got dollars, and dollars were permissioned, essentially. They had to get them by doing business with us, and if we didn't like their government, it's over. Like, you can't really develop, right? It's very hard to do that for the most part. But in the future, if Bitcoin is this reserve currency for all of the world, then regardless of like what the dominant countries think about Indonesia, Indonesia can harness its vast natural resources and turn its energy into electricity and mine Bitcoin without asking anybody for permission. So it's extremely powerful that they could do that. And they can do that, and then they can use that to buy whatever they need to develop without having to ask permission. So we talk a lot about Bitcoin's permissionlessness for individuals, but I think for countries over the long term, it's going to be equally powerful. I mean, and there's so many possibilities here in Indonesia for starting to grow this, and it's not going to be necessarily economically feasible right away. I think these are going to be plans that policymakers here have to do thinking about 10, 20 years from now. Because when you start to set up geothermal and hydro and OTEC facilities here, they're not necessarily going to be 3, 4, 5 cents like they need to be immediately profitable. They might be 15 cents, they might be 10 cents. But you have to start building economies of scale for these things so that one day you can basically issue the reserve currency without asking anybody's permission. And I think that that's such a hopeful thing for the whole, hopefully developing world, because not all of these countries have gold, let's say. I mean, you go back to the world where gold was the currency. Not every country had gold, but every country has some form of energy. Every country has something they can harness. Again, whether it be geothermal or wind or solar or fossil fuels or whatever it is, every country can do that. So that's something that I'm very, very hopeful for. And on this idea of how one currency can defeat this system, obviously we think that one world government would be really terrifying, right? That's like a total kind of totalitarian nightmare. But one world currency could actually be really great as long as the people control it, right? So the problem with one world currency now is that 4% of the world controls it. So, why should someone in Bali be impacted by the decision-making of a handful of unelected basically private bankers in Washington when the Fed has a meeting? That makes no sense. It's like completely unfair, primitive, whatever, but that's what happens. The Federal Reserve Board, which again is not even elected by the American people, they decide the cost of capital for the world, and they directly impact especially people in countries like Indonesia. So over the decades, their decision-making to solve an American domestic problem has allowed them to export inflation and save the day at home while exploiting people abroad. I mean, if you just look at it, look at what the US was facing at the end of the 70s and early 80s. Massive inflation, and guess what? Volcker decided to raise rates to 20%. And you know what? It kind of worked in America. Like, we entered into more of a prosperous age as we went into the 80s and 90s. It did not work for the rest of the world. You had the third world debt crisis, and you had basically living standards decline precipitously for most of the world's population from the early 80s to the early 90s, especially in Africa. But basically, you had countries de-develop rapidly over that decade. So you had people who, for example, had to work, a certain number of hours to get 1,000 calories of rice. They had to work twice as many hours in some cases, 10 years later, to get the same amount of rice. So while we were like developing in a real sense, and our like even lower middle classes were developing, you know, many billions of people were de-developing. And again, this entire system is only possible because of fiat currency, and because fiat currency can be designed in a way where there could be 180 different kinds, and where leaders of nations can basically live in a double standard, where they can borrow in the good stuff and make everybody else use the bad stuff. And that, tragically, is the story of so many countries around the world. But I really think that Bitcoin could provide an alternative. So, you know, this is largely theoretical. I mean, nobody knows what's going to be the impact of Bitcoin on the global economy. I'm happy to stand here and say that I've seen and witnessed Bitcoin help individuals, which is what I care about and why I'm doing what I'm doing, and why HRF has such a quickly growing financial freedom program, is we've seen that Bitcoin can provide an escape to individuals and to organizations. And you know what? That's good enough for us. But it is really interesting to think about, is it also going to provide an escape for nations and for entire communities? And in the end of the day, I mean, if you guys work hard enough, and if you share this information wide enough, and you get enough merchants on board, and you get enough communities on board, I think that answer is going to be yes. So just to conclude, I'm very bullish on humanity, bullish on Indonesia, bullish on Bali, and dinosaurs will die. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Scott Moore. I'm a managing director for Henley & Partners, and just to start out today, we have a slight problem. I'm going to be showing some slides, and we don't actually have a clicker. So, you know, being in Bali, we're very interconnected with each other. I'm going to raise my hand, and the lady at the back is going to help me with the slides. And the organizers of the conference, they also made a guarantee that every time I raise my hand, the price of Bitcoin is going to go up. So who here in the audience wants the price of Bitcoin to go up? Raise your hand. That's how I know who's paying attention. So Henley & Partners, we're the global leaders in investment migration. And today, it's very topical to be following from the WEF presentation, as we're dealing with more and more high net worth individuals that have made their fortune from crypto, and we all have the desire in this room for self-governance. What we can ask ourselves is the WEF working for us? Is the World Health Organization working for us? The only true way that we can achieve self-governance is to ensure that you have multiple domiciles open for your settlement, and of course to domicile your assets. So Henley & Partners, we're the global leaders in investment migration. We've been around for over 25 years. We focus only on residence and citizenship by investment. So today we're going to be talking about the bridge between crypto and advantageous domiciles. Obviously, if you've made your wealth in crypto, you do need to diversify. We can't be yet in a world where you can go down the street and buy pizza with Bitcoin in most places. So a lot of blockchain and crypto wealthy individuals come to us and they look for advice on what jurisdiction they can start to go back into fiat. We have 40 offices around the world and over 300 staff. We also design these programs for governments around the world. So our government advisory has brought in over 12 billion US dollars of foreign direct investments to the governments we advise. About a month ago, we published the world's first crypto wealth report. It summarizes wealth held across both Bitcoin as well as other coins, and it ranks countries that have residence by investment programs on crypto adoption. So being a Bitcoin conference, it's only fitting to see that half of the world's wealth in crypto is held in Bitcoin, 600 billion US dollars. And this is as of about 2 months ago. Okay, and then when we look at all of the coins in cryptocurrency, that number doubles to 1.2 trillion US dollars. And on the screen, if the slides go up, it shows the amount of millionaires in both Bitcoin as well as all cryptocurrencies. Centimillionaires, this is somebody that holds 100 million US dollars equivalent and above in cryptocurrency. And then, of course, the few billionaires. So what jurisdictions do these individuals look to, let's say, set up crypto-related businesses or to move into the fiat space to be able to diversify, buy things like property, maybe physical gold, or just, let's say, invest into the markets? So our index ranks on 6 key parameters, again, focusing on countries that have residence by investment programs. So public adoption, pretty easy. How much the public has actually bought into cryptocurrency. Infrastructure adoption, innovation and technology, how much is the country investing into crypto? We have the regulatory environment. Is this clearly defined? If you're going to relocate to a country, if you're going to set up your center of living there, is the government going to pull the rug out from under you? Are they going to change the rules on you? Economic factors, and of course, taxation. So as you can see, Singapore, conveniently in the region where I'm based, tops our crypto adoption index for the top 10 investment migration options for crypto investors. And this is actually, you can see, by quite a margin for comparing it to second place Switzerland, third place UAE. So let's break down the factors of why Singapore is number one. About 40% of Singaporeans own some sort of crypto. And if we can infer from the wealth data that half of the crypto wealth in the world is Bitcoin, well, at least half of these individuals in Singapore would own Bitcoin. United Arab Emirates is very, very close to that. As you can see, in terms of infrastructure development, this is mostly tied to GDP. Western developed countries are the ones that have invested most into infrastructure. How much are countries investing into crypto, investing into blockchain? Surprisingly, the United Kingdom tops this list. And we're going to go into a little bit of detail later in the presentation of actually how the UK is losing more high net worth individuals than Russia. Very surprising. Regulatory environment. How safe are you to domicile yourself in this jurisdiction? Is there going to be consistent rules if you are shifting your crypto, let's say, into fiat, or if you're setting up a business? Is the government providing a clear and defined framework for you to work within? Tax friendliness. So Singapore, there's no capital gains tax. I'm thankful that I live there. UAE, same thing. And also, we are not taxed on any income derived outside of our domicile. So very advantageous, and this is why these countries are such a draw for entrepreneurs, for high net worth individuals today. So let's dive into the parameters that you have to follow if you want to invest and gain these domiciles. So Singapore being number one, Singapore was giving away residence in the 90s and early 2000s like candy. It was very easy to get a PR. Now is the complete opposite. We see a lot of countries in the world that are turning more insular. They need to protect the local population, make sure that they're employed, and Singapore is very small, so they don't have a lot of space for expatriates. So if you want immediate permanent residence in Singapore, you're the founder of a company. Your company needs to have 200 million in turnover every year for the past 3 years. You need to be from a short list of industries that the Singaporean government likes. Jack Dorsey, yes. Us, probably not. So, still a very attractive jurisdiction, but most people are entering by setting up a business and issuing themselves an employment pass. Now, obviously that's not perfect. A lot of people desire security and permanence for the country that they're going to move. Singapore doesn't necessarily tick all the boxes. The criteria is very high. Switzerland, nestled right in the middle of the European Union, a neutral, tax-efficient bastion of wealth, not part of the EU. You can gain residence in Switzerland. Of course, you guessed it, it's all about the money. Negotiating a lump sum tax arrangement with an individual canton. So the most cost-effective canton tends to be Zug. It's around Zurich. You're going to be paying at least 250,000 Swiss francs annually. Consider it a membership cost. So obviously you have to have extremely high income for it to be worth you paying a flat fee of 250,000 Swiss francs. United Arab Emirates, amazing success in attracting the world's best and brightest. Of course, taxation is a big thing. There's no personal income tax. But they have been more than doubling the output of golden visas that they've been giving out to investors. You can invest 2.5 million dirham in property, that's about $500,000 US, and get a golden visa. Or if you have the right CV, they'll give it to you for free. So UAE is kind of taking the model that Singapore had in the 90s, early 2000s. The major difference is they do not lack space. They can keep expanding outwards. And this is going to continue to make them more and more competitive, attracting high net worth individuals. Hong Kong is a space that will be changing very soon. Their capital entrance scheme closed in 2015, but the government actually just announced yesterday they're finalizing details of a new capital entrance scheme, which is very good news to perhaps attract back some of the talent, some of the high net worth foreigners that they lost during COVID. Right now, if you want to go to Hong Kong, really you can only set up a company or be employed, but that will soon change. And lastly, the United States, very straightforward. There's an investor visa called the EB-5, $800,000 US investment, recoverable in 5 to 6 years. This will give you a conditional green card within 2 to 3 years, which will allow you to settle in the United States. Now, when we're looking at the health of global economies, high net worth individuals are an excellent gauge. They vote with their feet. So they are the canary in the coal mine. They are the ones that you can infer what is the health of this economy, what are the future prospects in Asia. Just geographically, they're in the right place. I know what you might be thinking, Australia is a high tax jurisdiction, why would wealthy people want to go there? Keep in mind that there is no estate tax. If you've already made your money, it's an efficient domicile for succession. In second place, United Arab Emirates. What an amazing success story. If we're looking just back 5 years ago, they would only be attracting 1,000 high net worth individuals on an annual basis. Last year, they were the #1 destination for millionaires, largely due to the fact that they're relatively open during COVID, particularly to Russians and their money. So you could still navigate the fiat financial system with your currency from Russia. And finally, Singapore is expected to receive the highest amount of high net worth individuals yet this year at 3,200. If you look at the USA, a decade ago, they would have been #1 on this index. Definitely losing its luster. It is continuing to fall in terms of its attractiveness for high net worth individuals to relocate. Now the biggest losers, China. Over a decade now, they've been on top of this list. Their economy has not grown in real dollar terms since 2017. So this continuous exodus of talent, high net worth individuals, entrepreneurs is going to start to hurt their economy. The opposite is true for India. Even though they're second place for losing high net worth individuals, they are creating way more than they are losing. United Kingdom. Isn't it shocking that they're going to lose more high net worth individuals than Russia this year? Brexit continues to prove to be a bad bet to attract and retain high net worth individuals, as well as next year, the Labour Party seems to have quite a strong chance of winning. And they may fully get rid of the resident non-domicile tax status, which means that those in the country under this status will be taxed globally. Be assured that UK is going to climb up this list even further. And finally, Russia. This is something we got wrong last year. We thought that Russia was going to lose 15,000 millionaires. We thought they were going to be the top of the list ahead of China. We were wrong, 8,500. The regime made it quite difficult for Russians to leave. It was difficult for them to navigate the international financial system with their currency. And whether real or perceived, Russians were afraid of discrimination outside of their home country. So I could say that that might be true in Europe, in Singapore, Dubai, here, probably less so, not really. So just a snapshot of the programs that we offer. We do every single country that has a program that is safe for our clients. That doesn't mean that all of these countries are popular. Singapore, which I touched on, for example, not a lot of people can qualify for that. But I'll just go through some of the more popular programs for individuals that have a desire for self-governance and are looking to diversify their sovereign risk. These are all countries that have citizenship by investment programs. That means your donation, perhaps investment into real estate, bypasses naturalization. In some of these countries, you don't even need to visit. We would get your documents certified in your country of birth and your country of domicile, and then we have an office there that would represent you in front of the government. So starting with the Rolls-Royce, Malta is the only citizenship by investment program in the European Union. It's a donation. You can consider it a wealth tax. Single applicant is about €1 million. Being a European citizen gives you access to 27 countries, which you can relocate. You can include dependents up to the age of 29, and of course the passport gives you visa-free access to US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, UK. So for those friends in the room that just have an Indonesian passport, you won't need to apply for visas anymore. If we're looking at the Indonesian passport, it gives you access to just 30% of the world's GDP without applying for visas. Malta gives you access to over 80%. of the world's GDP. More affordable citizenship by investment programs can be found in the Caribbean. There are 5 options. St. Lucia tends to be popular for individual investors. It's a $100,000 US donation. This gets you a Commonwealth passport, which will give you visa-free access into the Schengen, into the UK, South Korea, and it also gives you settlement freedom in the CARICOM. This is an alliance of 15 countries in the Caribbean. We see a lot more geopolitical tensions in the regions. We have wealthy families that are starting to think about diversifying their options. Both Malta, both St. Lucia, again, this is citizenship. You have the exact same status as somebody that is born in the country. It's a permanent state, and it's something that can be passed down to future generations of your family. So it's a succession investment. Now, residence by investment programs, this gives you the right to live in these countries. You might have the chance to get a passport, maybe not. It's not as strong a position to be in as citizenship. The reason that Portugal is the most popular program is because it provides a pathway towards citizenship without you having to move. Instead, you go on forced vacation. You're spending just 7 days per year for 5 years, pass a basic language exam, then you can get the citizenship. So this stands alone in terms of residence programs. It's, in a way, kind of a hybrid. When we're looking at other countries, if you're a resident, you need to relocate, you need to live there full time to get the passport. This certainly is the case with Spain. Portugal, you invest $500,000 into a fund. You can no longer buy real estate. Spain, you can buy real estate anywhere. So €500,000 gets you a residence in Spain. Something goes wrong in the region, you have safe haven in Europe. Of course, being a resident of a European country gives you access to the Schengen. So if you have this resident card, you no longer need a Schengen visa. And lastly, we will end with something close to my heart. Being a Canadian, of course I have to tell you guys about Canada. So Canada abolished their general investor scheme in 2015. They stopped accepting applications in 2012. There's obviously a lot of demand for high net worth individuals to go to Canada, but the system is more democratized to talent, to skilled individuals, rather than for high net worth individuals. So the workaround is actually through a startup visa. If you have an innovative idea, then you can found a company in Canada and you'll be given permanent residence within about a year. You can live anywhere in Canada. So this is really the only visa that gives you flexibility. If you don't have an innovative business idea, then we can help you come up with something that would tick all the boxes, and we can help set up the business for you. Now, the good thing is the Canadian government knows that innovative businesses don't always work out. We're not always successful. So the permanent residence is not tied to the success of your business. The Canadian government understands, say, if it doesn't work out, you'll move on to the next thing. Okay, so that's how they're attracting entrepreneur investors, and that's how a lot of families are going in. Let's say they want to send their kids to school in Canada. They would secure the residence first. Then their child studies under local fees, going to save at least $100,000 on an undergraduate degree. Your child will graduate with a degree and a passport because they've been spending the time in Canada. So if you're planning the future for your kids, if they're going to go to school overseas, most of the attractive places you send your kids to school have a residence program. If your child is studying under a student visa, they're serving no time towards permanence. If you plan far enough in advance, your child can study as a resident, which means they will graduate with a passport. This is a permanent state. They'll be able to stay, get valuable work experience. So where are we at with crypto? I mean, it's clear that it's here to stay, being at this conference with all of you passionate individuals. And there are a few interesting things that I've learned, particularly for Nike. So last year, Nike made $185 million selling sneakers. And actually, I know that some people at this conference, they invested in those virtual sneakers because they're not wearing actual sneakers. Just a bit of a dig. Now, they make 10% in perpetuity off the reselling of these NFTs. They made a further $83 million just in transaction fees from these NFTs. Gucci sold a handbag in the metaverse for over $4,000 US. So this is something that's just going to continue to grow. And ourselves as crypto investors, we desire self-governance, and we know that having access to just one domicile puts us at risk. Looking forward to the next few decades, it's very uncertain. Of course, it's important that you are proactive to ensure you have safe haven, to ensure that you have advantageous tax domiciles or business domiciles. If you are reactive, it's already too late. If you want access to any of our reports, Wealth Migration Index, our Crypto Wealth Report, you can scan the QR code and have access to that. And please feel free to come talk to us. We have a booth outside, and my colleague Adamas is in the crowd right there. He's going to wave. Adamas. There he is. I'm not going to hold you guys back for lunch. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a great day.
Hey guys, yeah, so we're going to break for lunch now, start again at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Great to have you here.
Cek, nggak bisa ya? Nggak bisa ya?
there, guys. How are you? Everyone okay? We've got a reply. Good man. All right, so we've got the afternoon session coming very soon. It's great to have you back. Thank you so much. A couple of things I want to reiterate is some events that are happening. So tonight at 6:30 there is an event happening which everyone is welcome to, and then tomorrow afternoon there's a beach party from 4 p.m. Down in Nusa Dua. So everyone should get involved in those events. In just a moment I'm going to get Dear to come up and have a chat with you, and then after that we've got obviously a series of speakers this afternoon and a coffee break. So, oh hang on, here we go. So this is, Cannabali at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I've not been there, but I can obviously see some cabanas, some sand, and I assume a swimming pool. So everyone's going to get stuck in some beers and talk about some Bitcoin again. Awesome. Anyway, great to have you guys here, and I'm going to welcome up Dear. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Did everyone got lunch? Do you guys have lunch already? Yeah? Hopefully it's good. I'm just gonna make a little overview about what's going to happen at the closing. We are going to announce the Lightning Hackathon winner. So in the past 1 month, we have been doing a hybrid model Lightning Hackathon from developers around Indonesia, and then also some international participants also joining in this online and also offline hackathon. We got around 80 participants, and we received 17 projects, and then we narrow it down to 5. So the 5 projects that has been selected to present it in front of the judges there's Share Earn. It's like a website where you can help website or even a campaign, and then you can get paid with sats. There's also WorkSat, where it's almost like an Upwork, and you can also get paid, doing tasks as well in sats. We also have Titian, which is a solution if you want to exchange your SAT into e-money. And then we have Stream to Earn. So it's like a streaming service that you can get paid in SATs. And then Lebih Jago, which is it's a platform where you can save and you can do saving if you want to purchase a house in SATs as well. So these 5 finalists did their amazing job and then presented in front of the judges on the 25th of October. And today, at the closing, we will announce the winner, and the winner will get $10,000 sponsored by Human Rights Foundation. Give a big round of applause to Human Rights Foundation. And also Fulgur Ventures and some other gift from different brands and companies as well. So stay tuned for the announcements. I hope some of the finalists is here, be here by 4:30, and thank you very much.
Howdy, folks. Welcome back from lunch. These work? All right. Hello, hello. My name is Gary Dykstra, and it's my absolute pleasure to be sitting down with Obi Nuwasu. Round of applause, yeah?
Thank you for having me.
I mean, how did you manage to get the plug from Jack Dorsey this morning? I thought this room would be packed. Everyone must be still eating, but...
I have no idea. I'm just really blessed. Our paths seem to cross. So there's an organization called B Trust, which I'm one of the board members of, and it was set up by Jack Dorsey and Jay-Z. I'm an investor in Gridless, which is this off-grid Bitcoin mining company, and Block are an investor in that. And Jack and Block are also investors in Fedi.
Fantastic, fantastic. So how did you get started with your career and then end up working with the likes of Jay-Z and Jack Dorsey and getting involved with B Trust? That's fascinating.
Wow. So, I mean, my background was originally from the UK, and actually, originally, I was conceived in Nigeria. I always like to say this to make sure that's clear, but I was born in the UK. So, and I'm a child of both the global South, Africa, and of the West. I went through a career in technology and went on from 2011, I heard about Bitcoin. And for my technology background and also my awareness of the challenges of the differences between the West and the global South, I could see that this was this really powerful, what I call meritocratic money, fairness finance. And I became very interested, and I set up a Bitcoin exchange in 2013, and it went on to become the UK's longest running Bitcoin exchange. Now that's a very interesting story in its own right, but from there I started to originally have this passion for bringing Bitcoin to the people who needed it the most, to empower the disempowered. But over time I started to realize I was more and more going away from that vision and more helping the people who are already in a privileged position to get more powerful, which there's nothing wrong with that. I have no problem with that, but that's not what gives me energy, and the people I now work with today, what gives them energy. And so about 2.5 years ago, I decided to sell that company, and I sold, and I decided to dedicate the rest of my life towards empowering communities everywhere.
Excellent, excellent. Well, you know, one of the reasons I think Dea chose me to host this little chat is because we tried to do a Bitcoin community here in Bali a few years back. And, you know, we're sat here in Indonesia. I think Indonesia qualifies as the global South. We had a little bit of success, but, you know, building community is hard. I mean, the name of this little chat is Building Community with Bitcoin. What can you tell me about, you know, you had your career with the exchange, and you're now doing something different. How does FEDI and the FEDI Mint protocol play a role in building community?
So I think if you take back, when I was running this exchange, we were successful. We had hundreds of thousands of users, but it was one company providing an individual service, a service to individuals. I realized there was a problem. Many times I was a great believer in the principles of Bitcoin, and I tried to get people to leave this exchange in self-custody. And I realized that no matter how much I tried, the vast majority of them didn't leave. The stats showed it. I think, actually, we know we don't reveal our stats, but I mean, the company is now sold, so I can say. But I actually am aware that these are very equivalent numbers in most large exchanges, definitely in the West. I would say it was medium to low single digits would want to self-custody. And we were different from most exchanges. We didn't pay lip service to making people self-custody. We would try really hard. We would have focus groups. I would make a point of trying to get to know. We would choose people at random from our customer base, and I would try to build up a relationship with them, understand why they weren't self-custodying. And there were many stories, but one of the most sort of striking for me, and it made me realize that we're doing something wrong here, was I was talking to this really streetwise woman in her advanced years, but super smart. And she was saying to me, Obi, I completely get it now. I understand why Bitcoin, not other currencies. I understand why it's important to self-custody, but I trust you more than I trust myself. And that was like, okay. So, and I thought about it, and I asked her, well, who do you trust more than me? And she spent a few seconds thinking about it and said, well, I actually came to this exchange because my son advised me to go to the exchange in the first place. So if he advised me to go to Wibble Wobble exchange, I would have just gone. So implicitly, I trust him more than I trust you. And so that's where the seed of thought came into mind. But fast forward, I sold the exchange, and I was looking for a way to get people off exchanges. I could also see in parallel that there was an increasing headwinds to making it more and more difficult for people to custody on exchanges or use exchanges or take self-custody from exchanges over the coming years. And I could see that was going to get worse over the following years. So I felt there was a clock that we all had to get people off exchanges, one way or another. And with that, I went to an event. It was called Hackers Congress. Now, as the person who was running a regulated exchange, it's not a good look to go to Hackers Congress, where some of the world's greatest cypherpunks and cryptographers would go. But now I was, in the last few months of selling my company, I finally had the chance to do something I always dreamed about, which was going to this event. So I went, and while there, by pure coincidence, by pure happenstance, I met what was going to be in future my co-founder, this guy called Eric Syrian. I thought, is that applause for Eric Syrian? And he was the person who was the inventor of this technology. So I told him we were just outside this venue chatting. I told him some of my ideas for how to get people at scale off exchanges. And he very politely and very clearly explained why none of them would work. And I appreciated that very much. And then I asked him what he was working on. He explained this idea called Fediment. And he explained it as this mechanism to bring this really interesting technology called Xiaomi and eCash, which has been around since, this year it's over 40 years old now. So it predates Bitcoin by 25 years, which was the first form of eCash, digital cash. And this was something that's really exciting to cryptographers. I call it catnip for cryptographers. But it had a fatal flaw. It required trust in one single entity, a bit like an exchange. And what he'd figured out a way was to reduce that trust because you could share it amongst a group of people, amongst a community. And that was very exciting. But what I realized is he'd actually figured out something really much bigger. In technology terms, what he'd done is use the power of community to resolve a problem of centralization. And that was the spark, that was the solution to get. When you combine with the fact that people trust trusted members of their friends and family and their community, and communities collaborate to achieve far greater than any individual can do. And if there's a technology that can use that power of community to help people organize to achieve tasks that they normally don't trust themselves and they trust third parties to, that was the way to get billions, not only the tens of millions of people who are on exchanges, off exchanges, but even more so, billions of people who are either unbanked or underbanked into the financial realm and empowered.
Excellent, excellent. So it's like it's striking the middle between the exchange, where you have no control, or you take full control yourself, and this is somewhere in the middle of that.
Exactly, and yeah, to be clear, if you can do it, you should, there's almost nothing in life that if you don't have the ability and skill to do yourself, that you're not going to do a better job than if you give it to someone else. So if you can, and I'm not equating these in levels of complexity, but if you're a skilled chef, if you're Gordon Ramsay, and you're cooking for your family, you're probably going to cook a better meal than if you go and hand it off to someone else. If you're a skilled mechanic, and you could probably fix your car better than someone else, even if they have the skills, you will have the passion and desire to do a better job for yourself than someone else. And that's the case for everything we have in life. But in general, the reason we form societies and communities is because specialization allows us to achieve the highest we can do, but that means that we're not going to be able to be skilled in something else. There's a compromise there. If you form a community and you use the power of community, you can have all these people who are specialized, but then working with each other. Money is one of those lubricants that allows it to work. And they can work with each other to achieve far more than an individual can do who tries to do everything themselves. So, but if you can self-custody, and self-custody is way easier than any of those other examples I've given, and it's getting easier every day, which is also exciting for me, then you should self-custody. But if not, and for at the moment, the 95% based on the stats that we had who are not able to do that, then this is a better option than giving it all to someone else. And we've seen before what happens when you give your money to a curly-haired guy in the Bahamas. It doesn't end well.
How timely. I think he might be testifying right now.
I think it was only a few hours ago, yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm certainly familiar with this problem, this agency problem. You want people to self-custody, but some people just in their Bitcoin journey, they're not there yet. So walk us through, like, how does this work? Like, let's say that I wanted to start a federation. What are the steps? How do you set it up?
Okay, so first you have to bring the community. So we don't have governance models or DAOs or anything like that. Our assumption is that the ability to form communities is a eons-old technology, and humans are pretty good at that already. We're social animals. So we don't assume that we know better than you how to run a community. If it's your family, if it's your church, if it's your masjid, if it's your company, whatever it is, you have a community, that your sports club, I've heard everything in between, or your town. So you bring the community technology. And then within that, you have some mechanism to decide or determine people that you've seen are trustworthy, are reliable, are consistent. And you choose a set of those to act as what we call the guardians. Each of them download the Fedimint software. And so this is an open source software in the same way Lightning's open source and Bitcoin as well. So you download, but what it's really good at doing is helping communities custody Bitcoin and run other freedom technologies in a manner which is designed for the purposes of the community. So they will download the software, run it, and the setup is, we've made it very easy. It takes time to download the software. That might take a few minutes. To set it up we're currently running at about 5, 6, 7 minutes, and that's it runs. And once it's set up, you don't need to do anything to it. It's a bit like running a Bitcoin node. It's just, or a set-top box for your cable, TV, or whatever it may be. It just sits there. You need to keep it fed and watered with electricity and internet, and that's it. If you have a power cut, you just restart it, and it will all manage itself. So once that's set up, then the software will present to you a QR code, which represents effectively the address. Think of it almost like an internet address. For your website, it's the address of your federation. And then you now download a Fedimint compatible app. Now, Fedi makes one of those apps. There are others out there as well. There's some open source ones, Webimint, and I know there's some others being built. Just like there's multiple Lightning wallets and there's multiple Bitcoin wallets. You download one of those apps, you scan the QR code, and that's it, you've joined. You didn't need to give your email, you didn't need to give your phone number, you didn't need to give any KYC information. A bit like if you were going to set up your own personal wallet. And that's it, you can use it, you start able to receive money, send money, you're able to do other things as well. With Fedi, we take advantage of the Federation to enable chat. So you're able to chat to other people in the community, and soon people within other communities as well, or have additional features that may meet certain specific requirements for your particular community. And each community effectively can customize and modify Fedi to meet their own community's requirements.
Excellent. So you mentioned the guardians. These I would imagine are the nerdiest members of this community.
This isn't like a superhero movie from Marvel.
These are the people that are downloading the protocol software, and they're going to run it for the Federation. And then the users have an app that is a little bit more kind of simple for the everyday user.
Although you should visualize not the nerdiest members of the community. It's the most, the people in the community who prioritize social capital over financial capital, monetary capital. You're going to always know them. They're the people who are just really reliable, really straight, and the people who care about the community. There's going to be those members. In fact, funny story. My name is Obi, and in Nigerian culture, the word there's a name for a leader, and there are two types of leaders in Igbo. Igbo is part of Nigeria, Igbo culture. So you have the Eze, so you might have Nigerian friends called Eze, it's quite a common name, and that means king. That's sort of like the head of the community, top down, you do this, you do that, that's the king. Obi is another type of leader, which is the heart of the community. So they don't manage anybody, but they try to keep the community together from a social point of view. So that's the person you go to when you're having marital problems or so on, or a dispute between friends and they haven't been talking to each other. And you go to the OB and then they will help you guys or girls resolve the issue. And they're both, and it's quite interesting having this understanding that there's a different type of leadership, which is leadership from a community-based cohesiveness level, especially after the Eze just given lots of dictates and caused a lot of frustration. People will run to the OB and like, okay.
And is that where your name comes from, Obi?
That actually is that's actually what it comes from.
So you're kind of living up to your name.
It's quite coincidental. I only realized it's 6 months, but it is quite coincidental. But the guardians, you want them to be like that. You want them to be people who are focused on what is best for the community, and they have that community spirit. Now, it doesn't need to be half of the community like that. It only needs to be 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. And my belief is, and my observation is, there's way more people like that than the amount that's needed to be. Because a community, 4 guardians could provide a service to 10,000 people.
Okay. So another question about the guardians. If there are 4 guardians that are serving 1,000 people, is there any way for them to collude or become bad actors or submit to temptation somehow? Do you have to depend on the community to keep them honest, or are there technology that keeps that in place?
So yes, it's possible for them to collude. Actually, one thing on the previous question, and I'll carry on that, which is that, as I said, they don't need to be nerdy. It's actually very, very simple to set up a Fedimint. Just download it, click run, pretty much. That's where we've got to, and we're trying to make it even easier by integrating with things like Umbrel and Start9 and Clover and all this sort of stuff. But to your question, so if these guardians were all to collude, they would be able to act against the community. But that is a much higher barrier than if you give it to one single entity, which is what you do when you put it on an exchange. The exchange requires one person to not collude with anybody and unilaterally can do whatever they want. So this is already significantly improving over that. On top of that, the fact that the first barrier is your choice and the community's instinct for trust. So you will only, if you're not comfortable with who the guardians are, you do not join the community. And when you download the Fedi app, we will tell you who the federation is so that you have the information you need to determine, do I feel comfortable with holding value of them? But actually, that's actually a good thing that there is this view, because trust is, in this case, it's a feature, not a bug. Because what that happens, what it means is that people can join multiple federations, maybe their family federation, their village federation, their work federation, their religious establishment federation, for example, and they can split their value between them and store different value based on how much they trust the different guardians. So they might store more with the family, for example, less with the village one, but it's a larger amount of people, so it allows for less expensive communication and payment. And then on top of that, there are other things we're developing. Again, as a background to CoinFloor, there's this process for proving that you're solvent as an exchange. It's called proof of reserves. And nowadays, a few exchanges do it, but this idea was put forward in 2013 by Greg Maxwell after Mt. Gox's failure. And a number of exchanges promised to do this thing called proof of reserves. In fact, there was a joint letter signed by, you name it. It was Bitstamp, Kraken, Coinbase, BTC China, who's not around anymore, blockchain.com as well. I think they were called blockchain.info at the time. And they all promised to do proof of reserves to bring back trust to the exchange space. I think Kraken did one, and then several years later I started doing it again. The others didn't even do one. We, as CoinFloor, just launched, and we did a provable sovereignty report on the first day, first month, second month, and third month, and continued being the only exchange with an unbroken record of proof of reserves audits public for 8 years. So until we sold the company, right up to the end. And this is a very powerful process, and something I'm very proud of, and obviously it's something that is dear to my heart. So for the last year or so, we've been thinking about how to apply that to FediMint as well. So with Fedi, we will be introducing a process as well where on a regular basis, we're going to then do it in a way which is really simple for the Guardians, so it's actually just a natural part of whenever their software upgrades, it will happen, where effectively the entire community gets to reconfirm that the Guardians are solvent. And if the Guardians know that this is going to happen on a regular basis, that is also another cryptographic mechanism to keep them honest.
Excellent, excellent. I didn't know that. So it's almost like programmatic.
I haven't said it before.
It's like programmatic transparency. Everyone will be able to see what's going on. I mean, this is something that banks have to do on a quarterly basis or something, and it's all in the fine print, but these things computers can help with these kinds of things.
But to be clear, that still only gives you a snapshot in, one thing that's important with all of these systems, it's important to be open and transparent about what the things can do and what they can't do. My belief is when people have armed with the facts, they can make the right decision. One of the challenges we have in the Bitcoin versus altcoin is often people are given inaccurate information, which is why they form inaccurate conclusions. And once they are aware of the correct information, they naturally form the correct conclusion that Bitcoin is in a class of its own. It's the same with this. What's important to be very clear is that these only give you a snapshot in time. So it is possible before and after for Guardians to collude. So the ultimate defense is to spread value across multiple federations, and also it's not KYC, know your customer, because customers have high levels of privacy in our system, but it's KYG, know your Guardian. If you're not comfortable with the Guardian, do not use it.
Great. So you mentioned the different federations, like you might be a part of several federations, and the Fedi is alluding to the fact that it's a federated system.
The Fedi, not the Fed.
Oh, okay.
Just to be clear, guys. Just to be clear.
And how do these federations move funds in between the federations? I know Lightning plays a role, but how does that work?
I mean, Lightning makes it work because each federation is its own island. You can figure its own little city, and within the federation, you can use Chami and eCash, this eCash protocol. You can send value around at near zero cost instantly, and you maintain very high levels of privacy. It also has other superpowers because it actually operates the way people think Bitcoin operates when they first hear about it until they understand more. So it isn't a ledger, it's actually literally digital coins on your phone. So if I want to send someone money, just like I would for my wallet, I would send the digital coins that make up the amount I need to send and send them the money. So if you see the app, and in a chat conversation, you can instant message money. I'm actually literally sending the money as if I'm sending an emoji. So it has all these powers, but it only works within a federation. If I want to send out of the federation, then I will either use Bitcoin main chain, and I can send it as a Bitcoin main chain transaction to anyone in the world, including someone in another federation, or to some other Bitcoin wallet. But that's expensive and slow for most people. So the alternative, which really makes this thing sing, is to send it via the Lightning Network. So imagine you have someone in one city, let's say Las Vegas, and you have someone in another city, let's say, I don't know, what's another famous city,
Jakarta.
Jakarta. And you are, if one is a federation, any transfers in that city will use eCash. And if it's sent between the city, then it will go from eCash, go to the border of the city, get converted to Lightning, and go over the Lightning highway, as it were, or airway to Jakarta. And then when it gets to Jakarta, it automatically gets converted back into eCash, and then the person receives it in their wallet. This all happens automatically. From the user's point of view, they're just scanning a QR code and paying. All of this is abstracted by Fedimint and Lightning for you. But what it does mean is that the transaction, even if, first of all, the Lightning Network is very hard to monitor and view transactions, but even if you were to monitor that, all you would see is that someone in Las Vegas has sent value to someone in Jakarta. So that means there's, I don't know, tens of millions of possibilities there. And you wouldn't even be able to see the exact amounts and so on. It's very private, but it's very, very simple.
You mentioned the eCash, and I'm wondering, what does the user see in their wallet? Are they seeing numbers denominated in Bitcoin, or is there a role for stable coins so that the user doesn't see all the volatility of a Bitcoin?
That's a very good, very, very good question. So the version of the app that you see today, which has multiple different federations, some temporary for events, some long-running in different communities around the world, only shows Bitcoin. And what we did is we built a first app based on the experience of the team, and I'm really blessed to have an incredible team of people we have people in every continent now with really strong experience of their local communities, because we wanted to be a human-centered approach to how we build the product. So we started off with some ideas, but the human-centered approach, human-centered design, is to then go into communities and give them the product and just observe and listen and then adjust. No matter what they say, adjust the product until it actually meets the human demand, as opposed to meets your desire of what you want. You have to sort of put that on the back burner and just adjust the product. So one of the things, as a Bitcoiner, I wouldn't call myself a Bitcoin maximalist. Someone external will consider me a Bitcoin maximalist. I call myself a Bitcoin rationalist because I've spent a lot of time analyzing Bitcoin, and I came to the conclusion that Bitcoin, with a lot of work from all of us, it will just about meet the demands needed for this sort of meritocratic money. And everything else, purely rationally, is very, very far away from being able to do that. But even so, so I call myself a Bitcoin rationalist. But even so, when we were getting this feedback, I was shocked to find that most people needed to have some sort of stability, and the level of the problem was far higher than I realized. Now, if you have disposable income and you can hold money away for a number of months or years, then data has shown that Bitcoin is the best thing to do. But if you're not in that case, and you're not in that situation, which is the case for all people who I would consider disempowered, they tend to not have disposable income, then a fluctuation up 20% is great, but a fluctuation down 20% is devastating. And so it needs to be resolved. There's challenges of calculating in your head the exchange rate between Bitcoin and rupiah or yuan. It's not easy for many people. So they need to have values that are stored in a currency that they understand and they know, and all of the things that they buy are denominated in. And so as such, we've been working very hard over the last year to add that sort of functionality, where we still want to maintain in the back end the best of Bitcoin, but give people what they need, which is stability in local currency terms. So there will be solutions, again, using the power of Fedimint to be able to add functionality specific to communities. So the communities that need and want that will be able to have a mechanism to stabilize their Bitcoin. It's not a stable coin, but they'll be able to take their Bitcoin and say, I don't want the price to fluctuate while it's held with me. Or some of my Bitcoin, I don't want the price to fluctuate. Others, I don't mind. But all powered by the community, not some centralized service. Every community will be able to determine this themselves.
Yes, I'm familiar with that sensitivity to volatility, having worked with people, especially, like you say, in the global south, a 20% deviation from what they thought they had could be, it's just bad for the psychology. So I think there might be a role for stable coins to play. And I'm glad you're thinking about that, and that's part of the roadmap. Speaking of the, how are we doing on time, guys? We all right?
Well, is that 0 seconds? I think we've only got 0 seconds left.
All right. No time for questions? Any questions? All right. Well, that's a fascinating project. I hope we get the chance to try it here in Indonesia. Everything, all of the pain points and the needs, I think Indonesia fits the bill. We have a community here, so sign us up when you're ready.
Just very briefly, a big part of what we do at FEDI is we say we combine humans with technology. So we've talked a lot in this about the technology, but actually over time, the biggest part of our business is the humans, the people that we hire and work with us. Over the coming years, it's going to be hundreds of people actually we're going to be hiring. But we start with, we call it the FEDI order, and we start with each region, each continent, FEDI masters. And they are people who are just, really care about their community, are really respected in their community, hardworking and very gifted. And so I'm really, really blessed that the FEDI master for Southeast Asia is Dea, one of the organizer for Indonesian Bitcoin Conference.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's leave it there. Let's have a big round of applause for Obi Nuasu. Thanks, everyone.
Hello. Okay, everybody. Yeah, I hope you have your lunch already. And are you excited for our next topic? We have, come on.
Apa kabar? Apa kabar?
Yeah, show off your Indonesian skills. Come
Saya tidak bisa bicara bahasa. Saya suka lari, saya suka gado-gado. Cepat-cepat.
Okay, here with us now we have Paco. He's running around across the world using Bitcoin in his travels. Fun guy. He's hosting meetups and building communities around the globe. Today he'll be sharing to us his experience, real world experience on the ground about the state of Bitcoin adoption. So, tell us about yourself. Why run with Bitcoin? And how did you first fall into the Bitcoin rabbit hole?
All right. Hi, everybody. Namaste. My name's Paco. I'm from India. If you give me 1 Bitcoin, I'll run with it. I'll come back with 2. The journey started thanks to my friend. It was August 25th. It was a full moon night. My friend gave me a call at 12 a.m. saying, Paco, do you want to travel the world? And I said, yes. He's like, you have to travel using Bitcoin. And I'm like, what is Bitcoin? He gave me a book called The Bitcoin Standard. How many of you have read The Bitcoin Standard? Yep, the Bible after Ayn Rand, you know. So I read that book and I was like, Jesus, they are cheating me. I'm a gold bug. In India, we all have gold. And I was like, okay, it is possible. Let's start the journey. And from there, the journey started of Run with Bitcoin. It's called running because I love running. We run every morning. You're welcome to join us tomorrow at 6 a.m. We run on the beach. Yeah?
I was about to come, but I was still sleeping. So yeah.
So yeah, that's Run with Bitcoin, yeah.
Okay, cool. So where have you been in this journey and living with this magic internet money?
All right. You ready?
Ready.
India, UAE, Thailand, Cambodia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Qatar, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, South Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, Central Africa, Congo, South Sudan, Ethiopia. I won't go back to South Sudan. Then I loved Cuba. How many of you seen the Cuba documentary? Right, there's a beautiful documentary. Cuba, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Brazil, Mexico, Trinidad, Puerto Rico, Peru, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala. No, Guatemala is the last one. So that's 39 for you guys, yeah.
Yeah, I lost count at about 20. And how did you, come on, give him a round of applause. And how did you choose where to go?
I chose the countries that I haven't been to. 1, for selfish reasons. And 2, I wanted to see what the global south is. Because the entire Bitcoin game was in English. And it was all in European languages. And as you saw the global south, I come from India, where an average man's salary is between $60 to $120. So I wanted to see how Bitcoin can be used on the ground level. And for me, I think so Africa was the place where I started thanking my stars and saying, thank you, Lord, for giving me this opportunity to travel and to see what Bitcoin can do. And I think so it wouldn't have been possible without the community. This entire journey was crowdfunded by the community. So a round of applause for all of you. Like, this is the community that knows how to hodl, but yet they gave me their Bitcoin to go travel and see what the reality is. Because as such, we are in an echo chamber where we keep shouting hodl, hodl, hodl. But the reality, you know, out of 250 million Indonesians, how many are Bitcoiners?
I'm not really sure, but that we're the minority.
Just like Papua.
But okay, out of those 39 countries, well, you don't have to tell us all about it, but do you have any unique experiences about? Can you tell us about it?
I can give you, these are 2 experiences I will give you that made me believe in Bitcoin more. I was crossing from Central Africa Republic to Congo, and I wanted to convert a $100 bill. And the person said, no, I will not accept your $100 bill. And I asked why. He's like, your $100 bill is printed in 2009. I only accept 2013 and above. And I was like, hey, my money expires, but my Bitcoin doesn't expire. The second one was crossing from Congo to South Sudan, a war zone. I did not know. The guy stopped me at the border. He checked my bags, found my drone, my GoPro, and he said, do you have a permission to do filming? I said, no. He's like, pay me $200. I said, I don't have money. He checked all my bags and he found like $10. And he was like, you're hiding the money in your pants. So he stripped me naked and he didn't find any money. And I was like, you can't take my Bitcoin because it is digital. The third one was in Fort Lauderdale Airport, USA. Bitcoin t-shirt, Bitcoin shoe, Bitcoin socks. The custom guy, or you cross through the customs, he's like, show me a wallet, how much Bitcoin you have in your wallet. So luckily I had like 9 wallets, so I showed one of the 9 wallets, and that was like $300-400 and he let me through. So like there are these instances where I was like, yes, Bitcoin is very helpful. Like all these countries that I traveled using Bitcoin in my wallet, and all these people sent me Bitcoin and I could receive it and use it without taking permission from anyone. Bitcoin did not see my color, did not see my religion, did not see my caste, my creed, my income status. But I was able to use Bitcoin freely because people are curious to accept it. And I was really thankful to see the use case that, yes, it is possible. It is better than Visa, MasterCard, and it is easy.
Yeah, and I think you're and I heard you like to push people, new people, to try to accept Bitcoin. Orange pilling across the way. Yeah. Okay, a little bit of personal question then. You're a fun guy. You've been around to all these places. What's your body count? Your body count. Body count.
No.
Regarding
No.
orange pilling people.
No, no body count. No.
How many people have you orange pilled?
Okay.
I meant that, you know. Come on.
You got me, bro. I think so. I would have opened over 1,500 wallets in this journey, hosted 110 Bitcoin meetups. It gets better. I opened the first 500 wallets were Blue Wallet, Lightning, and then they shut the Blue Wallet, Lightning operations. So I couldn't help the people to save their Bitcoin. So I really felt bad about that. And now I'm telling people about Wallet of Satoshi. And I like LifePay. LifePay is also good wallet, guys. And so I like telling people, I felt if you tell somebody about Bitcoin, it takes 3 hours of your time. It's better to give that person 10,000 Satoshis and let him feel that emotion that, wow, I received something as a gift. And that is the most easiest way you can do of orange pilling people. Like, you can take the horse to the water, but the horse has to drink the water. And people haven't felt that suffering and pain. They do not have money, as Obi was saying earlier. People don't have money to save. So just give them some Bitcoin, and then you can have your own 1,000 people, 1,500.
Very, very interesting. And how do you open the discussion? You've done this like thousands of times. Do you have any special lines, or I don't know, do you get bored talking about Bitcoin?
Yeah. I've reached my saturation point.
Okay, well, can you give us some tips? You've been in the real world, talking to people who doesn't know anything about this maybe. How do you talk to them?
Most of the people that I come across, I meet them in a Bitcoin meetup. So the Bitcoin meetup is the hook. You get people to come, listen to you. You give them the Bitcoin education, and you teach them that the world is falling apart, and you are the savior. So by the time the Bitcoin meetup is done, the person will be like, hey, I have a business, and you can come and use Bitcoin at my business. And people like the story that I am traveling around the world using Bitcoin, and people are curious. I guess most of the people are the curiosity is the mother of invention, and people are curious to try Bitcoin for the first time. There was once I felt That person felt that I'm cheating him. I went to the Kilimanjaro hike. So before going up to the hike, Bitcoin was $40,000. I paid him the entire money. 5 days later, I came down, Bitcoin was $30,000. So I had to pay him more so that he feels good about himself. But generally, you need to tell the people about the monetary benefits of what Bitcoin can do, how you can share something. Like, I value your time, hence I will give you the most valuable thing in this world, that is Bitcoin. If I don't value your time, I will give you something normal. It's like it's a culture here, when somebody comes, you offer them water, right? So it's a culture in me, if somebody new comes to my life, I give them Bitcoin. Because I have received a lot of Bitcoin from people. Like, these people can hodl very good. There are multiple wallets. But they just wanted to see how the adoption level is. So it's good to talk to them, but do not go toxic. Please, the world is not falling apart. We are still here. It was supposed to happen in 1971. This is 2023. We are still here. Go out, make babies, spread love. Toxicity is good because it makes you feel strong. And if there was no toxicity, we would have had big blocks. So it is good for that, but please share love. Like, love is the reason that we all gather here today too.
We have something in common, all of us. We love Bitcoin, and we want to know a lot about it. But yeah, you started your journey when? August?
21. Yeah.
21. Now it's, okay. How was your experience traveling during the bull run and the bear market?
When I started, Bitcoin was $65,000, 50, 40, 30, 20, 16. I've just seen it go down. And this is the first time I'm happy because it's now 35,000. I am like, yo. I remember this was in Bangalore. We finished our Bitcoin for India conference. Bitcoin was at $26,000. And that fake news came. And Bitcoin rallied to $30,000. We all ordered drinks at the bar. And then the next candle came. Boom. We are down. So I've never felt the joy of the bull run. People were generous enough. But I would say something great. In the Bitcoin ecosystem, it wasn't the big people who gave me the big money. It was the small Bitcoiners like you all who gave me that. There was no that big fat donation of 0.5, 1 Bitcoin. Nope. It was everybody giving me that pocket money change of $50, $100, $150. So I felt what I saw in this community was proof of work. The community is toxic because the world doesn't work. But if you work, the community loves you because you are working. You see, when you were a small kid, your father gave you pocket money because you listened to him. If you go to a job, you get a salary. But if you don't work, you get nothing, right? And this is what the community is all about. I started from zero. Like, I remember I lost my phone in South Africa. I was mugged. And the community got me the phone in 2 hours. There's a guy sitting here, Lucas. He started the crowdfund for me. In 2 hours, I got a new phone. It was just because the community loves what is happening around. You have to show work. Like, if you don't work, your father will also kick you out. It happened to me, so yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So you've met a lot of Bitcoiners along the way. What do you think the difference between, well, Bitcoiners and other people, or maybe shitcoiners?
Bitcoiners are the pace setters of this world. Bitcoiners are the thinkers of this world. Bitcoiners have ethics. Bitcoiners have enough power within them to shape the upcoming world. And the crypto bros, those crypto bros are trying to make it in this ecosystem. They are fighting. The world outside is so tough. Imagine to leave the 200 million people, Indonesians, and come and stand on this stage. It's a lot of hustle, right? Yeah. To leave the 1.5 billion Indians to come and sit on this stage is a lot of hustle. So what happened is everybody is hustling in this world, and everybody wants to make that quick money because they all want to climb the Maslow's hierarchy of law. We Bitcoiners have climbed the basics. We are not even at self-actualization. We are at self-transcendence. We are going further. We are outside this realm. and trying to fix this world, because fix the money, fix the world. But is in this entire process, we have become so attached to Bitcoin that if anybody touches Bitcoin, you get angry. You feel like, how dare you say something, this is mine. No, this was open source. Because of Bitcoin, there came crypto. There's something called as yin yang, black, white, up, down, hot, cold. We complement each other. If there is no shitcoiners, whom would you shit on? Whom would you fight with?
Bitcoiners.
Yeah. No, I stopped fighting with Bitcoiners. I'm like, no, if I fight with you, then I'm lonely in this world. So I feel Bitcoiners have this beautiful pace set for the people to come forward. And these are the people that's a shining light, you know. We are with the torch. And the crypto bros are trying technology. Technology wins. And the crypto bros will eventually understand. Most of the crypto bros convert their shitcoin to Bitcoin.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But I still feel like we have to just give them a small little chance. But I doubt we will give them a chance.
Okay. From your perspective then, because you've traveled everywhere, what's the pace of the Bitcoin adoption around the world? How do you see it?
It's amazing. There is this one magical donor. We don't know his name. He has been supporting El Salvador Bitcoin Beach, Praia Bitcoin Beach, Brazil, Bitcoin Icasi, and Bitcoin Motif, Peru. So there are 4 communities that are being funded by this magical whale who has a lot of Bitcoin, and all he cares about is a Bitcoin circular economy. As I have traveled, I've been to 8 circular economies, and they all are flourishing. They all are contributing to the ecosystem, and this gives hope to the common man. I would give you an example of Bitcoin Icasi. They have a township. Those are the slums. Those people earn $60 to $100 a month. Those people are using Bitcoin because they get paid in Bitcoin. There's another community in Peru. There are in 10 different parts of of Peru. They get every week $5 of Bitcoin. They use that Bitcoin to go to extra classes. The teacher accepts Bitcoin. Football education, sewing classes, baking classes, they all are using that Bitcoin between themselves. So there's this magical donor that has made this possible. But apart from this, there is Guatemala Lake, Costa Rica Bitcoin Jungle. These are some Bitcoiners who have gone out of the way. I would say the Philippines pouch people, they have enough money and they want to help the world, and they have made this beautiful Bitcoin community that is open for people to join. So there is a lot of adoption on very ground level. And then we have the likes of Michael Saylor, 150,000 plus coins. And we have this now, the next thing, ETFs coming. So yes, we are on the right path. I would say Bitcoin is like a government job.
Explain.
It is 20 years.
Okay.
It's not 2 years, it's not 5 years, it's 20 years. That's why our parents wanted us to get a government job, because that brings us stability. So we should see Bitcoin in a long-term way, in what will happen in 25 years, in 30 years. And one way or the other, you're going to accept Bitcoin. You can't run away from it.
It's inevitable, yeah? Okay. In the end, we all want to help people. And maybe for some people, because I've heard in one of your other podcasts, that some people, it makes more sense for them to jump into stable coins rather than Bitcoin. So, what are your hopes for the Bitcoin community moving forward to better reach them? Do you have any thoughts?
Stable coins will exist. You hate it or you love it. What I see in the upcoming time, it will not be about the 205 countries. It will be about the 200,000 communities around the world. So there will be that USDT community, there will be that Ethereum community if they survive, the Solana community, the Polygon, and all of these things. The Bitcoin stability will come eventually with time. Okay, see, right now the price fluctuates because there are 1.8 million Bitcoins on exchange. Those are the only Bitcoins that are the reason that Bitcoin is fluctuating. Most are like hoarded. They are saving that Bitcoin. As we move forward, in the next halving, there'll be more and more, less and less Bitcoin to play around with. Over the next 8 to 12 years, we would reach that stability by just not doing anything. Even without pushing adoption, even if we all stay humble, stack sats, Bitcoin will take its due course and it will get its stability. But yes, whom do we fight with? We have to fight with someone, right? That's called love. You fight with the person you love. You fight with USDT because they make $3 billion every quarter. That's their quarterly profit. They have a huge marketing budget and they're using it, and people want stability. That's the reason you have a house, you have a job, you have a family, you have a car, because you want stability in your life. And stability comes over time, right? It is not like a ready-made thing. Like when the baby was born, when we were born, we were hungry, naked, and crying. And now look at us, smiling, have clothes, stomach full. So it takes time to reach there, and I think so Bitcoin will take its due course time. And do not put all your energy into Bitcoin. Have some normie friends around you. Please be happy in your life. Otherwise, it's going to suck you in and just drain you out. And then you would come out new again. But Bitcoin is always there.
Yeah, I know. At first, I always thought, okay, this is a great idea. This makes sense. Bitcoin makes sense. People will eventually understand it soon. But I think, yes, along the way, I learned to humble myself. It's a process thing. It's not a 1 to 5 years thing. We have. I agree with you. During that time, so are you in the camp of spending your sats or just hodl?
I've been spending enough sats. I'm going to look for a job, so if you have any opportunity, please let me know. I have been spending sats because those are not my sats. These are the sats of the Bitcoiners to give it around to the people, to share with the community. And that's what I've been doing. And I really appreciate there's something great started by Bitcoin Explorers. This is a couple, Ricky and Laura.
Oh, yeah.
They do something called as spend and replace.
I do that.
Yeah. So you can spend your Bitcoin and you are in a position to replace them. You guys are blessed. Share the love, spray the seeds, and pray that somebody else joins the bandwagon. Because people will eventually join this one way or the other, you know. So I believe in sharing Bitcoin because I also got Bitcoin. If I didn't get Bitcoin, I wouldn't be here. I had $200 in my pocket when I started my journey. And I know what it means to have nothing. But then you're just getting, so you should just share some sats. If you get some sats, share some sats. Because care to share, share to care. It solves a lot of beautiful problems in life when you share, right? It's a culture here too, right? You share.
Yes, we share. But how do you like Bali so far?
Bagus Sekali. I like Bali. It's so beautiful. And I'm grateful that I got this opportunity thanks to the Indonesia Bitcoin Conference, DEA, for putting this up. Like, it came from nothing, from this dinosaur to this bull. It's amazing. Like when this dinosaur came in yesterday, I was like, whoa, dollars in the pocket. And then you saw the bull.
Yes. That's the reason why we Bitcoin pumped yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah, the Bitcoin bull.
It's nice, it's nice. It's beautiful, it's really beautiful.
Okay, so now at 39, I thought you were planning to go to 40 countries?
Yep, I've just got a couple of conferences to go. Anybody's coming to Japan?
Anyone from Japan?
And who is coming to Japan? Oh, wow. Okay, I'll see you there then. I'm just going to Japan for Nostalgia, and then I'll be going to Guatemala, and that's it. And then I will sit down peacefully, relax.
Rest.
Yeah, I wanted to take a break, find my normie friends.
Orange pill them too.
No, I think so. It's been 2 years, it's a reality. 2 years, my parents don't believe in me. They're happy that I'm not behind the bars. And they're happy that I'm alive, but they don't believe in Bitcoin. So that was like this. But I like just sit back, recollect all my thoughts.
Okay. We have a little bit of time left. Do you have any Is there any questions do you think I haven't asked, or anything you want to share to the audience that I haven't asked?
I guess like it's a lot of time. It's good to hate on people. It's good to hate because you don't like them, but that reflects upon you. That's the energy that you are sharing with the other people. It will come back to you. So stop hating. Yeah, don't hate. It's okay. Bali is cheap because there are 5 million people passing by here. Yeah, and not everybody is a Bitcoiner, right? Guys, we need to just go out, stand in the middle of the street and see we are in a bubble, but the bubble is growing, so we want to suck in everybody into our bubble. And it will be beautiful when everybody's in a bubble, and we'll be nice about it. But just don't hate on people. You know, you'll shy them away. I've seen that happen in our Indian ecosystem. Don't hate on people. It's going to come back to you. Karma, right? Bali is a place full of karma. What you sow, you reap. So just share love, guys. Share love. Like, that's all I would say. And if anybody wants to ask anything, yeah, that's it.
Okay, we have some time. Do anyone have any questions? He has a lot of experience. Okay.
He asked, why didn't I come running? I set up 3 alarms, and they went off. And I woke up at like 7 a.m. I felt like shit. I was like, my career is over. Run with Bitcoin is sleeping. So I went for a run at 7:30 a.m. It was really hot. But today morning I went for a run. Who all came for today morning run? Did you see me?
They were all sleeping.
All right. Who's next?
Next, yes.
You can just
Hi, my name is Vina. I live here in Bali. Can you tell us your experience using Bitcoin here in Indonesia? And then I also traveling and living in Tanzania. I live in Dar es Salaam since 2017.
Sweet.
Yes, so I was kind of hoping you mentioned about Tanzania as one of the countries that you can use Bitcoin. And yeah, last time I'm there, nobody here about Bitcoin yet. So can you tell us about the experience when you're using Bitcoins and how it works in Tanzania and in Indonesia?
Okay, in Indonesia, I've just been to Bali. And in Bali, I have just used Bitcoin outside here in the conference. According to the laws of Bali, you're not allowed to use Bitcoin. And in Tanzania, it is trying luck. I try my luck. I go to my hostel. I will stay in that hostel. 3 days later, I will orange pill him and he'll accept Bitcoin. So it is about sitting with people like the guy with whom I did my Kilimanjaro hike. I had to sit with him for almost 4 hours before he could do that. As such, all these places where I used Bitcoin, they were not 100 places. They were like 6 to 8 places that accept Bitcoin. And you have to talk to them. You have to put the Bitcoin standard up their throat. Tell them this is the world. You're going to die if you don't adopt Bitcoin. Make them feel sorry about self. Make them feel like Jesus is here. And then they will be like, whoa, give me some. Yeah, you have to do that. You have to. Like, I think so. That's the only way it is possible. And this is the only way that I saw. People are curious. People have been scammed left, right, and center. So people are really cautious. Once bitten, twice shy. So yeah, people are really cautious. But if you see a loved one, if it's a new friend, they will trust you. So in all these countries, all I did was go host a meetup. From the meetup, make friends. With the friend, go to the place. And at the place, pay with Bitcoin. Because the friend trusts the friend. This guy trusts me. And we made a circle there. So yeah. Good? Oh, wow. Okay.
Hey, it's not really a question. Just want to say, like, that was amazing. And I wasn't expecting to be learning a lot of Dhamma from you, right?
I was there, bro.
But that was amazing. I really love the part where you say, don't. You mentioned that earlier on our dinner. Don't be toxic, and I was like, sometimes we have to be toxic, but don't hate. It's something that I'll try to do. I mean, just now I was outside at the one of the booth, and we were playing games, and I got a hat from one of the exchange, and he asked, "What do I do in crypto?" And I sensed the anger. And I just lash out, I'm not in crypto. So yeah, I'll try to fix that for myself. And thank you for bringing that up and clearing that issue for me.
Thank you, sorry.
Just thank you for
Thank you,
bringing
man.
it up. Yeah.
I'm happy he has a beautiful show in Thai language. I got to see his YouTube channel. He hijacked his father's channel first, and then he made his own channel. He took all the people from there to his channel. But he does it in Thai language. His entire team is here. The right shift.
Not the entire team, just 2 members.
Yeah, so right shift is here. And I think so with this crypto people, you just sit there and listen, man. See, the sun always shines. Yeah? But without the sun, there is no moon. So we are the sun. Be the sun. There will be clouds. There will be rain. Stand proudly. Do not get your hair stand like you is going to just burn your white blood cells, and RBCs and WBCs will not create. You will lose hair. You don't want to lose your hair, right? That's it. Be nice. Spread love.
Go.
Thank you, Lucas. The last one. Yeah. Oh.
कैसे हो भैया? आप कैसे हैं?
हम अच्छा है भैया, आप कैसा है?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा है. So, I have a question for Sleeping Bitcoin. Mr. Sleeping Bitcoin, I know you're...
No more sleeping Bitcoin. I'm running, man. I came for the
No, I'm
morning.
not running. 7
No, I came running, guys. Tell them I went running today.
What time? What time did you run today?
6 a.m. 6
Acha,
a.m.
acha. So I know you're tired from the sleep running, all the running. My question, brother, is, are you coming to Australia?
Yes, I have to come down under Aussie.
Oi.
Hey.
Okay.
I'll see you there,
Thank
man.
you,
Bitcoin
brother.
Live. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Give a round of applause. Paco.
Hello everyone. Ooh. Okay, today's topic's gonna be special because we have heavyweights in academics. Okay, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Dimas. I'm a co-founder of Class Bitcoin. If you have your Fedi app inside, you will find a Class Bitcoin. So basically, it's an education platform to teach Indonesian about Bitcoin. Okay, let's start maybe. This is for me. So maybe I want to ask, can maybe you start like introducing yourself from panels? You, please.
My name is Andrew Bailey, and I teach philosophy, politics, and economics at Yale NUS College in Singapore.
Thank you. Okay, delighted to be here.
Yeah.
My
Introduce
name
yourself.
is Andrea Lamsya, Associate Professor in School of Business, Telkom University.
Where is it?
It's in Bandung, Indonesia.
West Java.
West Java, yes.
Oh, amazing. And you, sir?
I am Florin Hilbay. I am the Dean of the College of Law of Silliman University. I teach a course on money in state, basically an introduction to Bitcoin.
All right. Today's topic, we're going to talk about academics and Satoshis. So maybe first question for three of you, going to ask. So how do you end up teaching Bitcoin in the university setting? What motivates you, and why did you come to see your expertise as relating to Bitcoin? Maybe Professor, yeah.
I teach philosophy, politics, and economics. And one challenge we found in our program was finding ways for students to integrate those three topics, to work not just in philosophy, not just in economics, but at their intersection. And once people in this room hear that, they're going to know what the answer is. How do we find ways to intersect? Well, Bitcoin is one important intersection of those topics. So when teaching an interdisciplinary class on money, Bitcoin was a natural topic to turn to. And my students ate it up. Of course, they wanted crypto too. But after talking about it enough, they see that Bitcoin is special. So first, Bitcoin showed up in my classroom, and then it started to take over the classroom. And I'm afraid that it started to take over my research as well. And I found other collaborators to work with. And now we call ourselves Resistance Money, a Bitcoin research collective. We publish papers, we have a book coming out. And the thing that always brings us back is that there's always more there at that intersection. It's not just philosophy, it's not just politics, it's not just economics. It's when you bring these things together, they explode new topics and help you see one of the other three in a new perspective. So that has been an enormously invigorating thing for the research and in the classroom.
Right. And how long have you been teaching this?
I started perhaps 6 years ago in the classroom, and we started our research collective 3 years ago. I'm happy to report that since then we've published over 20 papers, we have a book coming out, and it's turned out to not just be invigorating for our students, but kind of given us a fire under the ass to start publishing, which is important for academics.
It's amazing.
You just have to put out papers.
Amazing, 6 years.
You guys know this.
Okay, Pak Andri.
Okay, I'll be honest with you, I'm not teaching only Bitcoin. So they must know that because we just started. I was exposed to this technology around 2018, 2019, but I didn't grasp the idea directly. And then I was asked by, I am a young lecturer in Central Bank Indonesia to teach the employee about normally data analytics and AI. Then I was asked about cryptocurrency. That's something new. Then I remind myself that 1 year before that I need to learn this one. And then back to university, I was thinking that my university wants to publish more on entrepreneurship and innovation. So I think Indonesian has around 60 to 70% young generation that needs to be have a force in digital economy. So then we do together, right? We create a course on called blockchain and token economy, mostly crypto, and then I was helped by industry association. I'm a member of honorary member of blockchain Indonesian association, and then they helped me to build the lab, and they teach some session. Then I get the idea, and these 2 days I have new idea. Maybe I need to learn to Andrew about the Bitcoin more, and then I think I was fortunate enough to get this opportunity. Most of Indonesian academician doesn't really get the idea because we have the philosophy guy not working on the Bitcoin and the business guy not working on the Bitcoin.
That's amazing. And then this is your first Bitcoin conference, right?
This is the first one, and I learned so much into this.
Amazing. I hope it changed some perspective for you. And then
yes, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Florin, please.
Well, I taught at the State University for about 2 decades, and my subject was constitutional law, philosophy of law, law and economics, and international law. About 3 years ago, I realized that the legal structure in my country was practically breaking down. So I decided to leave the university system, and last year, one of my friends who was Dean of the College of Law of Silliman University invited me to go back to the university and become the Dean of the law school. I said yes on one condition, that they would allow me to create a Bitcoin program.
Wow.
They still think that I'm a bit crazy, that I've lost it, right? But the way I try to present it to them is that if the money changes, then the entire legal structure will have to follow. And before you learn about persons and family relations, succession, the laws on property, obligations and contracts, commercial law, you need to understand what the money is. And if the money is transitioning from the fiat to the Bitcoin world, then your students will have a great advantage if they learn Bitcoin. Even if Bitcoin doesn't succeed, which is quite unimaginable for me, there are so many insights that you can get from understanding Bitcoin without, because you get to look at the fiat system from the outside. And so even if purely from an intellectual and academic standpoint, like Andrew said, there's so many points by which you can analyze the current system from an interdisciplinary or a multidisciplinary perspective. You can approach the current system and critique it. And that by itself would be a big positive, provide a lot of our students with advantages. Right? So that's my basic Bitcoin education.
Wow, this is huge. Law and also Bitcoin changing. Okay. So, but the question is because as all of you maybe know, and we also know that academia, people perceive academia as just an ivory tower, right? And then why does academia matter to Bitcoin at all? Is it like to speak to real people, or then what does it have to do with to the concern of the people on the ground with your research papers and your lectures, something like that? Maybe Andrew?
It's a good question. I want to answer it first by telling a story. And some people in this room will know what this is about. 5-6 years ago, a group of researchers, including some undergraduates at the University of Hawaii, published a paper claiming that in 40 years' time, Bitcoin carbon emissions associated with mining would raise global temperatures by 2 degrees Celsius. An interesting claim. Interesting. That paper has now been cited 3,000 times. And not just in academic articles, but in journals, and by journalists, and in the United States Congress, by sitting senators. And it's had an enormously bad effect on Bitcoin's reputation and on the disposition of people towards Bitcoin. Now, I say it's bad because the article turned out to be junk science. There's a unit error in the main chart. It should be megatons, so it says gigatons, so it's already off by a factor of 1,000. And then it predicts that there's something like 550 megatons of cumulative carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. Now, the best data we have suggests that it's roughly half that already. So the model is broken. 5 years ago, we've had enough empirical evidence to see that the model is broken. So what we see here is a misinformation campaign. It's enormously damaging. There's a sewage pipe, and the sewage pipe, I'm afraid, begins with the institutions that we work in. But it doesn't stay there. The sewage pipe runs downstream and goes out to the front page of the New York Times. Now, there's one and only one way to fight lies. That's with the truth. I think the truth is on Bitcoin's side. So I think it's enormously important both to fight those lies, but also to arm the people who are interested, our students, our readers, to arm them with the tools to think carefully. That does not mean Bitcoin evangelism. It means thinking evangelism. Getting people to think, to actually look at the chart, to see, could that be gigatons? Could that possibly be correct? And why does it say 500 by 2020 when by 2023 there's only 240? What's going on here? So learning how to think together well about this using every resource we have from every discipline, from law, from philosophy, from economics, from empirical sciences, from the social sciences. This isn't just helpful for promoting Bitcoin, it's helpful for promoting our ability to understand our world. And the more important Bitcoin becomes in our world, the more important that project is.
Right, but as you may know, but I think only bad publicity get news, right? I mean, what about the positive research about Bitcoin? I mean, it's not often to be mentioned. What do we say about that?
Well, I wrote a book, which is coming out next year, which makes a positive case for Bitcoin. And I ask all of you to help me promote it.
Thank you.
But maybe y'all can say more about this.
Okay, Andri.
Okay, I think Indonesia still very limited adoption of Bitcoin, right? So I think not even 1,000. So I think academician become the main the main media or the main place to educate the young generation, because we have 60 to 70% under 40. So we have a high hope on them, and then we want them to collaborate to the other great publication and product innovations, such etc. And then Bitcoin idea, I think most of my generation, older than 40, thinking that we have sense that everything now worthless. Money is worthless.
Inflation, right?
Inflation, right? So it's right. But most of people that I talk to, they don't know how to fix them. So this Bitcoin can be the idea that can be spread to the student, and then the student can be spread to the society and the community, and then I think it will create a great effect, such as this conference. I think it's a good one to create a good effect to the society in Indonesia. I think something.
Nice. What about you, Floyd?
Okay, so does Bitcoin need the academia? Obviously not, because Bitcoin doesn't care, right? But I think more and more the academy will need Bitcoin. Not simply because Bitcoin is interesting, but also because there are those in the academy who are actually looking for solutions. So, for example, I have friends from the School of Economics. They're the ones who are with the Department of Finance. They're the ones who are with the Central Bank of the Philippines. They're not necessarily malicious people. It's simply that they were schooled in Keynesian economics, and they did their masters in the United States and in the UK with Keynesian economics as the basic model. And they're seeing that model as failing Filipinos every day because of the inflation. And for now, of course, they really think that Bitcoiners are still strange, right? But more and more, as they look for solutions, they will find Bitcoin actually does provide the solution. And so while Bitcoin doesn't care about the university, I think at some point the university will start to adjust disciplines such as economics, banking, finance, law, even politics, will start to learn from what Bitcoiners have been telling everyone, right, outside the university, and therefore they will co-opt those learnings from outside the university and bring it home to the university. In my particular case at Silliman University, of course, money is very practical, but we try to experiment. So we opened the SATS Cafe, which is a Bitcoin-only cafe inside the university.
Amazing.
To introduce people to Bitcoin as a means of payments. Hopefully before the end of the month, I'll get to launch a Bitcoin savings program for students and minimum wage earners, so that we can have, for the first time, I think, a fully open source empirical test of Bitcoin as a savings program for low and middle class Filipinos. And if we succeed, then we get to show the entire world that Bitcoin is not only for Westerners, it's not only for the wealthy and the middle class, it's actually for everyone.
Okay, but I get all of your points, but one thing maybe I want to be a bit of devil advocate. How can university, for example, create an impactful to the real people on the ground, something like this? What are you going to make some programs, or you make some I don't know, some real world application or something like that? Maybe one of you can answer.
I think the world changes when minds and hearts change and are turned. And one thing that we can do in the classroom, in writing, and in whatever positions of influence we have, is turn hearts and minds. I say hearts and minds, and not just minds only, because it's not just ideas. It's also stories that reorient people's hearts and what they desire, what they see as good, and what they're willing to even consider. This is the bread and butter of the academy. Of course, it's the idea side, the minds, but it's also hearts. It's telling stories. So these effects are indirect, yes, but they always trickle out into the real world. You cannot tell lies in the classroom and expect it to not make a difference in the real world. And if you tell the truth in the classroom, it will also make a difference in the real world. So there's, maybe you could call this some dirty trickle-down economics, but I think that's actually the truth of the matter.
Okay, thank you. So maybe what do you see as the top priorities when it comes to teaching credible Bitcoin classes or research about Bitcoin, about Bitcoin? What are the main challenges? I mean, starting from Flori maybe.
I think the main challenges is the problem of incommensurability, right? Bitcoin is an entirely different paradigm for understanding law, economics, politics, finance, and banking. And so for my colleagues in the university, the challenge is for them to not just learn something new, it's also to unlearn what they already know. So that's a very high bar for learning Bitcoin, actually. So the easiest ones to convince are, I think, the students, because they're not yet invested in the system. So when you explain Bitcoin to them, they're comparing Austrian economics with Keynesian economics, right? But when you explain it to your colleagues in the School of Economics, you're basically challenging them to accept a different paradigm. It's like talking to a Ptolemist, right? And convincing that Ptolemist that, well, the sun is actually at the center, not the earth. And there's a lot of emotional investment and professional investment in the current assumptions of the discipline. And that is the challenge. But for us Bitcoiners who are already in the academy, that challenge is also a welcome opportunity, because we kind of know that we're right, and all we need is time, right? And time is on our side and against the side of the Keynesians.
Okay, I would like to add the statement of Flori. In Indonesia is the same as well. So we have a colleague, academician, which is very hard to change because they are teach with centralized economy, and then now something new, then they have to, so they have to learn and unlearn and then learn again. So, but the student is easier. So I think to make more adoption in the university setting, I think I just learned today, these 2 days, that we can create application on top of it. So I think with this application, people can see the real application of Bitcoin, such as in the other, let's say in the crypto sector. I think something like that.
Okay, what about you, Professor?
I see two challenges, at least from my perspective. One is reputational risk. I'll tell a story. Let's call this person a friend of mine, proposed to teach a class just about Bitcoin, and it was approved by the curriculum committee and by the relevant administrators and bureaucrats, and then suddenly it was not approved without a good reason given. And eventually it came out that the reason it wasn't approved is that somebody in that process didn't want it known that they had anything to do with Bitcoin because it would ruin their career. Now, this is something that you can say now that might be true now. I anticipate that in the fullness of time, something like the opposite will be true, that there's reputational risk to not understanding Bitcoin. There's reputational risk to not knowing and teaching and bringing your students along in that journey. But right now where we are, I think just being pragmatic and realistic, there's significant reputational risks attached to this. So we need courage. That's the only ingredient that we can have there is tenure and courage. And these are mutually helpful.
Yes, Roy.
Before I forget, the other challenge actually is money and institutional support. There's no such thing as an undergraduate degree course in Bitcoin right now. There's no master's degree course in Bitcoin. So everyone who's in undergrad economics or finance who wants to do masters abroad, say in the US or in the UK, will have to be accepted in a school of economics that teaches mainstream economics. If you want to do research, you're going to get money from research from funding that assumes Keynesian economics as the model. There is no grant institution or there's no system of grants for Bitcoin educators today, precisely because there aren't a lot of Bitcoin educators in the university yet. So we're very early to that extent.
Okay, actually I have my personal story also. Yeah, you mentioned about teaching the hearts of minds about our students and about students, young generations. Actually, when I was driving to the airport from Bandung to come here, my son, I have a son, 11 years old, he asked me suddenly, Dad, if Bitcoin is money and you hold it on your own wallet, does that mean that you become your own bank? I was like stunned. Well,
smart boy.
I mean, like, wow, how can you make this assumption? And he said, yeah, because people work for money and then they put the money in the bank. But if you hold the money by yourself, that means you become your own bank. I mean, it's really like it's crazy, but it took me years to unlearn the system of traditional banking, right? And things like this. Yeah. You have any?
I'd like to add on to what Florian said. I agree. A second challenge is money. And it's not just Bitcoin versus legacy institutions here. Bitcoin has other competitors. And some of them are very well heeled because they printed tokens at zero marginal cost and then sold them to people. The Ethereum Foundation, for example, has about $1.5 billion in assets, and every year gives away something like $48 million in grants. Now that vastly surpasses the total developer budget every year for Bitcoin. So we're in second place in some ways. And yet, Bitcoin is honest in a way that none of these other projects can claim to be, because there are no insiders who can print money for free, and there never will be. The challenge is for us to find alternative ways to fund research, and I don't just mean purely technical research on the part of supporting Bitcoin core developers, but also research on the anthropology of Bitcoin, on the psychology of Bitcoin. Does it really change our time preference? How? Can we measure that? Can we get a social psychologist on the job? This takes money. So I think that as Bitcoin matures, we need to think about ways to fund, to support not just the technical side, but also the interdisciplinary, the social scientific, and even the humanistic side of Bitcoin research. There's an enormous field of questions and things that Bitcoiners know that aren't yet known in the academy, that it's just like this big field waiting to be tilled. And we just need the tools to do it and a couple of courageous people to take hold of a plow and start pushing. But we need help too.
Amazing. I think you can start maybe, because we have now FEDI, right? So you can create a federation for that, for the academia. Okay. We still have some time. Maybe can we do like 1 or 2 questions maybe? Yeah. Anyone who ask questions? Okay.
Hi. Yep. My question is for Florian, since you're a legal academician. If we have hyper-Bitcoinization...
Can you speak louder?
Oh, sorry. My question is for Florian. So, since you're a legal academician, if we do have hyper-Bitcoinization, would it change materially the legal system of every country on Earth? For instance, if we have tort, we do something wrong to someone, we have to pay damages. If we commit a crime, we might have to pay a fine. If we don't perform a contract, the court will also order us to pay. In all of these cases, the state can seize assets and liquidate them if we do not comply. With Bitcoin, they cannot do that. So would this cause a huge change in the legal justice system in all countries of the world?
In a world where Bitcoin ends up dominating, the entire concept of the state will have to adjust. And in many ways, we're still at the point where we're trying to reimagine what that kind of relationship between human beings and organizations will be. We are that early. And so it took me a while to understand the implications of separating money from state. And so when I talk to lawyers, I tell them the entire structure of the relationship between humans and states is Westphalian, in the sense that you always need an intermediary every time you need to exercise your rights. Someone violates your freedom of speech, right to assembly, right to physical security, right against unlawful searches and seizures. You need to find an intermediary, a police, a judge, a military person. But Bitcoin is basically a global public registry of rights without any intermediaries. And so it'll take a while for everyone, right, to understand what that means. And so far as I know, I'm the only person writing about it right now, right? So I'm probably the only legal scholars thinking about Bitcoin and the state from that perspective. And that's why I don't have any clear answers for you, only that if and when Bitcoin wins, the state will have to adjust. It will have no choice but to adjust, because today the power of the state is essentially derived from the power over the money. So the 20th century, the state won by co-opting the money. So what we have today is the union of money and state. In the 21st century, when Bitcoin wins, you'll have separation of money and state. Then necessarily, the state will become much, much smaller. It will become disfigured. And what the face of the state will be at the end of that process, I cannot even tell you.
Thank you. Perhaps it's a space for more research moving forward, legal research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So, yeah, I have another question for all of you. So in Indonesia, basically, Bitcoin is sometimes treated just an investment, right? Not as a genuine alternative currency. So how can academics can help to change this, especially by saving government policy? Maybe Pak Andri, because you are adjunct lecturer in the Central Bank Indonesia.
Yeah, I think it's quite hard to see Bitcoin as a payment, right? So I think we need to educate. Yeah, I've been talking with the people from central bank, but they are under the obligation not to talk anything so clearly. So I think we need to show the motivation. Like I said before, that we have many young people. So the digital economy is one way. So in order to us to collaborate, to accept payment industry, need a much more media to get the payment, and then we need to give this idea to spread to the communities, association. Now there's a association like today, right? So I think, and spread to the academician and student. I think it's still a long way to do that.
Okay, Professor, what do you think?
We're all professors.
Andrew.
States, perhaps more than other institutions, respond to legacy credentials. And for all their problems, and academics have many problems, we have those legacy credentials. So I think it's important for us to use them to bend states towards the truth. And in my view, that means bending them towards receptivity to Bitcoin. One thing that I found that is helpful in that respect is to talk about how Bitcoin solves problems without talking about its price. When you talk about Bitcoin and only about its price as an investment product, it feels scammy. There's the stink of money to the thing, and not just the stink of money as an instrument, but money as in making money. People do not respond well to that, especially in legacy institutions who are in positions of power and who don't really want to see other people making money. So I've found that telling credible stories without exaggeration about Bitcoin solving problems is the way to turn those heads and those hearts. And if I can use legacy credentials to do it, I will.
Yeah. How about you? 20 seconds.
Up until about 2-3 months ago, the way I saw things playing out was the West will see Bitcoin as a store of value, and the global South, or in Alex Gladstein's term, the global majority, will use Bitcoin for payments. Earlier this morning, Jack Dorsey basically echoed the same idea. I have now changed my answer, right? Because I think I have developed a program for Bitcoin savings for ordinary individuals, and we're about to pilot test it before the end of the year. Some of you guys who've talked with me already know how what its mechanisms are, but we're going to do it. And if we can show to the world that ordinary Filipinos and Indonesians can use Bitcoin for ordinary savings and beat inflation, the composite stock index, the US Treasury rates, etc., then we can prove to the world that Bitcoin is what it is, a savings mechanism also for everyone in the world, and not just for
Amazing.
Westerners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
okay,
you.
thank you for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hey, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
I'm so happy to see you all here. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm going to sit here. All right, so thank you so much, Indonesia Bitcoin Conference, for having us here at this panel. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Wang. I am from BIN Crypto Indonesia. I am the editor-in-chief for BIN Crypto Indonesia, and I will be the moderator for this panel. So before we start, maybe we can ask the panelists here to introduce themselves. Maybe start from Henry first.
Hey guys, good to see you again. My name is Henry, and I'm from Indonesia, Surabaya, Indonesia, at Konsultan BTC, and I'm here, part of the co-organizing team for this conference. I hope you have enjoyed this conference so far, and yeah, looking forward to this discussion.
Hi guys, I'm Douglas. I'm from Bulwell, so basically I manage my own consulting firm and also a fund management. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys don't get tired. Yeah, thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Steven. Today representing Asosiasi Blockchain Indonesia, so the Indonesian Blockchain Association.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction, guys. Okay, so today we are going to discuss about the possibility of Bitcoin ETFs in Indonesia. So first of all, maybe we can hear the explanations about what is actually ETF. Maybe Henry can explain.
ETF is just an exchange traded fund in Indonesia. We're talking Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
So it will be akin to whatever it is that is traded on the exchanges. Usually in the securities market, Indonesia will be Bursa Efek that is traded on the sekuritas in the different stock markets. So in Indonesia, we have already traded ETFs in the form of reksadana, what is called reksadana. And right now, a lot of the providers come from the banking sector. So like our, where we bank at in Indonesia, say BCA, Mandiri, they have Securitas division, securities division, which offers ETFs that's already packaged in such a way to be offered to customers. So yeah.
Okay, so, but what is like Bitcoin ETFs exactly? You know, like you were talking about the mutual fund or like basically the TradFi stuffs, right? So what is actually like Bitcoin ETFs?
So Bitcoin ETF is only Bitcoin that is custodied by a company which would then be traded. It will be then tokenized, securitized at a platform to be traded, usually in the legacy platforms, in the securities market and an existing platform. And also, that's the only difference that I can see. Do you guys see anything else?
Yeah, maybe from Douglas.
Yeah, so basically the way we put it simply is, as you guys have already realized, there is this application from Grayscale to upgrade their status from closed-end fund to the ETF one. So basically the closed-end fund means that you are gonna trade your shares with any kind of cash or in-kind amount of Bitcoin that you put it into the trust. But in a way that CEF or the closed-end fund works is that you cannot withdraw that shares into direct Bitcoin exposure. So basically it will stay there forever. You cannot redeem it because the status is closed-end fund. But once you are converting it into the ETF one, it means that you can redeem it anytime you want. So basically it will, it will attract a lot of pension fund, institutional players because it will be like more efficient in terms of tax, something like that. So yeah, basically the rush of new money will come because this kind of structure is more familiar with the large players.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we are moving to another question. So Steve, we know that nowadays we have Bitcoin spot ETFs and also the futures ETF. And what do you think, why those two are like different, like what are the difference, and do you think like which one is more suitable for the investments, or maybe you think that it's better to invest directly in BTC? So how do you see it?
Hi, so an ETF basically, for huge funds, they're not allowed to invest directly into Bitcoin because their prospectus says they're not allowed to, basically, to their investors. So these are like pension funds, people who manage large sums of money, like huge sums of money, like obviously the most well-known being like BlackRock. So if you securitize something like Bitcoin and you put it into a derivative, which is an ETF that they have access to legally, they can now buy and sell this, a huge flow of money basically flows into the system. It's indirect because it's going through this derivative called an ETF, right? But obviously, because for that to happen, the actual true Bitcoin is being securitized and has custody, et cetera, to meet the requirements of the ETF. In terms of like a spot and a futures, I think that's more the type of product. I think people initially will obviously go to a spot ETF, especially with larger institutions. Because for large institutions, they're not used to huge fluctuations in price, right? And they have things like circuit breakers built in. Whereas Bitcoin, you see things going up and down 5% is pretty much like a normal day. In traditional markets and traditional ETFs, that's really not a normal day, and you hit some circuit breakers. So when futures starts getting involved, it's far more sophisticated for people who start obviously taking positions and doing things like longing and shorting the market. But I think initially for ETFs, it will still be very much a spot market. And that's also reflective of the fact of investor risk and institutional appetite. Not so much for the product itself yet, but so much more so for the volatility. Because the people who park their money within these huge hedge funds trust them to not basically lose it really quickly or to see things go up and down really erratically.
All right, thank you so much for your explanations. So, like you mentioned earlier, the big investments managers like BlackRock, they are racing to get the approval for their Bitcoin spot ETFs from the SEC. So, and all people, like, we are very excited, you know, like they are anticipating about the approval. And how do you see the implication of the approval for the like broader like Bitcoin, like the ecosystem, not only about for the markets, but for the adoptions and the future of the Bitcoin itself?
The implications. So I think the clearest implications and why people are excited is because it has pretty much a direct price impact. When people with big wallets are able to buy huge swaths of coin to securitize the ETF, obviously that pushes price one way. Obviously you can read various tweets of people saying how much BlackRock projects that they'll get into the system, into the Bitcoin spot ETF over the next 3 years and what that does to price given the supply crunch as well with the upcoming halving. So the direct impact is obviously price. But the broader implication is actually validation, right? So it's validating that this is a true asset class. And why is this becoming more and more important in the future is because it's recognizing transparency, basically, with what's happening in various global economies, specifically those experiencing hyperinflation. Having an ETF that is trading essentially something that proves transparency, proves value transfer, I think will over time, especially with generations, changing generations within fund managers, becoming younger and younger, and they've actually grown up with crypto. They're not so much the boomers anymore. This will become fundamentally more and more important. The third reason I think also is what's going to happen next year. So next year, fundamentally, I personally believe we're going to go through quite a significant catalyst, which is basically we're going to start entering more spatial computing, as Apple calls it, but it's more that AR, VR world. As people enter this phase, we'll start operating in a dual economy, a physical economy and a digital economy. And in digital economy, you need digital ownership as well as digital value transfer. So I think these types of catalysts and the fact that the ETF will be approved, I think it looks like, pretty sure, by probably this time next year. It's just validation. I think the cascading effects goes to things like not only validation, but like when we enter these dual economies between the virtual world and the physical world.
Okay, thank you. And how do you think, Douglas, about the implications of the approval?
Yeah. So in terms, thank you, Stephen, for expanding the horizon of what's the implication. But I want to add some nuance here about. So there will be some kind of new mixtures of ETF going forward. I mean, like. There will be some new products, mixing like shares and Bitcoin or fixed income product and Bitcoin spot as well. So, there is some strategy from the hedge fund or the large institutional play, like, we want to reduce our risk as minimal as possible. Let's say like barbell investing. So they kind of put money like 50-50, the other 50 is like for the high risk product, and then the other 50 is for low risk product. So that kind of strategy can be put into this direct ETF, like for fixed income and then the Bitcoin one. And then the implication itself is rush money, new rush money into the ecosystem, because it has to be bought directly from from the exchanges. That's why the application from the BlackRock itself is so the most sought after news for the ecosystem, because it's attracted a lot of attention. It's attracted a lot of users that haven't been aware about this kind of thing. They want to know, oh, how do I get educated about to buy spot directly, because at some point institutional players will want to buy this through the ETF, right? So they are using Coinbase eventually for their custodial solution. So basically, Coinbase will do like this kind of education, and also we believe other centralized exchanges will do the same too. It will, onboarding a lot of new users in terms of education, in terms of how do we need to store our physical Bitcoin, or how do we store our Bitcoin non-custodially or custodially. So basically, from the educational side, it will be a rush new money. And also from the institutional side, let's put it simply, they just put it like 0.1% of their asset under management into this new class asset category. We can account like from Saudi Arabia, or let's say the Emirate Arabs, or the large pension fund out there. Basically, they will buy Bitcoin directly, and I think the more large you are, you will hold this kind of asset longer in terms of investing time horizon. So basically, it's not like us, the retail players, that will be trading Bitcoin like on daily basis. They will put it on the custodial, on Coinbase, or they will put this money into this ETF for longer time horizon. So I believe that there will be more backholder in a way that ETF is embracing. Yeah.
Okay. So,
first of all, I just want to apologize to everyone. I have been coughing so hard. I've been coughing for like 2 weeks, so I don't know why, but just now on the stage, it's worse. But I shouldn't be infectious at this point, so that's why often I would wear masks. Sorry, so I apologize in advance. Basically, it's just ETF is just a way for the previous generation to put in money into our space. So when you hear about Bitcoin ETF, it's just a way that many people in the past, maybe not in Indonesia, because even the stock market in Indonesia is fairly new, but definitely in a more developed country where they put savings in ETFs, like in America, it's a huge market. So the implications definitely, it's just the old monies are gonna start flowing into the Bitcoin space. And yeah, I think that's the gist of it. But for the younger generations, it's not gonna have any much different, but it's just easier access for the boomers and maybe some of the older millennials who enjoy banking relationships to be able to have that option. Hey, for example, like if I go to a bank right now, my banking of choice, they offer me, I go to a bank in Indonesia, like in Surabaya, they offer me, hey, would you like to save in so-and-so reksadana or like ETF? And I would say, yeah, no, I'm waiting for that Bitcoin ETF to be approved, and maybe I will put some into your account. But so yeah, just some of the ways that the previous generations putting money into the space.
Okay, that's very interesting. So we've been talking about the Bitcoin ETFs on broader scale, like we are talking about Bitcoin ETFs in the US. But how is it going to be in Indonesia? Do you think that we will follow to provide Bitcoin ETFs in here? Maybe can hear from Steve first.
I don't think initially so. Indonesia is pretty new to this space, although it's moving quite quickly. So for context, like when we started the association, there was pretty much only 2 exchanges. Now we have 30 plus. So that drive to educate the market is obviously there. But in terms of from an institutional perspective, I think the catalyst is more coming from external factors rather than inherent desire for regulators in Indonesia to push this forward. You need to understand that entrepreneurship in Asia is fundamentally very different to the US, right? The US, if the regulator says no, but the entrepreneurs believe, the entrepreneurs will sue the regulator. Asian culture does not work like that. Basically, if the regulator says yes, even though they're half wrong, everyone will just kind of pseudo-agree with them, right? It's like a very nuanced cultural thing that actually affects a lot of businesses, not only crypto. So I think the catalyst will ultimately happen in the next 5-10 years with that theme again of like transparency. When the world starts living in a dual economy between physical world and digital space, regulators won't have a choice. Basically, that the hand will be forced to do it. That coupled with transparency in terms of like places hitting hyperinflation, so people will want to hedge. And when people realize that this is a really, really good hedge, because it's transparent and there's no central black box, so to speak, manipulating things, I think it'll become more of an attractive offer. But I don't, sadly to say, see that happening in Indonesia in the next sort of 5 years.
Yeah, adding to that question, basically it's a new product that you have to understand about your market first, right? So basically in ETF market in Indonesia, in terms of stock ETF and bonds ETF, it's not so popular in terms of the liquidity, in terms of the transaction volume itself. So I think it's still too far-fetched to talk about the Bitcoin ETF itself. Not to mention about the infrastructure itself, about the index pricing. You have to build a robust liquidity from the market making side. In Indonesia we have, I can name several. I can name several lists of market makers out there that are working in capital markets right now. But in terms of ETF, they are reluctant to be working in that space because it's so illiquid. Nobody trades ETF in Indonesia, basically. So yeah, when it comes to ETF launching in Indonesia, maybe I agree with Stephen. It's still like 5 years away or more, maybe. And also the infrastructure itself, the custodial side in Indonesia is not established yet. You have to engage with other custodial solution out there, but maybe it will be restricted by the government because they are offshoring. They are offshore all the data and private key and etc. It's all stored and offshore. So basically, and also from the regulatory side, we will see some kind of shifting from the CFTC of Indonesia, Bapepti, to OJK soon. So I think there will be some kind of this new high uncertainty, I believe. So I mean, like, maybe there will be some players that want to advocate this ETF thing, but when it comes to see this uncertainty, maybe they will wait and see for a couple of more years to see whether, whenever the Bitcoin price is, like moon, let's say, double from current level, maybe they will see some, maybe we can attract more younger generation, but, retail generations here in Indonesia are so unique. I mean, like, we are talking about institutional players here, right? Rather than we are approaching a crypto-savvy guy in Indonesia, they're already satisfied with the crypto exchanges that they have right now in Indonesia. Rather than setting up, an account in Bursa Efek Indonesia, let's say, they have to, getting used to this maybe, so old-fashioned app, something like that. Yeah, it's not, I mean, it will be not popular if we are about to launch it right now, but yeah, I don't know. It's just 2 cents from me.
Can you repeat the question again?
So do you think that in here in Indonesia, we will follow to launch the Bitcoin ETFs?
Yes, so trends always come from the developed countries all the way trickle down to developing countries and also the in the least developed countries. So what we see in the developed country, we're seeing ETFs already approved in Canada, spot Bitcoin ETF, also in Europe, spot Bitcoin ETF in Australia, spot Bitcoin ETF in pretty soon in more and more developed countries. We're gonna see it sooner or later. But here's the thing: if you wanna know about Indonesia, in 2021, in a Zoom conference, the head of Mandiri Sekuritas Division, Securities Division in Mandiri, the director of Mandiri Securities, already said, we are drooling looking at the markets, the crypto platforms, they are trading all these assets. We're drooling to see the profit that's being made there, and we want to get into the market. In Mandiri Sekuritas, I don't know if you guys know, it's one of the conferences there. But he said, our only problem is regulation. If we're not approved, we cannot be in it. So what they've done is that they have started to work with different platforms. They have started to buy shares from different trading platforms. They are the crypto trading platforms. So that's what's happening. And then yesterday, how many of you guys were here with the head of development at Bapepti, Mr. Tirta? He gave us a really great clue. So in that session, Mr. Tirta, the head of development at Bapepti, he said, what's right in front of us is going to be futures. So what's being developed right now, what's being cooked, is the futures market in Indonesia. That's a start. And then after that, we asked if there's ETF also in the pipeline. And he said, yes, there may be an ETF also in the pipeline when everything is settled and done. Because as we know from the head of development at Bapepti, they are looking forward to push this area, to push this, to grow the Bitcoin ecosystem in Indonesia. Do not lose out in competition. So that's a really good indicator. What is the problem now? I think the problem is really what we've been hearing the last couple of days. It's just education, because our regulators, the people who are in charge of these departments, most of them are these dinos, and some of them has converted over, like what we've seen over the last few days. But we need more and more educators in Indonesia who would introduce Bitcoin and how it is useful, how it is the lifeboat, how it is going to save our financial assets from the fiat collapse in the future. So, yeah, I think it's coming sooner or later, but we at Indonesia Bitcoin community, we would like to further the education. First of all, to people, to companies, to countries, including regulators. So, yeah, it's coming.
Thank you so much. So guys, we are finally reaching the end of our panel discussions today. So, but before we close, maybe each of the panelists, could you please share your closing statements about these Bitcoin ETFs, especially in Indonesia?
Yeah, I think everyone's excited about the ETF in the US again because there's direct price impact. Based on the last round of questions, it's quite clear that it's probably not going to happen in Indonesia in the next 5 or so years. And even then, to Douglas's point, the retail market in Indonesia will be attuned enough to just buy directly, and then they might simply question, like, why do I need to go through this derivative where it's pseudo illiquid, and then when it comes 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I can't trade. It's kind of become silly. So although, I think in developed countries, this might be a thing because of regulation, institutions can't get access to this new investment vehicle. When it trickles down to countries like Indonesia, I don't think an ETF and its relevancy may be that valid anymore, because the retail market would have grown and matured, and they're basically the earning population, they're probably the C-levels in the regulators already, and they'll have direct exposure simply through the exchanges or by self-custody.
But obviously in the very near future, it's extremely exciting because of the, again, the price impact. And more importantly, I think beyond the price impact, which is a little bit transient, it's more the validity it gives to the space. If you really take a look back and see where this community started, more than 10 years ago, where it was really just a concept, and now getting this far where you have like regulators, guys like BlackRock, looking at and wanting to invest and pushing regulators forward, and even entrepreneurs in the US suing regulators to push this forward, right? You see how much the industry has come and the validity that it's going to give when it's approved specifically in the US.
Yeah, for me, it's all about the large players, right? In Indonesia, we have family offices, we have maybe so-called hedge fund, pension fund that is not so agnostic in terms of risk profile themselves. So maybe, when it comes to launching this ETF product, even in Indonesia, they are not so, open about this kind of a new product in the near future, I believe. So maybe I agree with Henry about educating more and more about younger generation and also older generation, how we can be, free from the current monetary system, how it all trickles down to the simple solution by buying Bitcoin, how to escape the current corrupt monetary system that we are facing every single day, the inflationary, high inflationary situation that we are seeing in Argentina and poor countries, something like that. Until that happens, I believe that it's still too far-fetched to talk about ETF in Indonesia. And also for the, I believe that in Canada and in other European countries, they have launched the ETF from their version, but also it's not so popular. So maybe we can see how this might propel the narratives, either the positive one or the negative one. But I believe it will be a positive one for the Bitcoin, especially for the ecosystem, especially for the education itself. But we will see how this, BlackRock, I believe the name of the share is iShares, IBTC, right? How IBTC might, propel demand, welcome new institutions to get on board in coming months. Thank you.
So it's great to hear that the panel actually agrees that we think by the time ETF trickles down to Indonesia, it will be like what the previous tech is like. Like, for example, in Indonesia, most Indonesians don't use PC or Mac. A lot of Indonesians are exposed to the internet via the smartphones, Android namely. So a lot of Indonesians leapfrogged from the PC and Macs to smartphones. So even though people can't use PC or Macs to connect to the internet, most people can use smartphones. Even my parents can use smartphones. So similarly, I think we all see eye to eye that maybe by the time that the ETF is approved in Indonesia, most people already would have used Bitcoin instead of jumping on the ETF, the securities market. And that's for a fact that we know of. I just heard that our current participant in the securities market in Indonesia is 8 million people around, it's an estimate. More or less 8 million people, that's the latest number, while the current participant in the ecosystem, the crypto Bitcoin ecosystem, is 18 million. So we have already seen that leapfrog. People who did not get into the securities market, but are already in Bitcoin and crypto. So I believe it's the same that, by the time the ETF is approved, most people are already on the life raft.
We are already on the different stage by that time. All right, thank you so much for all panelists for sharing your insightful opinions about the Bitcoin ETFs on this panel today. So guys, thank you so much for listening to our discussions today. Have a great day. Good afternoon.
All right. You see my face, you know there's no coffee break anymore. Again. So, I'm Pirias Ambandaraksa again from Thailand, and today we'll be talking about the value for value model, how Bitcoin can actually, push us or improve the experience of content creator online. With me, I have Will. You don't actually need any introductions, but yeah, please do it anyway. Give us a brief introduction of what you do. There might be some people here who doesn't use Nostr.
Yeah.
Let's boo him.
Hello?
Is it on? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Will. I'm working on a value for value app, I guess, in some sense. It's called Damus on Nostr, which is a decentralized social media protocol. So I'm really interested in, how value for value works in a decentralized network. So I'm glad to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, so you got one?
Okay. So Mary, please.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Mary Maswen, and I'm the Global Marketing Manager at Fedi. And in the value for value world, I'm a Bitcoin-only gamer on Twitch, and also recently started streaming non-Bitcoin games on Nostr.
And yeah, Roland.
Hello. Hi, I'm Roland. I work for Albi. We believe Bitcoin is the native currency of the internet, so we're building tools and APIs for developers to make Lightning apps and add Lightning to existing apps as easily as possible.
Mm-hmm. So we have the full circle here. Right? We have the developer at the app that we use. We have a content creator, and you can be the bank, right? You're like the Fed, because everyone who's on Nostr, a lot of people on Nostr are using GetAlbi, and that has actually pushed GetAlbi usage to, has it overtaken wallet of Satoshi?
I think so. Recently, we just passed 1 million transactions per month. Mm-hmm. So over the past year, an increase of 10 times. And as you say, a big boost of that is coming from Nostr. I think that's the main driver at the moment. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just going to ask that. I mean, do you know where the traffics are coming from? But I guess you do, right?
It's going to get more because I really want to, I want to talk to you guys because I want to have it automatically set up in Albi Wallet. So hopefully it'll even be much more in the future because it still be really nice for onboarding.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Mary, just let me get this straight a bit. I was trying to decide, are you on here as Fedi or as a Twitch streamer?
Well, as a Twitch streamer, I think that relates more with the topic.
Yeah. So you'll be representing the streamer. I am a content creator myself, so I do YouTube shows, and recently I've been, not switching but branching to doing SAP streams also. So that has been quite a different experience. Would you like to share your journey into the world of value for value content creation?
Yeah, sure. So I think in order to share this story, I think I should mention what's on the ground right now with the popular platforms like YouTube, Twitch, and the rest, even Twitter or X. One thing about these platforms is that you have to, as a creator, you have to meet a certain criteria before you're qualified to get some sort of payment from the company. Mm-hmm. And more often than not, when you do get qualified for this form of payment, you only get a fraction of the ads, the millions of ads that people are running on those platforms, right? So if you are a YouTuber, you get only a fraction of the ad revenue that comes through your videos. And sadly, not many content creators, no matter how passionate or consistent they are with their content, are able to get to that level, especially from the get-go. But as a content creator who understands that there are tools in the Bitcoin space that they can use to, let me put the words, monetize their content, it becomes a lot easier as a content creator. Because we as content creators know that you have to buy a good camera, you have to set aside time, you have to create your script, and it goes on and on, the editing process. All this is work, With Bitcoin, it makes it super easy for us to get value for the value that we put out there as a content creator. So as per my journey, I love Bitcoin games, and I felt that Bitcoin games aren't streamed on Twitch. And I saw it as an opportunity to sort of orange pill the gaming space by streaming Bitcoin-only games and creating awareness that Bitcoin games exist. And they do exist in case people are like, what, Bitcoin games? A couple of the games that you can look at, for example, I highly recommend Thunder games. Thunder is spelled THNDR. So if you go to the App Store, write Thunder games, you'll see that they have 6 games that you can download right now and start earning sats by playing these games. Anyway, so I was streaming these games, and I was thinking about, I knew that as a Twitch streamer, I need to have a certain number of followers and a certain number of comments before I could be a Twitch affiliate. But you don't start earning money as a Twitch affiliate. You have to be a Twitch partner, which means working even harder to put your videos out there. The problem is that visibility on Twitch is extremely low. If you're a new Twitch streamer, you come at the way bottom of the page, so it's really difficult for people to notice you. And that means it makes your journey to be a monetized Twitch streamer a lot harder. So what I started doing was to use QR codes, and one of the QR codes I used was the Albi QR code. So if you have an Albi wallet already, just put .png and you get the Albi QR code. Just take a screenshot of that, and I put that on my Twitch stream, and people who are watching my stream could easily scan the QR code and send me sats. So right from day one, as a newbie streamer, I was receiving sats for the content that I created. And now with Noster, I could do same. So when I stream on zap.stream, I also get zapped in Bitcoin.
That's really cool. Just to add to the story, I can't even apply to be a Twitch partner because I'm also streaming on YouTube. So to stream on those platforms, to be a Twitch partner, you had to stream on Twitch exclusively, right? For at least a certain amount of time.
I have a question. I have a question for you. I'm wondering, is that against the terms of service to put a QR code on your stream? Like, is that a risk of getting deplatformed from Twitch?
So Twitch did have these crazy limitations where they call it the ad banner or whatever should be a certain size. But I think they've lifted that, but still people are kind of wary. So it only affects those who are Twitch partners. So if you're a Twitch partner, you might lose your Twitch partnership. But for me, I don't really care. The good thing is that I'm dependent on Bitcoin, so it doesn't affect me. And to answer your question, Priya, like for Twitch, they had this limitation where you can only stream on Twitch and vertical platforms. So your Instagram, your TikTok, but you can't multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube and Kick at the same time, or you get deplatformed.
Yeah, and there's also the algorithm that pushes your content to other people, so you have to do content in the style that they are looking for, in the style that they are pushing for. So you're not really doing your own content for your own sake anymore. You're just playing the game to get more views, to get more likes, because that is how you make a living. So how's that different on Zapstream? Or is it too soon to tell?
Well, so on Zapstream, it's not saturated, which is actually quite good. It means that you can build an audience really early on, since it's quite early. But the good thing about Zapstream is that you can share that you're going live, and people can get to notice you. And you know, I'm hoping that we could replay videos that are streamed. That would really help a lot of content creators, so that once you go offline, you could watch a video again and the sats could still stream in.
I have actually a ton of questions to ask, but we must move on to some other topics. So, Will, you said your app, Damus, is like, you know, partly involved with value for value. Where do you think that fits in?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've always been really fascinated about integrating Lightning into a social network. So that was one of the first things we did in Damus was add the Zap button to a post. And that immediately showed like the power of Lightning when you integrate it into the social fabric of like, in cyberspace, if you can get a bunch of people together zapping each other, it's like tons of fun. So I immediately saw like, wow, this is a very powerful idea. And specifically, it's a powerful idea when you design the system in a specific way. Like when we didn't have the zap button on post, very rarely people would actually zap because it would just be in the profile page and no one ever go to the profile page. So once just adding it to the notes, it just completely changed everything. So that added like a new, that gave me more respect for like design when it comes to these things. And I think Zapstream, so Zapstream is basically Twitch on Nostr, and they're looking at another design space where you can now zap a stream in real time, and that's an example of a really cool design space where people are streaming, it's interactive, you're zapping people, they're responding to your zaps. Damus is not so much interactive in that sense, but just the fact that it's like a different way of doing interaction with your fan base, like we need to be exploring different use cases like that. So maybe the Twitch is one use case, maybe like zaps on social posts is one, but there could be a whole bunch of other things we could be doing in terms of the design of value for value, which could just increase the amount of people zapping in general, which I'm really interested in exploring.
So yeah, well, I was still with you. Sorry. So I just want to ask why iPhone first? I mean, why iOS first?
I mean, there's like everyone always asks me that question, but I had an iPhone at the time. I just wanted to build a Nostr client, but that's been my it's been haunting me because there's like 80% of users in Bitcoin I think use Android, so it's like my number one question I get: when Android? So I see the value in doing multi-platform now, and we are coming with a Damus Android next year.
Yeah, now it's kind of like it's ironic that you were the first to implement the zap button on post, and now Damus is the only app that can't do zap on post.
Although it's funny though, because like I wasn't the first client to implement zaps. Like Kieran of Snort Social, he reverse engineered my spec before I was able to publish my version. So people really want this feature, and they're willing to put it in all their different clients and experiences. So it's just been awesome to see it kind of grow that way.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's get to Roland already has his mic. So where do you think do you picture when you start working on Albi, right? We met earlier this year, and we were talking about how Albi is going to ease people into using Lightning on the web, on the computer, on the desktop. And back then, I don't have a clear picture of why people would be using Lightning on those platforms or on those environments, because people are using Lightning to pay for stuff with their phones. Then what happened after that? And now you are either number one or number two most used Lightning wallet. Do you think this is in your plan, or do you think it has affected the development of Albi in any way?
Yeah, so originally the reason why we target the web is because it's the most open and innovative platform. There's so many websites, right? It doesn't matter which phone you use, which device, you can access the web first. So that's the first part. But of course, so many people use mobile, right? We need a way to target mobile, and actually Nostr made that possible with Nostr Wallet Connect, which is an open protocol. Basically, no matter which platform you're on natively, you can access Lightning functionality from any type of wallet, no matter if it's custodial or self-custodial. So we think that's really powerful, and that's one direction we're going to be trying to push forward in the future.
Yeah, and now that we're here, where do you think, what would you think that you would improve on Albi to help with the monetization and the value for value model?
Well, I think there's three parts. So just to cover value for value in general, it's a model for freedom, right? So if you think of the old models, advertisements or credit card subscriptions, value for value is, the problem is that digital content is hard to create, but easy to, spread everywhere for free, right? And that's the problem. How do the creators get paid when it's so easy just to copy it and give it to other people? So at Albi, we're trying to make it as easy as possible to set up, one, a Lightning account so they can easily receive revenue, easy to send it, to create the circular economy. So basically, we want to impact all areas, make it easy for people to use Bitcoin as their native currency.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Damas mainly has Albi as the main integration, because at first I was like, what's the point of Albi? I would never use it in my browser. I don't like that's not my use case I cared about. But Albi has always been at the cutting edge in terms of like integrations, and it was so easy to integrate with Albi and Damas. It just made the most sense. So yeah, I think they're doing an amazing work. And I want to integrate more with Albi in the future. Yeah, so it's like that's a really good model if you want to help other apps in the ecosystem. Just integrate these protocols. Nostr Wallet Connect. They develop Nostr Wallet Connect for the most part. So yeah, this is it's been an awesome company to work with.
So we, as Bitcoiners, and well, we came into this thinking that Bitcoin is the money, is the freedom, right? So it's natural that we're using Bitcoin to apps to pay for value on these platforms. But one has to ask the question: is it necessary that it must be Bitcoin? Is there any difference to maybe other coins or other tokens or fiat? Why Bitcoin? This is for all of you. You go first.
I think if people really value freedom, there's only Bitcoin. So, yeah, that's my answer, I guess.
Kinda use Solana. Yeah.
So I think for me, one thing about content is that it can go far and wide to as many countries and to as many people as possible. So Bitcoin is the best currency that makes that possible, because I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria, so it's really difficult for someone in Nigeria to send money to somebody in the US or the UK. Imagine a content creator in the UK that you really admire, but you can't appreciate that person with Nigerian Naira because it's really difficult to do that. So as a content creator, I think using Bitcoin makes so much sense because you're not limited to the different kind of currencies. The only thing is that, which is what we are looking for now as content creators, is how to encourage more people to use Bitcoin as a way to, send money or to a content creator. So that is the major challenge. But I think, allow me to finish up with this story. There was this popular scam in Nigeria called MMM, and
that was actually worldwide.
Yeah, but it was so popular when I was going to law school that everybody, before classes would start, they'll talk about it. I found out not long ago that in order for you to sign up to MMM back then, you had to use Bitcoin. And literally everyone, almost everyone in my class of 1,450 students were into MMM, meaning that they found a way to get Bitcoin. So if you're a content creator and your content is extremely valuable, I think that would really encourage people to want to find out how they can send you Bitcoin. And in that process, they will learn about it. I think Bitcoin just literally breaks all barriers.
No, it's funny because this happened really early on in Nostra when I was working on Damas. There's nothing inherently tied to Bitcoin in Nostra. There's a lot of Bitcoin developers in the early days. And actually, a lot of Ethereum people came onto the network and they're like, oh, why can't I tip in Ethereum? A lot of Monero people came on the network like, why can't I tip in Monero? And those people just ended up leaving because what I realized is those people don't actually care about decentralization and freedom. They care about just enriching themselves. So the people who tend to stick around are people who care about freedom and care about sovereignty online, and those just happen to be Bitcoiners most of the time. So if we really want to build these systems that are, that aren't scammy and aren't, designed just to steal people's money, then Bitcoin is really the only solution, and it's the only one that's only ever been the solution. Everything else is just opportunistic and scammy. So there's just no possible world where it would make sense to do something other than Bitcoin.
So let's get on to the topic of the value for value model itself. Right. So I was talking with Stefan the other day on the first day that we came here, and he mentioned that he didn't really believe that the model could work because when you pay someone as in with value for value, V for V, or just SAPs, that is in a sense kind of like paying a donation. So you're tipping, you're donating money to content creators. What do you see it being, possibly a viable way, a sustainable way for one to sustain their career just by, providing content and accepting payment in a value for value sense? That would mean that there would be no specific price, no subscriptions, just, people pay what they want to pay. Yeah, anyone.
So
I mean, I'm looking at you, but yeah, that anyone can.
So I look forward to a day when a content creator will be able to live solely on the Bitcoin that they were able to raise from value to value.
Mm-hmm.
But I do understand that that journey is quite difficult. But one thing about, encouraging a content creator by sending sats or donating sats is that the sats you send does so much more than you think, even if you're sending one sat. That one sat is encouraging the content creator and it's giving them that self-esteem to keep creating. And they believe that, wow, if someone could part away with something of value, it means that what I'm giving out is equally valuable. And one thing about a content creator is that unknown to them, I don't know if they're conscious of it, we tend to find a way to market ourselves as well. We're like business development people as well. So if you want to live solely on value for value, it is possible, but it will take some time, right? So what I would recommend is allow those sats and channel it in a positive way, which would thereafter bring more people or maybe even sponsorships from companies who equally believe in your content. That way, I think it would be more sustainable. I'll give a quick example. So when I was streaming, one thing that I wanted to do was to give sats to those who view my content. So I used to run these like mini tournaments on my Twitch stream. But it was very like labor intensive, so I would have to stop the game, send sats. And as much as I enjoyed giving out sats to my audience, it was difficult because I had to stop every time to do that. I told this to my sister and she built what is now Stream Sats, which is a QR code that you put on your stream. People who view your stream can scan the QR code and they get random amounts of Bitcoin. So when people zap me, to show that they appreciate the value I give, I'm sending those sats back to the community. And somehow it brings more people back to watch my content. And hopefully one day, that would also attract a company that would want to sponsor my ability to create. So I think it builds up on each other. So I don't think you should just focus on value for value as a way to live solely off it. You can, do other things. But yeah, like Albi has this really cool thing called Zap Planner where someone can subscribe to your content and you get automatically paid, maybe an hourly, weekly, daily, monthly contribution to your content. But yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Mm-hmm. How about you?
I think I really like the more accurate term. I say it's pour to pour instead of value to value, because in reality, we're just not at a scale yet where, lots of people are making lots of money off this idea. It's at the seed phase. It's this idea that could bloom into something really amazing, but we have to hit a certain scale that we're just not seeing yet, especially against these advertising money, like probably hundreds of billions of dollars go into advertising, and this is what we're up against. And if you're a content creator, it's like, what do I want to do? Like, do I want to go the sponsorship and advertising route, which is just seems way more lucrative at this time? So yeah, so right now I jokingly say pour to pour, but it's pretty accurate. But I think we can get to the point where if there's more and more people on these platforms and they're zapping a decent amount, then I think we can get kind of competitive, but we're just not there yet.
Can I add one thing real quick? So there are content creators on YouTube, for example, who do like what I earn in a month. If you've watched any of those videos, you'll see that the ad revenue from YouTube is the lowest amount that they get. What pays the bills are the sponsorships. So even in the fiat world, that,
even that
it doesn't even work. Yeah, it's not sustainable. In fact, the top 2,000 Twitch streamers earn a minimum wage from Twitch. So, which is a data that not many people know about. So leaving 100% value for value in Bitcoin may not be possible yet, but so it's always best to like mix and match a lot of other ways of like getting compensated for your content.
I don't know who said this. Maybe it was you or Derek or someone. But you know, when Elon was implementing the $1, subscription, yearly subscription, and people were all over the world were against it, and he made a comparison that people were already donating more than $1 per year for all the developers on Nostr on these freedom tech. So maybe there's something there, right? So people feel the value. People feel that they are getting something that they see as valuable, and they are giving back the value that they attribute to that. So yeah, maybe. I mean, actually, I think, I don't know. My team is here. Are we earning more from Zapstream than from YouTube now? I think we are, right? Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, and mostly that comes from you, but okay.
Yeah, Orange pulled me, so it's pretty awesome. I just wanted to add, I think I kind of agree with Will. There are some issues with sponsorships, right? Because this means that the content creator has to put some sort of advertising into the content, which at the end of the day, the value for the consumer of the content, they have to watch ads, right? So I think the thing about value for value, it has to be the best experience for the creator and the consumer. So with the creator, I lost my train of thought. Yeah. Maybe just come back to me. I'll remember.
All right. We have 3 minutes though. Do you have anything to add? It's like demos, not even just demos. Are you planning anything that would like help augment the whole industry here?
I think the biggest thing, going back to this whole idea of like how design has huge impacts on like whether or not someone is going to zap you or not, or send you sats. I want to explore more ways that where the user can feel like they're connected to the content creator. Like one example was, imagine if you're out for lunch or you're something, and you provide a little button on the post that says like buy me a coffee or buy my lunch. Just adding little small design like things like that. People feel good. Like people want to zap because it makes them feel good. That's something I realized. It's like it's not really it's for themselves. So it's like people feel good about giving. So we just provide more ways for the user to feel good and donate to causes and just to provide more ways to do that. I think just small things like that we can really drastically impact this whole design space. So that's what I'm really excited for.
And you got your train of thought?
Yeah, sorry about that. So originally it was in podcasting 2.0, right? Value for value, but it's quite hard to see the contributions from the consumers. And it was only possible if the creator in the next show did a shout out and said, oh, thank you for the zap, right? But I think zaps on Nostra is the best implementation of value for value to date because it's public for everyone, right? So I think over the last 6 months, we've had 12 Bitcoin at least, and that's only public zaps. I'm not sure about anonymous zaps. But for the consumer, they actually gain more value because their donations are shared with everyone, and other people can see that they are publicly supporting their creators. I think that's really powerful.
Well, we only have 1 minute, so I just want to close this a little bit before giving it back to all of you to have your own closing thoughts. My experience, myself, as a content creator also on these platforms is that what I see here is not the beginning, but like the proliferation of a circular economy that doesn't have to be physical. A creation of a new nation, a new market, a new marketplace that, Bitcoin facilitates the freedom money, and we have the freedom of expression from the protocol, the Nostr protocol. And even before that, we have the Fountain app, we have the CBD guy who we are shitting on right now. We have Thunder Games. So these things are coming together, and now it's possible to, well, maybe not make a fortune, but it's possible to let people see the future that we can have commerce, we can have trades, and not just content creations and thanks, but actual trades on these platforms, thanks to implementation like wallets from GetAlbi and other wallets, and content creators who are exploring these new territories, and developers like Will. So yeah. Anyone has any final remarks? We have 18 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that, this was the vision of Bitcoin and the vision of Lightning is we're going to start integrating these things into more and more things. Nostr is one example. The first example was podcasting 2.0, but this is just the beginning. We're going to see it creep into every aspect of the internet and cyberspace, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, it's okay. Just ignore the clock.
I can ignore the clock. Okay. So
for a few seconds.
One thing that I just want to close off by saying is that I think value for value would not have been possible if not for amazing builders. So I just want to encourage builders here who are thinking of building the next wallet. Why not consider building the next tool that we creators can use? And Albi is has a great API for you guys to play around with. And yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say, if you haven't tried Nostr yet, I feel like it's a gateway, it's a glimpse to what the world will be like on a Bitcoin standard. So definitely try it out.
Built on Bitcoin, guys. All right, thank you. Can I have a big round of applause for all my guests?
Doot doot. Okay. So, we're all here.
Testing.
We're sorting out water and mints and things. So, hi everyone. Welcome to the final panel in here. So, my name is Brett. And then do you guys want to introduce yourself real quick?
My name is Eric Kaysen. I'm the author of Crypto Sovereignty, which is a book that focuses on specifically Bitcoin and the political philosophy that it seems to open.
Hey everyone, my name is Govinda, and I am part of the Bitcoin Jungle team in Costa Rica. We are developing a local community, Bitcoin community, and the founder of Aweko Vita, which is a center for the community for awakening, for expanding body, mind, consciousness.
My name is Izzy. I've got a little bit of a sore throat from talking to Eric all night last night about philosophy and spirituality. I'm the CEO of Amber App and very, very blessed to be up here with you lads.
All right. So let's kick it off, getting into Bitcoin and spirituality. So I know the Bitcoiners, we all tend to live kind of alternative lives, so I thought I'd start off with a juicy question. Have you or anyone you know come across Bitcoin in a medicine ceremony, a psychedelic trip, or some kind of intense meditation?
Yeah, funny enough, for me it was in about 2014. I'd known about Bitcoin. I'd been involved in working for it. And it was actually on the back end of a large LSD trip that everything sort of melded together, and I found a very kind of intense and profound spiritual revelation that, like, in my opinion, this is the most important technology of the 21st century.
Yes.
And to me, this is the one thing that I can actually resolve a lot of the great problems in the world. And I really kind of grokked finally that, like, fix the money and fix the world, but furthermore, fix the money and help fix our spirituality and sort of the general lack of nihilism anywhere. And funny enough is after that, a lot of other people heard about my experience, and so since then I've had dozens, if not even hundreds at this point in time, of people reaching out to share very similar experiences, which was quite profound.
Beautiful.
Yeah, in my case as well. So I've used ayahuasca quite a bit in the past, and I've been into Bitcoin for 10 years. And at some point about 4 years ago, I had an ayahuasca ceremony during which I saw the Bitcoin network as part of the unitary field, and it was going through my being, and I was actually feeling it, and I was seeing it as a transcendental divine force that was really taking over, and that I was surrendering to, and it was really visceral and intense. And from that point, I really became more interested into how Bitcoin actually is changing human consciousness, and not just, oh yes, it's going to empower us and free us from the bad guys, but actually, how does it make us more free, expanded souls, and how does it connect us to higher states of being, the bridge that it is.
Just to pick up on from what both my brothers said, yeah, that's exactly right. If you've ever seen Yoni Appleberg, it is a psychedelic experience. Bitcoin is that because Bitcoin is a mirror. We live in this transactional world, and it's very easy to forget who we are. And a lot of people feel that Bitcoin gives you sovereignty, and it doesn't. It reminds you you're already sovereign because it mirrors back to us our transactional life. And I, on a personal level, had a similar situation to you, Govinda. Just reading the white paper and really, really early, I just had this, like I remember everything about it, where I was sitting, I remember the air, the smell, and just seeing this Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and I just felt, wow, this is what I've been searching for. This is exactly, and I couldn't explain it because Bitcoin was only known by maybe 50 people on the internet back in 2010, and it was kind of like, why am I feeling this so profoundly and so deeply? But the funny thing is, as Eric and I talk about, it's only gotten stronger every day since then.
Yeah. Okay, this is working now? Yeah. It's beautiful to watch everyone have all these amazing experiences, and I love getting to hear yours, and I've met other people who also had their own profound spiritual experiences with Bitcoin, and it's fun to see the movement grow, as it were. So spirituality and religion, these tend to interact, and I've noticed that every religion always has the one point that I have seen that they all come with, and that's fasting. And now, the other thing that I see all religions getting into is Bitcoin. Muslims, Jews, Christians, New Age. I mean, I've met people from all different kinds of spiritual backgrounds and religious backgrounds, and they're all interested in Bitcoin. So, fasting and Bitcoin, why do you guys think that these are so fascinating for the entirety of the religious and spiritual world?
Because it cleanses the soul. That's why. I've been fasting since 1997, not consecutively, but fasting a lot since 1997. And again, going back to that mirror that I was talking about, if any of you have ever fasted before, you know that on a fast, what happens is your mind will tell you so many things. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I need this. Oh, I shouldn't do. No. That's what you get from understanding the fast, who you really are. It's not about the food. That's why the religious experience was about fasting, because you remove that and it frees up the energy of mastication and digestion to give you more opportunity to see who you really are and go through that dark night of the soul. And Bitcoin does exactly that as well for what we were saying. So to me, it makes sense, Brett, that religions would embrace that.
Yeah, to me, this is really a very similar thread of essentially moving yourself from a high time preference of any time that I'm hungry, oh, I immediately need to fulfill that, to much more of a low time preference of observing the hunger and going, what, I can see that my body really needs this, and stepping back and observing it. And I think this process of moving to a low time preference, of recognizing it and saying, all right, I'm going to go through my fast, I'm going to engage in audiophagia, that like I'm going to do something very healthy for my body. And then finally, when the reward comes, it reminds me a bit of the bull bear market cycle of that, like, finally at the end of the fast, it's like, now the bull market comes back, and I can now satiate myself and give myself that gift and the reward of having fasted over the last 18 to 20 hours, and I can really engage it and enjoy it. And to me, it's sort of the similar reflection of understanding this high time preference and shifting yourself into low time preference to truly appreciate and understand what you were saving yourself for. Very similar to how you're going to save your Bitcoin for when that value finally accrues in a way that you can now spend it in a way that's meaningful to you.
Awesome. Yeah, I actually have quite some experience with fasting. I love fasting. Last year I did 5 months on juices, and it has really transformed my life and my being. And I think a fundamental aspect of fasting relates to trust, and that's why religion really connects to fasting. And it's all about trusting in the body, trusting in life, trusting that the body is going to be sustained by some other forces than the food. Prana, so the air, the sun, the accumulated life force in your body, etc., the connection to the earth. And so religions are all about trust. It's like growing in trust towards a greater force, whether it's God or some kind of power, greater power. So when you're fasting, you have to trust. You have to go into that, okay, I'm panicking, or I'm seeing resistances in my body, in my organs. They want me to eat, but I'm going to, as you said, choose the low time preference. I'm going to go through these primordial urges and just see what happens, and see what happens, and see what happens. And then it's very liberating, because you realize that you are so much more powerful than these urges, right? And you can trust also in life in a way that you didn't think you can trust before.
Hey, Brett, isn't that fascinating? Because we have this moniker that in Bitcoin, don't trust, verify. And yet, brother is like, it brings trust back. It brings trust back. And how good does it feel to bring trust back in your own self, in the experience of who you are, and then in the experience of other people when we're connecting with them, right? You know, when you meet someone here, if you meet them for the first time, you can look into their eyes and you can tell, oh, yeah, no, they may be a bit of a shitcoiner. Or you can tell, I see the proof of work. I already have a level of connection, you know? And so we can meet at that map of the world and grow from there. Even though we say, don't trust, verify. It's almost ironical.
Well, you know, the human being is not a computer. How many times can we verify before we just say, okay, I trust you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a bit of a kind of philosophical question. So I was thinking about this the other day after reading through the emails and stuff that we did, and I realized most of the world's most ancient religious and spiritual ideas come from a time when the whole world was working on gold, right? And not only that, but the technological distribution between everybody was at a time when the ROI, the return on investment of violence, was very, very high, right? And then we have a lot of like modern religious movements that have started in the last couple of decades, right, or more than a couple of decades, since fiat money completely took over. So we've watched this crazy, I don't know if you could call it an inversion, but there's just a lot of very, very, very wildly different spiritual ideas going on. So now, if we shift into a Bitcoin world, where now we have the properties of gold that are digital, we have the level of technology that we've got now going forward getting better, and the ROI on violence is lowered significantly, how does that affect spirituality? What do the religions that already exist, how are they going to change? The spirituality that already exists, how does it modify? And then the new things that come, what's that going to look like?
I mean, to me, like, this is one of the reasons why, in my opinion, again, Bitcoin is the most profound movement of the 21st century, because reducing that ROI, this fundamentally transforms not only our relationship with the nation state and their ability to use that violence, to have a monopoly on violence to actualize our form of quote-unquote law, but one of the great problems that I see in modernity is that we live in a two-tiered legal system, where essentially if you perform crimes that are so massive against humanity, you won't be held accountable. And that was one of the things that we saw consistently in the genocides of the 20th century, was that many people that helped perform these atrocities against humanity were never held responsible. And it was because they had so much power within this system that they could fundamentally corrupt it. And so I think now that we have this form of wealth that's part of a radical form of nonviolence that is concealed behind the power of cryptography, this can actually fundamentally transform our relationship and being between each other, and also very specifically with people of religious differences. And this is one of the reasons that I think we're finding much deeper commonality being shared between peoples of major religions, seeing that Bitcoin can actually resolve this. And this goes back to sort of the idea of that, like, Bitcoin is for enemies. And it's very interesting to think that two religions that may have a conflict with each other are actually going to find and discover that they have much more to win together by using a truly fair currency as opposed to ones that are biased. And so one of the things I've been the most excited is for different religious groups of the world to understand what the United States dollar is, its general monetary imperialism that's imposed on the world, and the way that that fuels a general propaganda that has people fighting against each other on the suspicions of you can all acquire these various scraps from our empire, whereas we can actually finally stand up and say ethically, no, we're no longer going to participate in global empire, we're no longer going to finance the infinite war machine, and we're going to do that by standing up and defending in the most aggressive way to say, I will not participate in your systems of violence any longer, and I want to honor and celebrate the other, so much to an extent that I want to say, I love you, that I want you to have a money I can never steal from you, and I want to show you that dignification and respect.
Ooh, that is a Bitcoin prayer, if ever I heard one. Wow.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Yeah. So yeah, in terms of the evolution of religions, I see that in a Bitcoin world, actually religions will change drastically as people realize they can be their own bank and to be sovereign financially. They will gradually also realize that they can be more and more sovereign spiritually, and that they don't need to go through and follow some kind of path or belief system that is externally presented to them that they have to subscribe to then get access to a connection to superior forces or to a lifestyle that expands their being and their heart and their soul. So I believe that people will more and more find the answers and the path within and understand that the spiritual journey is unique for each and every soul. And the religions create a support system and a social groups and social dynamics that can be super helpful, but that can also trap you into the belief that there is an external authority that is higher than you, that knows better, just like the central bankers would like you to believe, right? It's repeated in religions throughout the ages, and I believe this will go away as people pursue true authenticity. They feel empowered to actually see what works for them, what's true for them, and not taking the words of others for granted. Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting, isn't it? Because the religions, as we know them, at least the monotheistic religions, and then even when you look into Buddhism and Zen Buddhism, they started from an epiphanical moment by a person, right? They had an epiphany, they had a realization of self. And if you look at the Temple of Delphi, it's etched on the top, know thyself. Why do you think they told us that? It's not something about what to cook or what to grow, it's know thyself. These epiphanical moments that created these religions, they still stood the test of time, but we all know to some extent that the religions have been hijacked. So where is your epiphanical moment? How do you have an epiphanical moment when you're born into a debt slavery and you don't know that you're born into a debt slavery because it's so, the whole society is enmeshed. Your parents were born into it. How do you do that? Bitcoin gives us that. Bitcoin gives us the opportunity, just like Govinda said, to be able to have this utter renaissance of spirit and affords us the opportunity to know who we are, to be able to wake up so we can look at one another and go, I afford you the opportunity to wake up because I fucking see the light. And that changes humanity. And to Eric's point as well, it's very fascinating because, I mean, you're all here, right? We're all here together. If you think about it, if you look back at our parents and our grandparents and our great-grandparents, or even as far back in this human endeavor, how many of us strive for that opportunity to have the mission of life, to have something that we can almost transcend ourselves? You stand holding the tip of the spear at the first ever non-violent human revolution. It's opt out. That's why we're here. That's what humanity needs.
So we touched on spiritual movements, and for me, what I consider to be one of the most profound spiritual movements that ever happened in the history of the world was the abolitionist movement. So at a time when countries and the first major corporations, they were all roaming around the world enslaving people in like the whips and chains fashion, right? There was an underground spiritual movement of people called the abolitionists who managed to rise up enough and take up enough power, and they ended slavery worldwide as an institution where it was socially accepted, governmentally accepted. And so, of course, we still have slavery today, but for me, I've really felt like that baton of that spiritual mission to free all of humanity of the abolitionists, I really feel like that's kind of been passed to Bitcoin. So,
absolutely.
So what are your thoughts in this spirit of abolition from Bitcoin? Like, what do people need to do? What do people need to understand to make this grow and help everybody out?
Yeah, like I always think it's kind of funny because I think like the ultimate scam that Bitcoin's carrying out is that like come in for like number go up and like you can get rich, and then it's like haha, this is actually like a deep spiritual movement to like liberate humanity from the clutches of fiat, and like this is all a cyclical thing because like it's very important to understand that like fiat money is a fundamental form of slavery. This keeps people on a treadmill that they can never escape from. We're seeing more and more of these videos of people coming online, pouring out their heart, saying, I don't understand. I've been working my whole life, and I can't save for a car, I can't save for a home, I'm working, I can barely afford my groceries, and prices, everything are going up. This is an implicit plan of slavery to keep people suppressed unconscious and asleep to the fact that we have been enslaved to a global monetary system that has specifically been erected to create infinite war. And as an American, and in the spirit of abolitionism, I must stand up and say ethically, no. You may not steal my wealth anymore to perform acts of genocide, violence, and horror all around the world. And I am absolutely and utterly disgusted that my government has stolen money en masse from everyone to export war, terror, and hatred throughout the globe. And it is time for us to stand up and say, no, this is unethical, it is wrong, and it is despicable. And we are going to courageously stand up and say, no more can you steal from us, and we have the apparatus of Bitcoin to collectivize us into a new commonwealth that will allow for a global revolution where we can end the debt slavery that is fiat money.
Yes. Yes. Woo! Wow. Yeah, I think this question connects a lot to the old paradigm that we need to suck energy from others in order to expand and to empower ourselves. And these people at the top of the fiat pyramid, they are fully in this old belief system of, if I'm not going to get energy from others, then I'm worthless. And what we as Bitcoiners are teaching or reminding the world is the power of saving this life force energy, first in the monetary sense, and then also in other sense. What does it do to us when we actually connect ourselves to the source of life force within ourselves and cultivate that? So first monetarily, and then Bitcoin is a bridge to discover that actually we can cultivate life force as prana and then enrich our soul with so much more richness and wealth that is actually in the subtle realm and that is not dependent on extracting, sucking from other people. It's actually something that is available for everyone and that we can share in an endless way and that actually uplifts us. The more we share it, the more it uplifts others. And the more others are uplifted, the more we are uplifted because we live in this frequency of the unitary field instead of a frequency of the superiority-inferiority complex. And that's really what Bitcoin is all about, transcending inferiority-superiority complexes and uplift the whole humanity. But the people at the top of the superiority complex scheme, they have to at some point face the reality that they won't be able to suck the life force from others. And then we patiently teach them with love and forgiveness that it's to be found inside. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely with love and forgiveness.
Govinda's cup runneth over. It's like spilling everywhere, right? This love that you have. So you ask about the abolitionist. It comes down to courage, doesn't it? They had courage. And courage, as we know, is contagious. If you stand up right now, Brett, and you go, no, I'm not doing that. I'm doing this. Maybe it sparked something in me that, holy shit, he's right. What have I been denying? Right? Well, the interesting thing about courage, how can you be courageous in a fiat system? It's very difficult. Why? Have you ever asked yourself why? Because fiat separates us. Given enough time, fiat will segregate you, separate you, and even now when you look at what the World Economic Forum is telling you, I'm going to segregate you to a pod and you're going to eat your little bugs. Well, you can go down that rabbit hole, you can go down that route and be segregated, but you can't be courageous because one person can't stand up to this. What I find interesting in your analogy of the abolitionist is we live at a time now where without Bitcoin, and this may come across as evangelical good because it's true, without Bitcoin, how do we connect en masse to overtake a system that has won? You don't. It's very difficult to have courageousness in a system that segregates you because it doesn't allow for it. But as Bitcoin, with Bitcoin, it connects us first through the network, then through our nodes, through the verification, into our bioelectromagnetic node network, and back into reality when we meet and see the proof of work in one another's eyes. And through that connection, through that trust, we offer each other the ability to be courageous again. And through that network, that courageousness, simply opting out, you change the system. So no longer is it a fiat-run system. It's a system based on what Eric said, dignity and respect and love.
I love listening to you guys. We could make this 3 hours and I would be so happy. So what you were talking about with the connection, actually this is something I was also thinking about and was prepping in my questions, but I didn't really know how to make it a question, was like the fact that the internet has connected the whole world. And I remember a US politician, he said, this thing called the internet is making it hard to govern. And I remember thinking, what do you mean it's making it hard to govern? And it was like, the implication was because everyone is seeing how everyone else lives. So the people from the rich countries are seeing people from the poor countries and understanding why. Why is the difference there? And I was really, really worried that the internet was going to end up being like closed off and everyone was going to not be able to talk with each other. But then Bitcoin came, and now there's a huge monetary incentive to not only keep those channels open, but to expand them. You know, it's like blinders on a horse. You put blinders on a horse so he doesn't see the other horses, and he just keeps working, and you just extract his labor, right? And it's like with Bitcoin, the blinders are off, and everyone can see everyone else. So if you guys want to talk into that, we still have 2 minutes.
Yeah, like I think fiat fundamentally alienates us from one another. And part of that alienation has been a process over the course of 100 years that now we all feel isolated, alone, and we live in an extraordinarily nihilistic time. And to me, it's of the deepest irony that like in the absolute thick of that darkness, we not only got the internet and Bitcoin, and now there's an opportunity to actually rescue ourselves from that nihilism. And what's so important to me is it's not just rescuing us from that nihilism, it's giving us a deeper purpose than we could have ever asked for. And now that I get to participate in this extraordinary global movement, we can actually counter the extreme danger of the state panopticon, the fact that they do want to destroy our privacy, they do want to issue CBDCs, and they do want to have total mass control. And we have the ability to now ethically stand up and say, not only can you not control us, you can't control our wealth. We're going to use peer-to-peer encryption technology to share the information about the horrors and terrors that you impart on us. And we're going to stand up together as a connected community to say, we refuse your violence, we refuse your terror, and we refuse the abuse that you want us to do unto our brothers and sisters. And together, working with one another to educate and create this new political paradigm that is Bitcoin and what the internet offers, there's an opportunity to raise the whole of humanity up and to experience a true global revolution that changes everything.
Thank you. Yeah, I see this corrupt political class. I like the analogy of sports referee, or let's say a soccer referee that is completely corrupt and that is making up its own rules as the games goes on, and then that is not fair. That looks only at some things, not at others, and like completely the corrupt referee, and that prevents the game from flowing in a fair way where we play for the fun, we enjoy the game, and I see Bitcoin as this completely honest, truthful referee that sees everything, that will apply the same rules for everyone, all the players, everywhere simultaneously. And how does that change the behavior of the players? It completely changes the spirit in which the game is taking place, and how we actually take care that it remains fun for everyone, and we are not affected by this sick spirit of the superior, the judge on top that we know has a distorted perception. So I love this analogy. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, we don't have anyone after us, so please, go ahead.
Oh, really?
I think this is the last one, right?
Oh, cool. Let's keep going. We live in a
Just-
world.
we'll wrap it up and be on time, but yeah, you still have time to go ahead.
You know, it's for change to happen. Govinda said it best. For change to happen in the world, it happens inside, and there's the realization of that, and then the world changes automatically because your perception changes, and whether you look at the external forces in the world as like a cabal that wants to keep you suppressed, or the ongoing manipulation of just a system that we've all embodied. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's a game of perception. Yeah? They want your perception. Whether you look at it from a dark force, every culture in known history has talked about these dark forces. For some reason, we deny that they exist nowadays, but nonetheless, it's a game of perception. Own your own perception. That's the key to life. That's the greatest life hack. Yeah? And Bitcoin as a mirror will show you we're not all equal. We're not all that. We're unique. We're wonderfully unique beings, and we get to connect. And in that connection, I can appreciate your uniqueness, and Eric's, and Brett's, and you guys. And then by doing that, we get to create something that hasn't existed for, fucking thousands of years now? Because we've been suppressed going back to Babylon and before? So I just say I don't want to tell people what to do, but I allow Bitcoin to change me. I allow Bitcoin to show me where my impulses lay, where the network can show me, where I am as a human being. I trust that you guys will tell me, oh, Izzy, you're a little bit off base there, or you're not, So if you allow Bitcoin to change you, then the world around you will change. But know that we live in a game of perception, and they want your perception. Don't give it to them. Keep it. Cultivate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
And just on a parting note, I want to say thank you to every single person that came here today.
Yes,
you did the
all.
proof of work to come and explore and understand what this is. And now you have a personal responsibility to go back to your families, friends, and community and tell them why Bitcoin is so important and how it's going to transform the world.
Yes. So, this concludes our panel, but in the spirit of spirituality and honoring the individual and all this stuff, Dea, I want to bring you up here real quick. Yay. Come here. Woo! Come on. So, I have been with Dea from the time that she said, yeah, I want to do an Indonesia Bitcoin conference all the way till now. And she was nice enough to put me as the moderator on this spirituality panel, and I wanted to do something really nice for her, and I love being supported by these beautiful men back here. So Dea, this is for you. So you can open it if you want. But I wanted something that went along well, with the topic. And it's real, it's not a print, because we are proof of work, right? So we wanted a painting. I love you. Thank you guys for being on the panel with me. And thank you guys for being here.
Hello. Well done, Brett. God, wasn't that awesome? What a couple of days, guys. Come on, let's have another cheer. Woo! The Indonesia Bitcoin Conference. How cool. Well, guys, my name has been Jake Woodhouse. Thank you very much for having me as the MC of this event. It's been fantastic to meet lots of new people and to catch up in person. I want to just touch very lastly on something called Bitcoin radicalization, and it was touched on in this last panel, but I came for the gains. You may have heard me on a panel this morning. I was interested in Bitcoin from a long-term investment perspective. I was like, okay, a savings technology, interesting. Came for the gains, but stayed, as Eric pointed out, for the revolution. Money touches everything. We just reflect on today. We had a panel at the start about how to protect wealth over time as a family or as a business. And that transcended into then Jack talking about all of the projects he's working on, his perspective as a very, very successful entrepreneur and how important Bitcoin is to him. But that is a signal. Why does this guy look at this? And his personal journey is taking him closer and closer to Bitcoin. And then people like Obi talking about Fedi and how that's going to function. And then the idea of Nostr and Zaps. So money is touching everything. And subjects, you know, Alex Gladstein, human rights. I came for the gains. Why am I suddenly talking about how the IMF uses debt to enslave countries and extract wealth? What an unbelievably incredible subject Bitcoin is. It takes you everywhere. It touches everything. So Bitcoin radicalization is a scale, right? And on the one end, these guys who are just talking about the impact on spirituality have reached a certain phase. I'd like to congratulate everyone in this room for being here, right? Having curiosity in the first place is key. So, you know, Bitcoin solves different problems for different people. And this scale of radicalization is, as always, a spectrum. And so you're joining it at different stages, and it'll take us to a future, frankly, none of us know where it is. But what an incredibly exciting time, and thank you so much for having me as the MC. A couple of last things to mention. Tonight, there is a beer session at the Flamingo Bar, 6:30. And then tomorrow at 4 p.m. in Nusa Dua, the Cannibali, I think the name is the bar. Is that right, Cannibali? Yeah. For the Bitcoin beach party. So hope to see you guys all there. Come and get in touch with me. I'd love to chat with you. And next I want to invite up Lucas, who's going to have a chat. Thank you so much, guys. It's been great to be here. What an awesome, awesome event.
Hello. Yo! So most of you guys here know me from Global Bitcoin Fest, where we meet Bitcoin maxis in one country every week. So a group of maxis, we gather them together in Twitter Spaces, and they talk about their country. So that's what I've been doing for the past 2 years in Bitcoin. But before Bitcoin, I had a life as well, like everybody else. And I did a company. I was an entrepreneur. And as an entrepreneur, you do some fun stuff, but some of the stuff you do is really, really boring. I don't know how many of you here like accounting, but I think most entrepreneurs don't enjoy it very much. So it's something that we tend to avoid. So for the past year, me and a guy called Dusan, we've been lobbying the team in Prospera. It's a free private city. We've been lobbying them that, hey, it seems like it would be possible to do accounting in your jurisdiction on Bitcoin. So actually, you could use Bitcoin, or people could use Bitcoin as the unit of account in your jurisdiction. Yeah, it took 1 year, and we've now reached the point where they've said, yes, it's possible. We will make a confirmation resolution in the jurisdiction. We would like to have the Bitcoin businesses here. So, but they said, we have a little bit of maybe a political risk with this. We don't know how popular this will be. So we would like to know if there's interest in the Bitcoin community for this. So if there are any Bitcoin entrepreneurs here today, I would really appreciate if you could come to me afterwards, because we're doing a little petition that we're going to give them to show that, hey, there is a real interest. Personally, I have a company that I really would like to have the Bitcoin income and when I do payments in Bitcoin, because it simplifies accounting a lot, which I don't enjoy as an entrepreneur. So if anyone here is an entrepreneur or close to an entrepreneur, please come to me if you think that this is interesting for you. And it doesn't mean that you have to run your whole company in Prosper. It just means that your Bitcoin part of your revenues and expenses could be done there. And then you don't need a bank account and all that stuff because you already have it and you have all the accounting. So this is probably, to my knowledge, the first place in the world that will allow for Bitcoin as unit of account explicitly, which I think is a pretty, it would be a really cool thing. So yeah, that was all I had to say. And yay! And I just want to say that the conference was super amazing. Great job, guys. So an applause to, yeah. Thank you, everybody. And we have the next, is it there that's coming up, right? Oh, Dominique. Huh. Dominique is a community organizer in Saigon. Yeah, he's been organizing the Bitcoin community in Saigon every week, meetup since 2013? 14. I mean, this guy, I think is the longest running Bitcoin meetup in the world.
The Berlin guys will beat me for it. Yeah, so the final minutes of the final Bitcoin conference in Southeast Asia for this year. If you get hungry for more, the next one is coming up in March 2024, the last March weekend, 29 and 30 of March 2024, I believe. So mark your calendar. You can come back again, meet all the Bitcoiners again from the region, and we hope to see you all again. And great job there.
Cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Woo! It's finally finished! Okay, before we go to here, I just want to also announce that after this, we have a social hour at Flamingo Beach Club. It is 20 minutes away from here. So, you guys can come whenever you want to go, but for the VIP and also speaker pass holder, we arrange a bus for you to go to the venue and be at the lobby at 5:30, and then we're gonna go there. And then the next day we have, next, yeah? Can you click next? Yeah, so we're going to have an epic banger party after the conference. Oh, come on, say hi! Yeah, so it's gonna be fun. We have like some costume, there will be fire dance, there's be DJ, it's at the beach, so bring your beach gear, there's pool. So yeah, I know you guys, you don't have enough time just to hang out with each other, so we give up a good setting for you to just chat more about Bitcoin, right? So come to Kana Bali Nusa Dua, it starts at 4 p.m. until late. They even have a cave inside of the venue. It's epic place, so don't miss that. It's free for all the conference participants. But if you want to bring your friends, you can. Just I think like there is a ticket at the door that you can be redeemed with drinks for like non-conference attendees. Yeah. So come to Kana Bali in Nusa Dua. Start at 4 p.m. All right. So now we're going to the serious one. Next. Okay, so as you know, as part of our conference, we are also hosting our first Lightning Hackathon. And we are really, really excited because there's so many cool projects out there that the Indonesian and also like international people come and then create it during this hackathon. Today we are going to announce the winner. and the winner is going to win a total prize of $10,000 from Human Rights Foundation and Full Group Venture. So the first winner is going to get $5,000, the second winner is going to get $3,000, and the third winner will get $2,000. So we have 5 really cool projects. So I would like to also invite all the participants. I hope like they are here, but if you are not here, it's also fine. So we have Share Earn, WorkSat, Titian, Stream to Earn, and Lebih Jago. If you guys are here, one of the final, like, you know, from the projects, are not here? Yeah? No? Oh, no. Okay, come. No, where is it? Where are they? No? No Setu, no the other? Oh, that's sad. Oh, okay. Well, at least one of the finalists are here. Yeah, come. Woo! All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So also that one. Okay. Come to the stage. Come to the stage. Give a big round of applause to them. All right. So maybe just give like a, you know, one simple sentence, what kind of project that you made.
So Bitshala created WorkSat to solve its own problem of hiring developers and designers around Bitcoin, and for its own projects, as in where we can place them. But we expanded the scope and we opened it for any Bitcoin company who wants to hire Bitcoin talent. And similarly, the talent board is not limited to Bitshala students. Anyone can post their skills and get hired. Yeah, so that's what WorkSat does.
Hello everyone, so our project is Steam to Earn. So this is a new approach for a value for value concept that we apply on Langster and Lightning Network, that we implement a live streaming platform that people stream money in exchange of the live streaming video. So we are making this project in really quick time. We spent 1 week and we finally hacked it using Langster Lightning. And we're so excited to present here and meet all the talent people here. Yeah. Thanks for everyone.
So, Lebih Jago fix the entry points for normies to Bitcoin in Indonesia, which is now good for traders but not for normies. We help it by connect Bitcoin experience to their dreams, their each dreams. Thank you.
Hello guys, so I'm from ShareEarn. So ShareEarn is a platform or marketplace to meet the people who have a campaign or a product that want to be promoted, and to make them meet the people who are eager to help them to promote by referral or affiliate programs. So our target is to help small and medium enterprises in Indonesia because they are lack of capital to use for the promotion. So that's for ShareEarn. Thank you guys.
All right. And I would also like to welcome some of the judges. I think I see Anita here and also Gary, if you can come up to the stage. Give a big round of applause to Anita and Gary. And there's also Roland. Roland is here also, but is Celine here? Maybe not. Maybe come a bit here. Maybe like, I know you guys want to be next to the Bitcoin bull, and this is too scary. But okay, come here. All right. So yeah. Please. Sit. Okay. So I would like to ask your opinion about, what you guys see at the Lightning Hackathon, and also what is your hope for the winners, basically.
Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you.
I have to say I was happy to be invited part of the jury because I think it's so important that we see more and more projects either building on Bitcoin or for Lightning to be coming from the people on the ground, from the people who live here, to build their own solutions, because people here have completely different challenges than other people, maybe the developers in the US or in Europe or in Africa are having. And in that sense, I wish you all the best. I hope your projects can grow. And yeah, someone else?
Hi, guys. Well, I think these guys deserve a lot of credit. You know, the initial entry pool was, I think, close to 20 entries. So, you know, these guys have made their way from this larger pack all the way up on stage. So, you know, that requires some initiative. That requires, you know, taking a chance. You know, people might find out who you are. You risk your identity. Yeah, I think that these guys deserve a lot of credit for their work, and they deserve the prize they receive.
Thanks for all your hard work. I really enjoyed going through all the projects and judging. I think we don't have enough developers developing Bitcoin apps. The more the better. And even in the case maybe you don't get one of the prizes, please keep developing your skills and growing. And there's future hackathons coming up, Bolt Fun at the end of December next year as well. So you're on the right track. Bitcoin is the only one truly decentralized and free currency. So good luck, all of you.
All right, are you ready for the winner? Come on, are you ready for the winner? Okay, so next. Oh yeah, this is the judging criteria. We are judging it based on innovation, is it, you know, something that we've seen before, or does it bring something new? Product market fit, can it scale? Does it have attention to details? The user experience, and also, is it provide like some extra coolness to it? So from this judging criteria, the judges has decided. So next, for the winner of the third place is Sharon! Come in. Okay. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Congratulations. And also, next, for the winner of the second place, that will win $3,000 is, drum roll, Titian. Congratulations. Unfortunately, the guy who's making Titian is not in at the conference, but we will, represent it for him. All right, are you guys ready for the first place? Drum roll! Stream to earn! Congratulations! Come, stream to earn. Come. Yeah. Congratulations. Patras. Okay, so congratulations for the winner. I think maybe Gary can be one of the representative for the second one, so then we can take a photo. Just take that one and represent Titian. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, all good? Okay, thank you. Give a big round of applause for Joby Jago and Worksat. You know, it's very tough. Like there's so many, like there's a lot of back and forth as well regarding the judging. We really hope that you can still continue building your projects, because this hackathon is also part of the Legend of Lightning hackathon. And even though whether you are winning the local chapter or also or not, like you are still able to compete for the global hackathon that will win 2.5 Bitcoin. So yeah, 2.5 Bitcoin is really good. Okay, well, thank you very much for everyone, and give a big round of applause again for all. I think. Congratulations. Oh yeah, do you want to do a group photo? Yes, let's do a group photo. Let's do a group photo. Yeah. Group photo, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, group photo. Okay, thank you, thank you. And last but not least, if you guys enjoy this conference, for the next year, we are planning to do it in September 2024. You can do RSVP from now. Tell your friend. Give us a feedback. What do you want to have in the next conference? And thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the sponsor. Thank you for the team. And thank you for all of you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Photo. Oh. If anyone wants to be in a big group photo, come in the front. Photo. Yeah, on stage.
Yes, we did it. We did it. Nice. High five. Amazing. I already did the content for Valid Wallet, so.
Yeah, come on, photo there.
Oh, no. Amazing.
Yeah, so this is the point.
Let's go. Buckle coin. All the videos.
Great job, guys. Great job.
High five.
Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. There you go. Come on, everybody, let's dox yourself. Dox yourself, come. Dox yourself, right here.
For free.
Yes. Everybody say Bali. 1, 2, 3.
Bitcoin!
My first overseas conference, actually. Yes. Wow, really?
Test, test. For the team, Petras, Yana, Ayu, Diana, Marius, Michael, Ricky, Dwi, Pras. Who else that I haven't said? Caroline, Caroline.
Thank you so much. And congratulations for organizing such a big event. Aw.
We did it!
Thank you for being patient.
Thank you for pushing through and believing.
Thank you everyone. Finally, I'm free. Freedom.
You want my socks?
Now let's take a team picture. All together.
Okay, who's not here? Oh, Dwi. Yes. The volunteers. All the volunteers.